Show me a Family Saga. A Cowboy Crossing Romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2023 by Alexa Verde. Dedication. To Nancy, with gratitude for your kindness. Chapter 1. Oh no. No, no. Graziella Moore rushed toward her granddaughter, Ellen. But at over 60, Graziella wasn't as agile as she used to be, and the girl had already barreled into a tall stranger in the ice cream parlor. The man, likely in his late 40s, wore shiny leather shoes, black slacks, and now Ellen's peach ice cream. Oops. Ellen covered her mouth. Sorry. The sorrowful look her granddaughter gave her empty cone suggested the girl was sorrier about the treat she wouldn't get to enjoy than someone's ruined outfit. I'm sorry. Graziella said it like she meant it because she did. Huh. The stranger must be a newcomer in their small town of Cowboy Crossing. His outfit stood out among the cowboy hats, wrangler's shirts, and cowboy boots. His carefully trimmed goatee complemented his short hair, and the silver at his temples appeared quite distinguishing. Some hotshot passing through? I can't help you with the slacks. A blush crept up her neck as she stepped aside to let other patrons pass, two young women who ogled the stranger as if he was the ice cream they wanted to get. It's okay. The corners of his mouth shifted up. She moved her gaze back to his eyes, which might have been a mistake because she stared into the most mesmerizing ocean blue eyes she'd ever seen. Her heart skipped a beat, but at her age, she could attribute that to running after her grandchild, not some untimely attraction to a handsome stranger. I mean, it's not like I can go and wash your pants. More heat rose inside her. She was a respectable woman in town, mother of 5 children and numerous grandchildren. She wasn't usually this awkward. But I could pay for dry cleaning. She picked up a few napkins from the nearby table and handed them to him. His smile widened as he scooped the creamy concoction from his slacks with the napkins. Huh. He had a very nice smile. It's no problem at all. Really. Don't worry about it. Her heart started beating faster. Maybe she was due for a cardiologist appointment. Ellen tugged at her hand. Grandma, an ice cream? I'll get you another ice cream cone soon. No, Grandma. Ellen sighed. Buy the man an ice cream. To show we're real sorry. Her granddaughter must think a lot of issues could be solved with an ice cream cone, and maybe she was right. He leaned toward her girl. I have a granddaughter about your age. My only granddaughter. Sadness and longing flashed in his eyes. What's your name? Ellen grinned up at him. Ellen. And this is my grandma Graziella. I don't have a grandpa. Are you single? Good thing Graziella wasn't eating the ice cream or she'd have choked. Sorry about that. I'm Hugo. And as a matter of fact, I'm single. Wrinkles crinkled around his eyes. How about I buy both of you beautiful ladies ice cream? Beautiful ladies. Graziella stiffened. The man was a charmer. Just like the guy who'd broken her heart. But Ellen didn't have to be asked twice as she clapped and jumped up and down a couple of times, making those pink ribbon pigtails that matched her t-shirt jump, as well. Thank you. She ran to the counter and asked for peach ice cream. Graziella didn't have a choice but to follow. She chose pistachio, just like the times when. She pushed the thought away. She'd kept that secret for 4 decades. No use thinking about it now. Hugo added a chocolate ice cream for himself and paid for their entire order. Ellen climbed into the seat near the window. Mr. Hugo, come join us. Is that okay with you? Head tipped to the side, he eyed Graziella. She didn't want to be unfriendly, especially after her granddaughter had ruined his outfit. And so she nodded, and not because, for some ridiculous reason, her heart decided to wake up now. She'd dedicated her life to her family, and she'd avoided romance since first one man, and then later another one, had professed their love for her, then betrayed her. Besides, Hugo was obviously more than 10 years younger than she was. And most likely passing through town. Not that she'd ask. Ellen did. "Mr. Hugo, do you live here?" She was devouring her replacement cone fast as if to make sure she didn't lose it, too. "Pardon my granddaughter's curiosity." Graziella sent him an apologetic look. He laughed, the throaty sound reflecting deep inside her. "I like it. Children's openness is so refreshing. I live on the outskirts of Cowboy Crossing now. I bought a ranch house here. Probably too big for one person. I used to own a large ranch." He took a bite of his ice cream. Her eyebrows shot up. A former rancher like her? They had more in common than she thought. "My family has a ranch. A big one." Ellen spread her arms. "And my grandma makes the best lasagna in the world." Graziella cleared her throat. "She's exaggerating about the lasagna. But not much. Mr. Hugo, you should try my grandma's lasagna." "Well, Ellen was just a chatterbox today." His eyes twinkled. "Thank you for the invitation." Graziella's cheeks flushed. She'd have a long talk with Ellen later about not inviting strangers into their house. But that trace of vulnerability and longing she caught in his eyes when he mentioned his granddaughter tugged at her. His family mustn't be as close-knit as hers. "I mean, I do owe you for the ruined outfit." He sobered up. "Invitation gratefully accepted. But only if I can take you both to dinner first so you can know more about me before I cross your threshold." People often told untruths, and Graziella knew it firsthand. So everything he told her she'd accept with a grain of salt. Wait a moment. Was she considering his invitation? She hadn't dated in forever. Not that this would be a date. Just a welcoming dinner for a new person in town. She was known for her welcoming nature. Almost as much as for her lasagna, and that was saying something. "Yay. Grandma, can we?" Ellen turned her hopeful eyes at Graziella. Resisting those pleading eyes was most difficult. And something told her so would be resisting his ocean blue ones that drew her in and melted her insides already. "It's melting," he interrupted her wayward thoughts. Did he just say she was melting? The audacity. "Your ice cream." He pointed to the cone. "Right. How come she didn't feel that sticky concoction dripping down her fingers?" Ellen giggled. "Grandma made a mess." Grandma made a mess. Usually, Ellen and the other grandchildren made the mess, and Graziella made them clean it up. She hurried to wipe her fingers and helped herself to what remained of her ice cream. He leaned forward. "So when would you like me to pick you up for dinner?" The cone stilled midair. "I don't remember saying yes. Or hearing anything about you yet." "Okay. I was married twice and widowed twice. I have one son and one granddaughter who, sadly, live far away. I used to be in the rodeo circuit but left after getting married to take over my father's ranch. My hobbies include parasailing, mountain climbing, and motorcycle riding." She did her best to process all that. Rodeo, mountains, motorcycles. Was he an adrenaline junkie? And 2 dead wives. No wonder sadness lingered in his eyes behind that charming facade. That probably meant he wouldn't want a serious romantic relationship either. That thought shouldn't bother her so much, and yet it did. Well, it wasn't like she was interested in romance. And definitely not with a much younger man. She lifted her chin. "I'm sorry to hear about your wives. My condolences. I could tell you about my family, but it would take a long time. I could write books about my family." Done with his chocolate ice cream, he leaned against the back of his chair, those mesmerizing eyes studying her. "I'm not going anywhere." Graziella couldn't believe this. She whirled in front of the mirror and pinned her son Giovanni with a stare. "Seriously? You're going to tell me what to do and who to date?" Giovanni spread his arms in a placating gesture. We're just concerned for your safety. Vera did a little research. Graziella groaned as she returned to the mirror and tried another pair of earrings, this time pearl ones. No, not these ones either. Having a private investigator in the extended family could come in handy and frankly had helped save lives. But wasn't Graziella entitled to some privacy here? Should I remind you that I'm a grown woman who already raised you all? And why would you be concerned about my safety? First, I know how to take care of myself. Second, the man is a retired rancher. Not a criminal. Maybe she shouldn't have said the latter. But then, Giovanni hadn't been a criminal either. He'd pleaded guilty to a crime he hadn't committed to help the woman he'd loved. People did crazy things for love, but she wasn't one of them. His 2 wives died in accidents. At her son's low words, an alarm sounded inside her, but she pushed the snooze button. Which should put compassion in your hearts. She tried on emerald earrings, a family heirloom. She'd probably pass them to her newest daughter-in-law and Giovanni's lovely wife. It would bring out the green of Merida's eyes perfectly. Graziella smiled at her reflection. Finally, all her children had found marital bliss, even Giovanni, this son of hers she'd worried about the most. And she didn't just gain a new daughter whom she'd loved since Meredith was a naive teenager hopelessly in love with Graziella's wayward son. Graziella was gaining 3 grandchildren, one due to arrive in a few months. How is Meredith's pregnancy? Arching her neck, she eyed his reflection behind hers in the mirror, worry stirring. They already had one difficult pregnancy with her niece, and Meredith had a scary experience when she'd been abducted and nearly killed while carrying the child. He beamed. Better than I expected. Meredith has strange cravings for pickles and ice cream, together, but, overall, we're thrilled. I could never imagine being this happy. Buono. Her motherly heart couldn't be more content. What restaurant are you going to? Once, she liked Giovanni's stubbornness. But not during the years he'd spent in prison and refused to see them. Not now, either. She resisted the urge to gnash her teeth, mainly because it wasn't good for dentures. The restaurant is called None of Your Business. His frown deepened. Could you at least make sure to have your cell phone on? Fine. But don't you dare put some kind of tracker on me. She spun to face him and wiggled her index finger. He spread his hands, his crooked smile emerging. We just want you to have a long and happy life. He'd been her most difficult to raise child, but she couldn't be prouder of him now. He didn't become a rock star like he'd once dreamed. But he'd become a good man, and that was all that mattered to her. We love your lasagna too much to lose you. All irritation drained out of her, and she hugged her son. I love you, too. But it's time for me to live my own life, don't you think? Of course. I just wish you chose a different man. Giovanni hugged her back. Arg. Hugo Ackerman was the first man who caught her eye in decades. So what if the guy was a widower? Or much younger? Or. Okay, that was enough. About an hour later, Graziella's heart did a pitter-patter when she spotted Hugo at the candlelit table at one of the fancy Springfield restaurants. And here she'd thought her heart was closed off to romance after the love of her life betrayed her. It shouldn't matter that she was a grandmother and not a teenager. Didn't they say love had no age? Smiling, she waved back and made her way between the tables. The aromas of sautéed beef and fresh biscuits greeted her together with Hugo's smile. He wore a dressy Arctic blue shirt, black slacks, and shiny shoes, and as much as she was fond of cowboy outfits, knowing he'd dressed up for her pleased her. His graying temples gave him a more distinguished look. And yes, he looked young for his age and was a few years younger than she was, fine, a decade and a half younger, but who was counting? A single red rose waited for her on the table, giving a subtle scent. A nice touch. You look beautiful. Admiration in his tone showed he meant it, and he'd better. Thank you. She lowered herself into the chair he pulled out for her. Brewing pain in her knees hinted of a coming rain tomorrow. As much as the grass needed water and Graziella welcomed the rain, her bones didn't agree. The waiter brought menus, and they ordered their meals and drinks. At this age, she didn't need to read the menu and knew exactly what she wanted. Or maybe not. She studied the man in front of her, Giovanni's words appearing uninvited in her head. But really, a man couldn't be blamed for being a widower, and it wasn't like she was going to marry him anyway. She was entitled to a man's companionship and a quiet dinner now that her children were all grown up, married, and raising their own kids. Now that they didn't need her as much. Now that they were shouldering responsibility for the ranch. She leaned forward. "So how was your day?" Her phone buzzed in her purse before he could answer. She raised her hand. "Hold that thought, please." It could be someone from her family asking for a tiramisu recipe, or it could be one of the grandchildren in the ER. Aurora. Graziella swiped the screen to answer. "Ciao, mia figlia. Mama, congratulate me." Aurora nearly sang in her excitement. "I was invited to open a concert tour." "Well, no wonder. You're super talented. Congratulations. We'll celebrate before you leave." Graziella's mind whirled. "You're going to need someone to babysit, right? Do you mean my son or my husband?" Aurora laughed. "Well, my honey is going with me. But a tour isn't a great place for a child, and we don't want him to miss school." Her voice dropped. "Maybe I should refuse the offer." "Nonsense. You go enjoy yourself and stun the world with your musical talent. The family will take care of your boy. We'll discuss the details later." "Mama, you're amazing." "I know. I've got to go now." Graziella disconnected. "Sorry about that." She smiled at Hugo. "So where were we?" The waiter brought food then, but the moment he left, Hugo leaned forward, too. "I wanted to tell you." Her phone rang again. "Giovanni." Graziella frowned. He must be doing it on purpose. Resisting the urge to roll her eyes, she swiped the screen. "Yes? What should I cook for Sunday dinner?" She suppressed a sigh. And that question couldn't be a text because... Right. Never mind. He disconnected. Graziella put the phone on silent. "My children are a blessing." Twinkles shimmered in his ocean blue eyes. She liked his attitude. She said grace, and he echoed her amen. She took a sip of her sparkling water, then gave her meal its due. Not bad, though she cooked better. He studied her over the rim of his glass. "There are so many things I'd love to do now that I'm retired from ranching. And I'd love to do them with you. How do you feel about parasailing?" She coughed and sipped cold water again. Slightly nauseated. He nodded. "I see. What about skydiving?" "I'd rather go parasailing." Her joints told her he'd better not suggest climbing Everest next. She didn't care if he'd consider her unadventurous. Raising 4 boys and 1 rebellious girl while running a ranch was adventurous enough for her. "Thank you very much. How about I pick you up on a motorcycle and we go cruising around?" He winked. Have the wind in our ears, the sight of open roads, some excitement. He did have a nice smile, and her heart picked up speed. But considering his history, she didn't like the suggestion. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. She ignored it. It vibrated again. On the 3rd time, she gave up and pulled it out of her pocket. Giovanni again. This better be an emergency, and not when someone can't find a fire extinguisher. She nearly growled into the phone. She went into labor. What? That can't be. How premature is this baby going to be? She jumped to her feet. I meant Jenna, not Meredith. But you're right. I should have specified. Because now that Buttercup is going to have kittens, next time I call about labor it might be her, Anne. She loved animals, but she cut him off. I'm on my way. Notify the rest of the family and start the prayer chain. She disconnected and turned to her date. Well, I'm about to have lots of excitement. I have to go. My niece just went into labor. Then she remembered. Oh no. I need to call a taxi. My nephew was driving to Springfield, so he dropped me off here. Hugo placed several bills on the table. I'll be glad to take you to the hospital. The only thing is. Let me guess. You rode a motorcycle here? Chapter 2. It wasn't that bad, was it? Graziella resisted the urge to huff something in response as she tried to slide gracefully from Hugo's motorcycle near the hospital, tried and failed. Her bones protested, but then they'd been protesting for a while today. Must be a change in the weather coming soon. Seriously, she should offer her services to meteorologists. She hadn't been wrong about the rain once. Maybe if she could lift her leg high enough. Nope, not happening. Arg. She needed to get into the hospital as soon as possible. Her sister-in-law would need support. She didn't have time for this. Then Hugo lifted Graziella and placed her on the asphalt as if she'd been light as a feather. Which she wasn't, but considering how much she loved cooking, especially Italian food, that went with the territory. And nearly 6 decades spent in the kitchen and dining room gave her waist plenty of time to expand and then, go missing. Being in his arms, however, made her even forget about food, and that was saying something. She stared at his handsome face, those mesmerizing blue eyes, and her treacherous heart skipped a beat. Thank you. I think. He grinned at her. No problem. Would you like me to go with you? She tilted her head. You really want to go with me? When my daughter-in-law was giving birth, my son was a wreck. He shrugged. I know how difficult it can be. She wanted to say it was, no doubt, much more difficult for his daughter-in-law than his son, but she clamped her lips tight, keeping it to herself. This might not be the best time to introduce Hugo to her large, anxious family who was prejudiced against him to start with. Just because he was much younger than she was and 2 of his wives died on him. How could that be his fault? But considering Jenna's difficult pregnancy, emotions might be running amok in the waiting room already. No need to scale them up into an argument. I'll park my motorcycle and join you. Apparently, he took her silence for agreement. Oh, okay, she said to his back as he jumped back on the motorcycle, with no visible effort, and disappeared into the parking lot, way too handsome for her heart that now decided to wake up to romantic feelings after being dormant for decades. Well, might as well weed out the weaklings early. If Hugo couldn't survive her family, she wouldn't want him in her life. She rushed inside the building as much as her arthritic knees allowed. A marathon runner she was not. Oh. Neither was she a sprinter. By the time she reached the elevator, she huffed, puffed, and prayed the elevator was working. No way could she climb the stairs. Yes. She stomped inside the elevator after a young freckled nurse in green scrubs that reminded Graziella of the sprawling hills on the ranch she loved with all her heart. The scent of latte drifted from the cup the nurse was holding, and then she flipped back her long black bangs, making Graziella think about Jenna and the long black bangs that contrasted with her striking blue eyes. Worry squeezed Graziella's heart, and she mentally asked the elevator to hurry up. When Graziella had been expecting her first and only girl, her pregnancy had been difficult, too, and she remembered too well the paralyzing fear of losing a child. Just like she'd nearly lost. No, best not to think about it. She'd made the most heart-wrenching choice of her life then, and she didn't regret it one bit. She said a prayer for Jenna and the rest of the family. Minutes later, Graziella joined her sister-in-law and grasped Bertie's shaky hands. Yes, as Graziella had suspected, she needed to be here to support her lifelong friend. The tremor running through the usually strong woman made a lonely pearl earring dance in her ear and betrayed her fear for her daughter, little surprise after Jenna's hard pregnancy and the miscarriage that had left Bertie's other daughter, Liberty, unable to have children. Squeezing Bertie's hands, Graziella whispered comfort to her, then surveyed her own sons and daughter and her sister-in-law's sons and daughter. Liberty was now as deathly pale as the ghosts of her own she no doubt fought. With Bertie distracted, Graziella would have to bolster that young woman today as well. But first, she slid her hands free and moved to speak with Jenna's husband. Ugh. It didn't help that the place smelled of corn chips and stale coffee, as if the scent had forever permeated the pale gray walls and worn-out hunter-green sofas. Dog-eared romance novels covered the dented oak table. None of the covers featured an about 60 woman, who looked and felt younger, thank you very much, with more salt than pepper in her short hair. Disappointing, if Graziella had her say about it, and frankly, she had her say about everything. Oh, finally, there was one by Autumn MacArthur. Kudos to Ms. MacArthur. Graziella would have to read Adore Me. Riley, their longtime manager and who'd become like family well before he married Jenna and made it official, was as pale as the sickly walls. He paced the room and wobbled as though on the verge of passing out. Oh. The last thing they needed was for Riley to faint. Graziella marched straight to him and gripped his shoulder. It's going to be all right. Do you hear me? It's going to be all right. He winced, his stormy eyes haunted. How do you know? I don't. But I have to believe it. Lord, please help this be right. Jenna is doing well so far. Aurora, Graziella's only daughter, got up from the sofa beside Bertie to give Graziella space. The sofa creaked as if in joy. I just want the baby to be here, Riley whispered as he resumed pacing. Graziella took the place Aurora vacated and slid her arm around Bertie's waist, waltzing at the impractical man. Mister, babies aren't trains. They don't arrive according to a timetable. It can take hours. Probably best not to mention that she'd been in hard labor with Aurora for 9 hours. That girl hadn't made things easy for Graziella, even before she was born. Graziella's husband at the time hadn't helped much. He'd checked out emotionally long before he'd left her. But then, wasn't she partly to blame? Bitterness lingered on her tongue, and she swallowed hard. She was thankful to God for her large family. Really, what more could she wish for? Well, except for Jenna's baby to be born healthy. All Graziella's children had found happiness and purpose and led godly lives. Their ranch was doing well. And while she had some aches and pains, she was healthy for her age. She wasn't looking for romance. She glanced at the books on the table. Well, not in real life. She loved reading romances. How did so many years pass by so fast, though? Her babies were having babies, and one of her grandchildren was a teenager already. Graziella would blink, and her grandchildren would be getting married and blessing her with great-grandchildren. Her family was complete as it was. No need to add a new complication to her life. But when that complication walked into the waiting room, his blue eyes sparkling, his cheerful smile crinkling up his handsome face, her heart fluttered. Warmth rose to her cheeks. Great, she was blushing like a schoolgirl. She got up from the sofa creaked loudly, arg, and made quick introductions, watching her sons. She raised them right, so they wouldn't show their displeasure or worry. They all said pleased to meet you, though she doubted they were pleased. Yet the tension emanated, especially from Giovanni as he rubbed his beard. Who'd think the son who'd caused her the most grief would become the most protective? Then her attention switched to Hugo. If he'd noticed the tension, he didn't show it and held his own, and she nearly nodded her approval. Giovanni gestured to the sofa. Mama, please take a seat. She was about to say that her old knees didn't buckle yet but changed her mind. At her age, she adopted the adage to never run if she could walk and never stand if she could sit. Never sit if she could lie down, for that matter. Despite that adage, she got up and said what her sister-in-law had likely done before Graziella arrived. Let's form a circle of prayer. Hugo's eyebrows lifted slightly, but he followed her family's example. She was used to starting a prayer, so she proceeded without hesitation. Lord, we thank you for all the blessings. We ask you to please guide the doctors and nurses, and to help the baby be born healthy. In Jesus' name, amen. Everyone echoed with an amen. Everyone except Hugo. Her heart sank. She'd need to have an honest conversation with him about his faith, and hopefully not the lack thereof. That, plus her family's hostility and their age difference, must be a sign she shouldn't be dating this man. Right? Hugo was peopled out after meeting Graziella's large and noisy family, who obviously weren't too glad to meet him. He liked open spaces with lots of animals and as few humans as possible. Except for the rodeo in his youth. In those seconds trying to hold on to a bucking bronco, he didn't hear the cheering crowds, didn't see the faces. It was just him and the horse and those precious moments of feeling more alive than he ever had. But as he stood on the terrace of his ranch house the next day, breathing in fresh grass-scented air, he knew there was one human he was drawn to. After losing 2 women he loved, he'd never thought he'd open his heart again. He didn't open it to Graziella either. Somehow, she'd knocked it down and walked in like she'd always belonged there. Headstrong, stubborn, and opinionated, Graziella fascinated him in ways he couldn't explain. She infused the very air around her with warmth and some invisible glow, and he wanted to bask in it. But did he have the right to? He tilted his head to the beautiful cerulean blue sky and the emerald green fields he so loved, familiar longing stirring him. He'd left the rodeo circuit decades ago. A year ago, he'd had no choice but to let ranching go since he couldn't run the place any longer and his son was never interested in being a cowboy. Hugo hadn't been allowed to see his granddaughter for years. He'd had to let lots of things go. His rib cage constricted. One more loss shouldn't hurt much, should it? He fished the phone from his pocket and frowned at the missed call. The call he'd missed on purpose and was reluctant to return. A knife turned inside him. He'd have to tell Graziella about this eventually. And he would. He didn't like secrets, though he'd kept a huge one from his son. Guilt needled him. But if he'd said something, he might lose even a chance of seeing his granddaughter again, and Adeline was the best thing that had happened to their family. His fingers clammy, he slipped the phone back into his pocket. He needed some time before telling Graziella about this. Because this relationship with her was something he didn't want to let go yet. Instead, he texted her asking whether it was okay to stop by. After receiving an affirmative answer, he changed into a crisp white shirt and black slacks, bought flowers, barbecue takeout, and knocked on the massive front door of her impressive mansion. He blinked when she opened the door. Her gray baseball cap featured blue paint streaks, her coveralls sported matching stains, and worn sneakers completed her unusual outfit. Before, he'd usually seen her in long dresses with large festive flowers. She groaned, not the greeting he'd expected or wanted. "Oh, I forgot to text you. My daughter came over with things for her stepson, who will be staying here while she's on a music tour, and we decided to paint his room." Oops. He liked Graziella's spontaneous side, though being so low on her radar that she forgot their meeting irked him. "It's okay. How about I help you?" Her gaze traveled over his dress shirt and slacks that didn't need paint decorations, but then she waved him in. "Sure. Come on in. The more the merrier." "Thank you." Inside, the house smelled of a strange combination of chemicals and biscuits. In keeping with that tone, an eclectic mix of antique and functional furniture invited one to relax, while toys littered the sparkling hardwood floor and sunshine spilled around the cheery canary yellow curtains. Sunflowers decorated vases on the tables and paintings on the walls. He'd prefer the privacy of just the two of them, but he knew from the get-go her family was part of the package. He just hoped her grown-up children would take care of their own children like his son and his daughter-in-law did. Hugo's heart shifted. Maybe his son took too good care of Adeline. Hugo hadn't been able to see her in a while. He could understand his son's reasons. But that didn't diminish the stark longing inside Hugo's chest. Graziella thanked him for the flowers and the barbecue and took them to the kitchen. Aurora met him with a brush in her hands and curiosity in her brown eyes. A sunflower headband held up her black curls, and a smiling sunflower decorated her white t-shirt. Sunflowers must be a thing in this family. Hi. Glad to see you again. After saluting him with the paintbrush, she turned to her mother as Graziella came back from the kitchen with sweet iced tea. You can leave. Totally. I can finish on my own. He was tempted to second that. He really was. But he rolled up his sleeves. How about I help you paint instead? Graziella's lips curved up as she handed him the glass. Grazie. But your dress shirt. Thank you. His fingers touched hers while he accepted the glass, sending a jolt to his heart, then curled around the smooth cold surface. He gulped a few hurried sips, not realizing he was thirsty until the refreshment was offered. Just as he hadn't thought love was missing from his life until he'd met Graziella. I have plenty of shirts. There's only one you. Aurora chuckled. Maybe some men are worth waiting for. Good. He'd gained an ally. He drained the tea, and Aurora took the empty glass and left for the kitchen. He smiled at Graziella as he removed his shiny leather shoes. He could walk on the hardwood in socks. What do you say? Let's do it then. Then we can have lunch, and I'll reward you with tiramisu. What was tiramisu? Must be something Italian. Huh. I was never paid in tiramisu before, but I'm grateful. You should be. I make the best tiramisu in the world. He needed to look that up, as well as a few Italian words he'd heard from her. Well, he knew what grazie and per favor meant, but that was about it. Graziella handed him disposable lavender blue gloves, a gray baseball cap, and goggles, then donned some gloves and goggles herself. That made her look funny and surprisingly endearing. She was one of those rare people totally comfortable in her skin, never worried about the way she was perceived, and it was as refreshing as the sweet tea she'd given him. He picked up a roller and twisted it onto a stick. Aurora joined them, then minutes later received a call about something at the ranch and rushed downstairs. Hugo gave mental thanks to the person who'd called. Sure, he admired Graziella's daughter who'd seemed to inherit many of Graziella's features, from beautiful brown eyes to sun-kissed skin and an independent spirit. But he'd much rather spend time alone with Graziella. Time was precious, and he knew it all too well. She could have hired help easily or told her children to paint the room, but she decided to do it herself. He liked that. He'd dated women who liked all things done for them, and while he wanted to romance the woman he dated and make her happy, there was a difference. Graziella didn't try to pretty herself up or pretend to be someone she wasn't. He liked that, too. Authenticity was rare in this world and all the more appreciated when encountered. His first wife's betrayal still cut deep after all these years. Soon they finished most of the walls, but the line at the ceiling required touching up with a brush near the crown molding. The instant Graziella snatched the brush and stepped toward the ladder, he placed a hand on her forearm. The scent of tomato sauce and paprika emanating from her made his heart beat faster. Who'd think food scents could be so exciting? He cleared his throat. Let me do this. He thought a moment. Poor favor. He expected a feisty reply. She didn't disappoint. What? Do you think I'll fall and break my hip or something? That was what he was afraid of, but no need to say it. So he grinned. On the other hand, go ahead. I know you can't wait to fall into my arms. That did it. Graziella rolled her eyes and stuck the brush into his hand, barely missing painting his now polka-dotted shirt. Fine. You can do it. I'll do the important job of telling you where you missed a spot. He chuckled as he climbed the ladder. Her sense of humor, warped as it was sometimes, was another thing that attracted him to her. Life with her would never be boring. Not that he intended to spend the rest of his life with her, considering. He stumbled on the top step but realigned himself. You do have medical insurance, don't you? Her teasing voice reached him. Chapter 3. I do, but just in case, how good are you at doing CPR? Hugo became a bit dizzy, so maybe this wasn't his best idea. But he wasn't going to show weakness. Men in his family were taught better than that. He hadn't cried when he'd fallen from a horse as a child, no matter how much it hurt. His father would scold him for that. Maybe that's why he'd been so lenient on his son. Well, Kinsley had spoiled Kenneth rotten, and now, Hugo had to reap the result. Graziella placed her hands on her hips. You met my family, right? I have lots of practice in administering first aid. He had no doubt about that. Graziella Moore was a remarkable woman, and she fascinated him more and more. He didn't mind their age difference one bit. The more he knew her, the more he wanted to know more about her. Not that he had the right to. Thankfully, the wave of dizziness passed fast, unlike the ones last year, and he was able to finish the painting. The idea of having lunch with Graziella was good motivation, as well. And not only because he was curious to find out what tiramisu was. He climbed down the ladder as carefully as he could, him falling into her arms didn't sound nearly as romantic, and placed the paintbrush on the empty tray, then picked up their rollers. Where can I clean up? Let me show you to the bathroom. Meanwhile, I'll change clothes and lay the table. She led the way. The bathroom, like the rest of the house, had lots of character. His and her sinks complemented a clawfoot tub, and shelves offered rows of fluffy white towels and bright purple, green, and flamingo pink bottles with shampoos and shower gels. Adeline would like that green apple shampoo. He swept the thought away. Well-tended houseplants on the floor reached tender leaves toward a painting of ginger kittens on the wall that surprisingly matched the window curtains. He recalled the cat in the living room and the aquarium with colorful fish. Yes, Adeline would love this place. Too bad he couldn't bring her here. Overall, the atmosphere was a combination of traditional and whimsical, and the bathroom seemed well-stocked and prepared for guests, if needed. Clearly, Graziella would welcome any of her adult children if they wanted to stay with her, and one of her sons, unfortunately, the one who seemed to like Hugo the least, and his family lived in the other wing of the house. Hugo's heart shifted. He loved her hospitality. He really did. But after losing his second wife, he'd become a lonely cowboy, preferring the company of horses to that of people, so he'd better keep his attraction at bay, besides his other reasons. He scrubbed the painting tools, then slipped off the gloves and goggles, and scrubbed his neck and face with pine-scented soap, then without it, then with soap again. Despite all his efforts, blue dots still peppered his skin. Well, this would have to do. He removed the baseball cap and raked his fingers through his hair. His phone rang in his pocket. He fished it out, stared at the screen while his rib cage constricted, then let the call go to voicemail, and stuck the sleek phone back in his pocket. His gut tightened. He wouldn't be able to avoid them for much longer. But today, he wanted to enjoy his time with Graziella. Graziella's smile and yummy scents welcomed him into the kitchen. She'd changed into a marmalade-hued long-sleeved dress and an apron with a sunflower applique. From what he could see, she and her daughter shared their love for sunflowers and cooking, as well as their brown eyes and black hair. It didn't matter to him how much gray Graziella had there, and feisty, strong personalities. Her smile always contained genuine warmth. Another thing he'd found scarce in the world after being married to Kinsley. She'd only smiled when she'd needed something from him. And he'd been too busy at the ranch to realize it then. Familiar pain sliced him. Or maybe the people in his family were simply different from Graziella's. Less warm. More unforgiving. Thank you for bringing barbecue, Graziella said. Thank you for making everything else. He gave an appreciative look at the tomato and balsamic vinegar salad, and something that looked like baked potatoes with cheese teased him with the most amazing smell. She must have made it earlier and kept it in the oven. As he pulled out a chair for her, she sat at the largest dining table he'd seen. And he'd grown up on a ranch with lots of ranch hands. She beamed as she sat down. I made garlic bread in the morning because I think garlic bread goes with everything. Just like her sunny attitude. She said grace. He said nothing. He gave the food its due, generous with praise, although no more praise than deserved. She made food into a form of art, and his unspoiled taste buds approved. Tiramisu turned out to be a delicious dessert. It's wonderful, sweet, and tender, just like you are. He gobbled up every tiny piece of it. She chuckled. I agree on wonderful and sweet, but it's been a while since anyone called me tender. The front door opened, and footsteps clamored in the hall. So much for alone time with Graziella. Expecting someone? Maybe he shouldn't have asked. She waved a hand. Oh, my family drops by at any time. Right. Of course they did. The moment she spoke, her oldest son stormed into the room. Based on the frown on Constanzo's clean-shaven face and his tight-set jaw, this wasn't good news. Mama, he started, then saw Hugo. Constanzo's frown deepened. Oh, hello. Hugo swallowed hard. Constanzo wasn't glad to see him. He was especially grateful now for Graziella's daughter's kind attitude toward him and immediate acceptance. Graziella's sons seemed more, what was the word? Territorial? As much as Hugo wanted to win Graziella's son over, he never stayed where he wasn't welcome. Well, I was about to leave. Regret squeezed his heart. He didn't want to leave the warmth and sunshine of her house for the chill of a place where no one expected him. You don't have to. Graziella's voice was sweet like honey. But with the glare Constanzo sent, that guy had a bee in his bonnet. Oops, red cap right now. It's okay. See you later? Hugo asked hopefully. Sure. I had a great time today. Her smile widened, and he wished he'd met her many years before everything else had happened. Was it too late for him now? Well, news spreads fast, and the entire town will know soon anyway. So it's okay if you hear it, Hugo. Constanzo grimaced. My eldest son was accused of vandalism. The principal just called and told me. Just how many things can happen to one family? Hugo blurted out, which wasn't the wisest thing to do. She'd told him about a few things in the Moore's past, and really, someone should write a book about that family saga. His faux pas didn't faze her as she gestured her son to a chair. Let's have some tea and tiramisu. Mama, She stopped his protest with a wave of her hand. Everything is better with my tiramisu. I agree. Hugo winked. Especially now that I know what that is. Constanzo muttered something like you've got much more to learn, man, but sank into the chair. Constanzo seemed different from others in the family, not only because he was always clean-shaven and more likely to wear a white shirt, pressed black slacks, and polished shoes, like now, while the others went for beards and Wranglers, plus scuffed cowboy boots. According to Graziella, Constanzo had the most education in the family, corporate experience, and was constantly thinking. Something was different about the way he carried himself, too. At an expensive watch, and he'd looked like a CEO among cowboys. My son went through some difficulties when he was growing up. Maybe I can offer a fresh perspective. Hugo didn't mean to put his nose into Graziella's business, but maybe he could be helpful. Okay. She nodded. To answer your question, I didn't count how many things happened to my family. But we had a kidnapping at gunpoint, a few murder investigations, art theft, and... Oh, my youngest son met his now wife when she stole his car. His jaw dropped. Wow. With his daughter in it, Constanzo added. Hugo picked up his jaw from the hardwood floor and poured the raspberry sweet tea from the pitcher for everyone. Double wow. Graziella raked her fingers through her hair. Plus, my husband turned out to be a gambler who wiped out our ranch earnings and disappeared. But we already have a long enough list. No kidding. Thankfully, he didn't blurt that out. He owed her the truth, as well, but right now, it wasn't about him. Okay, maybe my issue won't sound as important compared to that list, but it's important to me. Constanzo stiffened testily. Graziella took a sip of her tea. Of course, what happened to Liam is important. I'm all ears. Hugo studied Constanzo over the rim of his glass. I can leave if you'd like me to. It's fine. You can stay. Constanzo looked away. Maybe your experience can help me. One thing should be mentioned. I adopted my oldest son, as well as his younger brother, after I married their mother. That's admirable. Hugo meant it. And I love all my boys. I do. But, a muscle moved in Constanzo's jaw. Because the boy's father had a propensity to violence and physically abused their mother, you wonder if it might be hereditary, Graziella said softly. She knew her family well. On the contrary, Hugo hadn't seen his son in months. He wouldn't be able to read his son's thoughts. Forget it. Sometimes he couldn't even understand what his son was saying to him. His stomach clenched. That was when his son was talking to Hugo, which wasn't happening much lately. The sweet tea soured in his stomach. Maybe he should have told Kenneth the truth about Kinsley's death. Would it stop him from blaming Hugo for it? Or would it make things worse? He sweetened the bitterness in his mouth with tea and a bite of tender dessert. Well, yes. I worry about that. As his shoulders sloped, misery settled in Constanzo's brown eyes, so much like Graziella's. But a slight difference in their demeanor shone there, too. She shook her head. I don't think it's hereditary, and I don't want you to think that way. To follow that logic, your siblings would have become gamblers. Your siblings? Hugo raised an eyebrow. Graziella didn't include Constanzo with his brothers and sister, and it piqued Hugo's curiosity. That's true. Constanzo brightened. Then his shoulders slumped again. But then, Liam saw too much violence while growing up. What if it stayed in his mind that it's the way of life? Amazement stirred Hugo. How could Constanzo discuss something like this in front of a literal stranger he didn't like? Maybe the man trusted Hugo because Graziella trusted him. He didn't take that trust lightly. He cringed as guilt replaced his amazement. He'd tell her what was pressing on his chest soon enough. Well, as soon as he knew more himself. Of course, avoiding important calls wasn't a good way to get that knowledge. True. Her eyes became shadowed. Hugo ached for her smile to return. She pushed away her plate with half-eaten tiramisu. Some problems couldn't be solved with the help of even her wonderful dessert. Her tiramisu didn't have layers of fluffy cream like some other desserts. It was simply good to the core. Just like she was. She patted her son's hand. That said, I raised you right. And you treated that boy with love like your own son. Constanzo squared his shoulders. Liam is my son. Exactly. She nodded. He only sees kindness now. He's old enough to learn this is the way a real man is supposed to be. Hugo took another sip of the cold liquid with raspberry flavor. His family seemed to push out its members once they were no longer useful. At least, his son had. On the contrary, hers seemed to absorb people into a loving circle and hug them close, no matter what. He leaned forward. If I may. You said your son was accused of vandalism, that the principal called and said so. You didn't hear Liam say anything yet, did you? What if he was wrongly accused? Graziella smacked her hand on the table, making the plates jump. Hugo is right. We should get all the facts first. And we should trust Liam before making assumptions. She beamed at Hugo. I could kiss you right now. Then an adorable blush highlighted her cheeks. A pleasant warmth spread through him. The thought of tasting her lips was even more enticing than tasting her tiramisu, and he already thought her desserts were the best in the world. Constanzo cleared his throat as his gaze flickered between them. Then he sat up straighter. You're right. I had that thought, but I figured it was wishful thinking. Sometimes it does help to get a stranger's perspective. He coughed a little. Not that you are a complete stranger. Maybe I am. Hugo sent a tender glance Graziella's way. But I hope to change that. Even if he shouldn't. We need to get the total picture and go from there. Constanzo then drained his tea. Thank you. I usually think things through before jumping to conclusions like I did this time. Hugo had gotten that impression about Graziella's oldest son. From Graziella's stories, he sounded like the family's most rational and least impulsive member. Totally different temperament from the other Moores, and something about that bothered Hugo. It's more difficult to be rational when it comes to the people we care about. He knew it all too well. He'd missed all the signs in his first marriage that something wasn't right. Graziella smiled at him, sharing her sunshine. I'm glad you see the best in people. But he didn't. He hadn't for a while, having learned his lesson. Constanzo hung his head. I feel bad about jumping to conclusions before knowing all the facts. You're human. Graziella's voice was soft, compassionate. Then she narrowed her eyes. I am flattered, of course, that you hurried to discuss it with me first. But shouldn't you have brought it up to your wife rather than me? Constanzo grimaced again, a guilty look in his eyes. I thought she might be, well, be biased? Hugo guessed it for him. Because she's Liam's mother? Yes. Constanzo leaped to his feet. I'd better go and meet them at home. They'll need my support. Graziella nodded. You do that, mio figlio. As she closed the door behind Constanzo, she turned to Hugo. So I take it, your son was innocent when he was accused of vandalism? Hugo didn't want to admit it, but he'd kept enough from Graziella already. Oh, he was guilty all right. At least, Kenneth hadn't been able to keep that a secret. Kinsley, on the other hand, had kept an important secret for many years. Chapter 4. Graziella didn't like where this was going. Was her grandson set up, or was he denying smashing the teacher's windshield because he didn't want to get punished? She loved all her children and grandchildren equally, blood or no blood. But unlike her newest granddaughter, Ellen, Giovanni's adopted daughter, who was as sweet as Graziella's cannoli and lived now with her parents in the family mansion, Liam had a reputation as a troublemaker. Considering the kind of father he'd grown up with, it was no wonder. Ellen was currently in the stable with Giovanni and Meredith, Graziella's newest daughter-in-law, and it was better for the girl not to hear this conversation. Graziella's heart shifted. Was Ellen truly happy in her new family, or was she still trying to please everyone so they wouldn't leave her? Giovanni had gone to prison to take the blame for the woman he'd loved. While he'd been locked up, she'd divorced him, married some other guy, had Ellen with him, divorced again, and this year, she'd abandoned both her girls and disappeared without a trace. But then, she hadn't done much raising them even when she'd been with them. At least, now Graziella could lavish all her love on the girls. The teen had resisted at first, but Ellen had absorbed all the love like an eager sponge. Grandma, they just blame me because I punched a teacher's pet. Indignation rang in Liam's voice as he helped her peel potatoes in the kitchen. Since he'd been suspended from school for several days, Graziella volunteered to babysit him. Not that Liam would ever consider himself a baby. No. She suppressed a groan as she peeled her own mountain of potatoes. You hit someone's pet? How could you? Liam sighed. Grandma, I hit the teacher's favorite student. I'd never hit a defenseless animal. Graziella resisted the urge to rub her belly where a horse had once kicked her, nearly making her lose Aurora. She wouldn't use the words defenseless animal loosely, but yes, her family knew better than to hurt an animal. And why did you punch the teacher's favorite student? The potato was turning smaller and smaller in the boy's hands. Because he snitched on something I did. This was getting better and better. You're supposed to peel the potato, not have most of it end up in the trash. Okay, what exactly did you do? The boy's forehead wrinkled. You mean the most recent one, right? This time she did groan. There are several things? Really? Well, if you're gonna judge me like that, I'm not gonna tell you. Liam raised his chin. She admired her oldest son for adopting the boys, but he'd have his job cut out with this one. I don't judge. I just want to know the truth and how we can do things better in the future. And you know that, if you don't tell me, I'll find out one way or another, anyway. Fine. Liam gave a demonstrative sigh. I brought a puppy I found near school to the class. The pup wasn't even making any noise. And he wasn't spreading any fleas like the snitch said. He was a stray, and we help strays in this family, right? She searched for the right words. We do. But what do we say about hitting before thinking? Strike fast and jump back? Liam peeked her way as he dropped more tiny potatoes into the sink. No, she paused. We say there's always a way to avoid conflict. Not when the snitch kicked the pup. The teacher took his pet's side, of course. But I didn't smash his car. Honest. Why would I do that? Good. She added large peeled potatoes to Liam's tiny ones in the sink. He slashed his hand through the air. I'd probably cut tires. Faster, no noise, and easier to get away with. This time it was Graziella who sighed. Lord, please give me patience and wisdom, and not necessarily in that order. With the understandable exception of her oldest son, her boys had been rambunctious and ready to fight with their fists instead of words when growing up. Constantly. But as much as she loved her grandsons, she was supposed to be done parenting now. Apparently not. By the end of the conversation, they had enough peeled potatoes for several days ahead, and Liam seemed to understand most of what was right and wrong. Though one question remained. If he hadn't smashed the teacher's car, who had? She intended to find out, and that required a conversation with her PI niece-in-love. Graziella chuckled without much mirth after Constanzo picked up his son, and she talked with her niece-in-love over the phone. When Vera, Jenna, and Heather had decided to form an all-female detective agency, they'd worried they wouldn't have enough cases. But their own family provided them with enough work. Plus, between background checks, insurance frauds, and unfaithful spouses across the Show-Me state, they had a full caseload. Well, Graziella should be grateful this wasn't a murder investigation like some previous times. As much as her thoughts revolved around her family, they kept returning to Hugo. Throughout the day, she found herself glancing at the grandfather clock, wishing the evening arrived sooner. Hugo was picking her up to make up for the dinner she'd missed due to the baby's birth. But thankfully, Jenna and her little girl were doing well. An hour later, Graziella told him about the conversation with Liam over plates of shrimp Alfredo in Springfield. The food wasn't bad, but not as good as what she'd cook. But then, she couldn't blame the restaurant. No restaurant could afford a chef like her. Liam knows how much we dislike dishonesty in our family. I hope he didn't lie to me. I didn't get the vibe he did, anyway. She spoke between bites. Something flashed in Hugo's eyes, something she couldn't identify. So you believe him? I didn't have the privilege of knowing Liam since his birth. But from what I know about him, he's straightforward. His anger doesn't simmer, but overflows immediately. I see him punching the boy in the face in front of everybody. Crushing a car window when nobody was watching. No. He studied her. But you still verified his words about the puppy, didn't you? Something tightened his voice, but again, she couldn't decipher it. Liam didn't hide things from her. But did Hugo? The thought didn't sit well. He should know she wasn't a woman to be deceived. Not again, anyway. That I did. To my advantage, a lot of children remember me as a kind grandma who gives out cookies at the country fairs. Constanzo helped by looking at the camera footage from his house. Liam didn't sneak out at night. I provided the evidence to the principal, so they'd better lift the suspension. She chuckled. Though frankly, Liam didn't miss school much, except for seeing his friends and missing soccer practice. I still want to know who took a bat to the teacher's car, so Vera, my PI niece-in-love, is looking into it. He lifted his glass to his lips, his ocean blue eyes with tiny navy dots looking mysterious in candlelight and drawing her in. What happened to the puppy? Ah, an important question. Good thing he asked it. She took a forkful of garden salad that could use a touch more of raspberry vinegar. Can you guess? Lives with you now? His lips curved up. His smile warmed her, as well as the fact that he started to understand her family dynamics. Yes. She sipped her lemonade. Until we can find him a new home. One of my nieces, who is a veterinarian, gave him a proper exam, and I gave him a proper bath. Our cat isn't happy about the arrangement, but the pup has difficulty understanding the cat's attitude and feels right at home. His smile widened. I can imagine. You put a lot into clearing your grandson's good name. Just as I should. She raised her chin. In our family, we don't like someone throwing shade at one of our own. And waking up Mama Bear. But she wouldn't add that image to his mind in case he didn't have it already. He knew a lot about her family, had met most of it, but she had yet to learn about his and meet anyone from it. The lemonade soured in her stomach. She didn't appreciate the imbalance. Especially considering the burning question about his dead wives. But as outspoken as she was, somehow saying, "Did you have anything to do with your wives' deaths?" Like, killing them, didn't sound like the right thing to ask. Not yet, anyway. He switched the conversation to the times he'd gone hiking in the Himalayas and diving in the Caribbean, and she tuned out by the time he got to parasailing. Going upstairs in her mansion felt like hiking in the Himalayas lately. After dinner, she invited him for cappuccino on her terrace. Unconventional, she knew. Cappuccino was a morning-only drink in Italy. But still, the view was going to be spectacular and the cappuccino a treat at any time. He accepted with a grateful smile instead of suggesting they should go skydiving or parasailing or whatever that thing was called when people jumped tied to a rope. She didn't know and didn't want to. His gaze pensive, he stared at the horizon where God painted the sky in magnificent brushstrokes of gold and magenta, a breathtaking contrast to the emerald hue of the hills. They drank exquisite cappuccino in small sips, and he praised it a lot, just as he should. Then he took the empty porcelain cups away and placed them on the terrace's small table. A breeze ruffled her hair, and the air became cooler. He shrugged out of his jacket and snugged it over her shoulders. Thank you. Appreciation stirred for the gesture, the warmth, and the scent of his spicy cologne. She wanted to lean into him. But, from the beginning, she'd insisted they should take things slowly, and she didn't want to send mixed signals. Not to mention she didn't think many men could stay standing if she truly leaned onto them. Knocking down a guy wasn't her idea of a pleasant evening. But he must have read something in her face because, after a silent question in his eyes and a subtle nod from her, he wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Her heartbeat picked up speed from being so close to him, from his touch, and from the possibilities if she was open to them. Was she? I have to leave town tomorrow. He didn't elaborate. She didn't ask, though his words made her cringe. He was probably going on one of his adventures and didn't want to sound like he was suggesting she should go with him. They led their separate lives, had their separate families, and that was fine by her, though a part of her ached a little. So much for the possibilities. He let her shoulder go, making her feel the loss, but he made up for it by lifting her chin and looking into her eyes. I wanted to tell you. Neighing interrupted him. Giovanni dismounted fast, clearly in a hurry. Hugo's hand dropped, and he stepped back as her son rushed up the porch steps. Mama, I need to talk to you. Disappointment zipped through her. Oh, for crying out loud. Was he going to be upset again over her dating Hugo? Sorry, she whispered to Hugo. His smile was sad but understanding. It's okay. It's progress. We had almost an entire date without being interrupted. Giovanni waved in acknowledgement to Hugo, then turned to her. I thought you needed to know this. 3 horses are missing from the ranch. Chapter 5. The next day, Hugo stayed in the airport cafe, waiting for his son to arrive. The scents of freshly baked pastries mingled with the coffee aroma, but his empty stomach would have to wait a while longer. Right now, that stomach was a bundle of nerves. Noise and all the hustle and bustle grated on those nerves while he nursed a cup of cappuccino that wasn't even close to the one Graziella made. But then, nothing was. He'd helped her sons look for the missing horses yesterday, earning him much-needed brownie points. They'd recovered them, thankfully. But it surprised him that the horses had left the ranch, jumping over the fence. Could it be that someone lured them away? No, he must be paranoid, simply because that had happened to him before. In many cases, once trust was lost, it was lost. Thinking about the fascinating woman warmed him even more than the drink in his hands did. But even that couldn't reach the inner cold. Her family dynamics were so different from his, and that was one of the reasons he didn't mention this meeting to her. Her family welcomed even strangers into their fold and offered unconditional love and lots of food, covering them in a warm quilt of care and traditions. Meanwhile, he didn't know how to patch the thin blanket of his relationship with the person he should feel the closest to. And he did. Feel the closest, that was. Was he as bad a father as Kenneth had blamed him to be? Pain knifed Hugo. He'd left the rodeo circuit when Kinsley had gotten pregnant, swallowed his pride, and asked his father to accept him back at the ranch. He'd worked himself to exhaustion to support his family and give them everything they'd wanted. Yes, Kinsley had wanted to go to parties and exquisite restaurants, and he'd done his best to take her. But he couldn't leave the ranch a second time. Being a cowboy was the only thing he knew. That had created scenes and accusations, more often than not. Hugo scrubbed his face. He should have realized how unhappy she was. He should have moved with her to the city and found a job there. Maybe then, things could have turned out differently. But leaving his aging father again would have been a second betrayal. Eventually, Kinsley seemed to settle down, content to drive herself to Springfield for multiple hairdresser appointments or manicures and pedicures or movies. She smiled more and seemed happy, and he'd rejoiced and showered her with gifts and spent every free moment with her and Kenneth. Little did Hugo know. No, best not to think about it. On the surface, he and his son were civil to each other now. But if one dove into the murky cold waters of their relationship, they'd plunge through his son's disapproval of everything he'd done since Kinsley died. Kenneth's accusations that she died because of Hugo had ripped his heart apart. At first, he'd attributed that to grief and anger. Kenneth had to lash out at someone, and Hugo had been the easiest and closest target, someone who wouldn't walk away no matter how many times Kenneth screamed at him or slammed doors. But Kenneth kept blaming him for the accident. Hugo should have gone with his wife then. Familiar pain ruptured through him, and he thumped the cup on the table before he could drop it. If only Kenneth knew the truth. But at first, Hugo hadn't wanted to hurt the boy more than he'd already been hurt. Then it had seemed too late. Pointless, as well. Dating and then remarrying added fuel to the fire. Ruby, a quiet woman with wheat blonde hair and kind blue eyes, had wanted to help Kenneth. After a volatile first marriage with scenes and accusations, Hugo had sought a safe harbor. He'd craved healing and peace for himself and his son, and soft-spoken, gentle Ruby seemed to be the perfect choice. The image of her heart-shaped face and shy smile wavered in front of his eyes. His heart ached over losing her 5 years ago to a genetic disease he'd never heard of. But Kenneth had become furious when Hugo remarried, claiming his father was replacing his mother too soon. Yes, 3 years were too soon in Kenneth's mind, and had directed his anger at Ruby. When Hugo defended his new wife, he'd made matters worse. It was obvious to Kenneth that his father had taken Ruby's side, therefore betraying him. After leaving for college, Kenneth had barely called, and his visits were rare, though he'd benevolently let Hugo pay for his tuition, dorm, and other expenses. Kenneth hadn't even shown up to his stepmother's funeral or his grandfather's funeral, and that day, Hugo had admitted to himself he'd lost his entire family. He chased the bitter disappointment from his throat with a few sips of sweet liquid now. He'd been ecstatic when Kenneth invited him to his wedding, but it had seemed only so Hugo would write a generous check. He'd paid for Kenneth's wedding, even though he didn't approve of his son's choice for a wife in Aubrey, who seemed spoiled and expected Kenneth to provide for her until the end of his days. A barn wedding wasn't good enough for her, so she'd booked an expensive venue for 4 days. The major storms had passed, and Hugo was grateful for it. But ice now covered that invisible ocean between him and his son, and he had no clue how to change that. He'd tried to call Kenneth, of course, but his son either didn't answer or kept their conversation short. Hugo had stepped aside to give his son time, but maybe he should have insisted on meeting with him. Especially after Adeline was born. He closed his eyes, the soft weight of the little one pressing against his chest as it did whenever he thought of her, as if he could still cradle the infant. Tenderness, regret, and love swirled inside him like the liquid in his cup, blending into each other. His fingers tightened around the smooth cup that was getting cold. He'd be thrilled to see Adeline more often, and Kenneth's surprise call yesterday gave him just that. Hugo wasn't going to ruin it by bringing up the past or the family secret he'd never revealed to Kenneth. Hugo glanced at his watch and rose. It was time. Time to pick up Kenneth, his wife, and their daughter, Hugo's precious granddaughter. Time to forget the resentment that still tightened his stomach. Unless that tightness in his gut meant something else. Well, he wouldn't think about that now. He strode to the gate, seeking out the tableau with arrivals. His son and Kenneth's wife were going on a vacation, and their babysitting arrangements had fallen through. Them arranging for a babysitter when there was a living, breathing grandpa irked Hugo. But maybe it wasn't so strange, all things considered. Even what happened to him last year hadn't brought them closer. But as selfish as it was, he couldn't say yes fast enough to Kenneth kindly allowing him to babysit Adeline. There was a clincher, though. Kenneth had wanted a guarantee, one Hugo couldn't initially give his son. Until Hugo had mentioned Graziella. He'd expected anger, considering how Kenneth had reacted to Ruby. But Kenneth had liked the idea of a woman in good standing in the community being around Adeline. Just in case. Hugo didn't need to ask in case of what. He gritted his teeth as passengers passed by. He hated using Graziella like this, but considering how much she loved children, he didn't doubt she'd take to the sweet girl. Kenneth had a bitter, brooding personality and chose a life partner to match. Yet they'd created Adeline, such a kind, bright miracle. It was beyond Hugo. How did Graziella manage to raise 4 sons and a daughter alone, run a ranch, and do such a great job that everyone in the family felt cared for and loved each other? A mystery. On the contrary, he couldn't even make it work with one child. The woman's strength amazed him nearly as much as her kindness, and he tucked the feeling deep inside where even Kenneth's coldness couldn't reach. His shoulders slumped, but he pulled them back, plastered on a smile, and searched for inner joy. Finding that joy for seeing Adeline was easy, but the knife turned in his chest every time he thought how much he'd failed with Kenneth. "Grandpa." Adeline barreled into him. He staggered but recovered fast and lifted the darling girl. He nearly staggered again but managed to hide how much the gesture cost him. If Kenneth noticed, he'd make other babysitting arrangements. Hugo's heart constricted as he breathed in the sweet scent of the girl's green apple shampoo. All the time he'd missed with her. Talking via FaceTime wasn't the same as seeing her in person. But based on the sorry job he'd done with his son, maybe it wasn't such a bad thing. Arg. He greeted his son and his wife, who answered with indifferent nods. Something inside him shifted as Adeline hugged him and whispered, "I missed you, Grandpa." I missed you, too, sweetie pie. He blinked, hiding tears. Maybe letting her get attached to him wasn't a good idea. Kenneth had said as much, even called him selfish. Well, for a week, Hugo was going to be extremely selfish and spoil her rotten. Which meant all those phone calls would remain unreturned for another week, but he could live with it. He hoped. He grinned at her, despite the lump in his throat. We're going to have fun this week, aren't we? Before the girl could answer, Kenneth stepped closer. Just not too much. By the way, we'd like to meet this Mrs. Moore before our flight. Hugo almost bristled. Didn't Kenneth trust his word that Graziella was wonderful and reliable? And Hugo couldn't just spring his family on her unannounced. One had to prepare others for the likes of his son and his wife. He drew a deep calming breath of air filled with a mix of perfumes, colognes, and pastries from the nearest cafe. This was about the welfare of Kenneth's child, and Hugo would probably act the same in his place. So he gestured to the chairs nearby with his free hand while his other hand tightened around the auburn-haired treasure who placed her head on his shoulder with so much trust. He couldn't let her down. If he were a praying man, he'd pray for Graziella to answer and accept his request as he called her. He shouldn't have worried. Unfazed, Graziella said she'd already prepared pizza to put in the oven as if she knew there'd be guests and she'd hold off on baking it until they were closer. With the kind of family she had, he suspected she always had guests in her house. Either way, gratitude warmed him after he thanked her, disconnected, and relayed the invitation to Kenneth and his family. He playfully pressed on Adeline's upturned nose. You'll like Mrs. Moore's house. They have a tree house in the yard, a slide, a swing, a stable with ponies, a pond with ducks nearby, and lots of other animals and things. He already had a feeling they'd be spending way more time at Graziella's place than at his own. Awesome. Adeline clapped, then slid to the floor. Part of him was saddened, but another part was relieved he wouldn't have to carry her. His legs might start to wobble. Since last year, he couldn't lift the things he could once. She slipped her hand into his as they walked toward the staircase, and everything was right with the world again. He loved the skip in her step and was eager to add to it. Oh, and they have a cat, some fish, and a puppy right now. That's a strange combination. Kenneth grimaced. Hugo realized his faux pas. Just wait for it. 1, 2, 3. Daddy, can I have a puppy, too? Kenneth sent Hugo an accusing glare. We'll see. Don't you have plenty of toys to play with? He gestured at 2 large bags he was lugging after picking them up at the baggage carousel. Adeline pouted. Yes, but they are not a puppy, Daddy. Or a kitten. Mommy? You heard what your father said. We'll see. Adeline sighed and leaned toward him. Grandpa, that means no. With a warning glance, his son mouthed, Don't you dare get her a puppy. Of course, Hugo wouldn't. If Adeline asked again, he could get a puppy for himself, and if that was playing dirty, it was fine by him. Inspired by that, he led them to his truck and opened the door for Adeline, ignoring another one of Kenneth's grimaces. His son didn't like trucks or, by the looks of it, anything associated with his father. Except checks with lots of zeros on them, of course. Hugo settled Adeline into a pink booster seat he'd bought for the girl. Maybe, after the week was over, he'd even get another chance to use it before she outgrew it. He stopped by the florist and got Graziella flowers, the least he could do for barging in with his family in tow. And fine, he loved giving her flowers. The anticipation of seeing her soon pumped blood faster through his veins. The roses filled the cab with a pleasant aroma, but then he had to apologize to his daughter-in-law who started sneezing, complaining, and sneezing again. Meeting Graziella had made him realize so many things were lacking in his life. But was it worth changing it all, if? He didn't let the thought take root and grow, but instead concentrated on Adeline's giggles in the back and the stunning hills rolling around him. Now, when he didn't have to work from dawn to dusk, he appreciated the beauty more. Or maybe he'd realized how fleeting it all could be. Well, no need to go down that twisting road. It could only lead to a dead end. He winced and did his best to initiate small talk with Kenneth and his daughter-in-law. Still, relief flushed over him for more reasons than one when he parked near Graziella's mansion. Right away, guilt-needled. What did it say about him that he didn't want to be around his own son? Nothing good for sure. Taking their sour expressions with them, the couple left his truck, but he hoped they would warm to Graziella once they met her. Really, how could anyone not like her? Everything inside him lit up when she opened the front door and shared her sunny glow with them. She wore a mandarin-hued dress. Its floral pattern of some magic flowers matched the funky bracelets on her wrists. The outfit shouldn't go with the fuzzy pink rabbit-eared slippers. On the other hand, he decided as he greeted her and introduced his family, they went together perfectly. She had a knack for taking something that didn't fit and making it work. But even she could only do so much. Based on their widened eyes, Kenneth and Aubrey were clearly impressed when they stepped into the mansion's hall with its sparkling hardwood floors, crown molding, and antique hand-carved furniture. Yet their sour expressions didn't change. Tall and slim, with stylish wavy red hair that dusted her shoulders and plump red lips, Aubrey could be attractive if not for that expression she constantly wore. His stomach tightened. Could Graziella survive his family, or would that push her away from him? Chapter 6. Hugo craved to tell Kenneth and Aubrey that they should enjoy life, because every moment was precious. Graziella shook hands with everyone and leaned to Adeline. "It's a joy to meet you, Adeline. Grandpa calls me Sweetie Pie. I'm sweet, and I like pie." She lowered her voice as she glanced at her mother. "Not that I eat pie often." "Oh, and I'm here for the puppy." "Just for the puppy?" Graziella chuckled, unoffended. "Then you're in the right place. I bake great pies. We rehomed the pup, sorry. But we still have the cat. Her name is Buttercup. Plus fish. Plus lots of ponies. And my grandsons have a rat." Aubrey pinned him with a stare as they followed Graziella to the dining room. She shouldn't eat pies. Or get close to ponies. Much less rats. I have a list with instructions in her backpack. Which reminded him why he wasn't allowed to see Adeline, among other things. A former beauty queen, Aubrey still was on a strict diet and thought her daughter should be on the same. Since she planned to enroll Adeline in child pageants, Adeline can't afford to get fat. Anything Hugo fed her was making Adeline fat, in Aubrey's opinion. Apparently, Adeline couldn't afford a normal childhood either, because she had to take dance lessons and stage lessons, whatever the latter were. So different from his childhood on the ranch. He wiped the forming frown from his face and thanked Graziella once again. Pizza might not be the fancy meal Kenneth and Aubrey were accustomed to now, but his stomach and taste buds rejoiced. Adeline seemed equally impressed. "Pizza," she yelped as she rushed to the table. Hugo and Graziella smiled, but Aubrey shook her head. "You shouldn't be eating pizza." "Neither should I. Do you even realize how many calories there are in that slice?" Hugo cringed. They showed up here, practically uninvited, and now Aubrey criticized Graziella's food before even trying it? As Graziella was a woman who loved cooking, loved feeding people, and was proud of it, Aubrey couldn't have concocted a worse start to dinner if she tried. Not to mention Graziella wasn't ever going to let a little girl starve, especially on her turf. "Mommy, a small slice. Please?" Adeline lifted pleading brown eyes at her. "Bene. I'll bring fresh tomatoes sprinkled with balsamic vinegar and oregano. I also made a small veggie pizza with a thin crust." "Very thin." Graziella disappeared in the kitchen's direction. "Mommy, please?" Adeline asked in a quieter and resigned voice. "Okay," Aubrey allowed benevolently. "A small slice of the thin crust one. And you'll need to exercise afterward." The girl brightened. "I will. I promise." Hugo kept his mouth shut to keep from commenting and hurried to help Graziella with the pizza. Once everyone was settled at the table, Graziella said grace. No one said amen. He almost did, but he wasn't there yet. Ruby was a Christian, and she'd tried to instill Christian values in him and Kenneth. But she'd gotten nowhere. When Hugo had accepted Christ as his savior, Kenneth had called him a hypocrite for what he'd done to Mom. Maybe in some ways, Hugo was a hypocrite, indeed, because his faith weakened after Ruby's death, and eventually, he stopped talking to God altogether. The conversation at the table was awkward while Aubrey bragged about her multiple pageant wins and how Adeline was going to follow in her footsteps. While Kenneth looked proud of his wife, Adeline ducked her head, and Hugo's heart dipped. The girl clearly wasn't excited about the future pageants. Cute as a button, Adeline did inherit Aubrey's good looks with shiny hair, though auburn, not red, that floated over her shoulders and expressive brown eyes. But, while Graziella believed in letting her children and grands forge their own paths, Adeline didn't have the same choice. He unbuttoned his shirt collar, feeling stifled and sure his little girl felt the same way. He wouldn't mention pageants a single time while Adeline was here. Then he sent Graziella a grateful glance, imploring for her patience. She nodded with her typical understanding compassion, then moved the conversation to Kenneth's job, a topic his son loved. Kenneth preened as he discussed being the top candidate for heading his company's overseas division. Hugo's heart sank lower. If Kenneth and Aubrey moved overseas, Hugo would see Adeline even less. Yummy pepperoni pizza with thick cheese-filled crust globbed up in his stomach. But for Adeline's sake, he made sure his smile didn't slip. He took a long sip of iced tea for composure so he could encourage Kenneth. "Congratulations, son. I'm proud of you." And he was, really. It was just, with Graziella and Adeline around, he didn't want to be alone as much as he'd thought. He didn't like crowds, but he loved some people. He placed the glass on the table fast, thankfully avoiding sloshing the cold liquid over. Not that he loved Graziella. He asked about her children and grands, and she beamed as she talked about them, including her tiny new grandniece. Kenneth checked his expensive watch. "Well, it's time for us to head out." He rose, and Aubrey followed. Air whooshed out of Hugo's lungs. Graziella passed the test. Not that Hugo had any doubts, but with his son, one never knew. Adeline must have had similar doubts, because she ran to him and threw her arms around him. "I'm gonna stay with you, Grandpa." Then she seemed to remember something. "Daddy, Mommy, I'm gonna miss you. It's going to be a pleasure to have Adeline here." Graziella beamed at the girl, then looked up to Kenneth. "I understand you brought all the necessary paperwork, right? In case Hugo needs to take Adeline to a doctor and such." "Huh." And he'd forgotten about it. Aubrey glanced at Kenneth, then pulled out a folder from her gigantic designer purse. "Here we go." He gave Graziella a quick hug. "Thank you so much." "You're welcome. Come back soon with your little girl." Adeline grinned. "We will." Less teary than he'd expected, the farewell at the airport ended up being more a laundry list of all the things Adeline should and shouldn't do. He hoped Aubrey didn't hide a camera in any of Adeline's things, because they were going to follow that list exactly, in reverse. After the couple left for the flight, Hugo cringed at a stab of guilt for feeling lighter. At his ranch house, Adeline didn't bother to unpack all her numerous toys or explore the new place. "Grandpa, can we go back to Mrs. Moore?" Secretly pleased, he raised a brow as he crouched to the girl's height. "Why?" "I like Mrs. Moore, and I didn't meet the cat yet." "Anne, could I have more pizza? Itty bitty slice?" "I'll exercise a lot." "Pinky promise." He resisted the urge to gnash his teeth at her parents' methods of raising a child. Well, his methods didn't work very well either. "Let me see what Mrs. Moore says." As much as he was eager to see her again, he didn't want to impose. Graziella had her hands full with her grandchildren and didn't need to add his. His phone beeped with an incoming message, and his heart jumped at Graziella's name on the screen. "Are your son and daughter-in-law gone?" He chuckled at her straightforwardness. Once he sent a yes, his phone rang. "Bring that girl back." Buttercup finally crawled out from under the bed. She was probably scared of that couple. "Oh, and I'm babysitting one of my granddaughters soon and going to take her to the park to feed ducks. Would you and Adeline like to join us? I'll pack a picnic basket for us all." She paused. "I'll make sure to take lots of vegetables." He couldn't help laughing. "Thanks. I'll ask Adeline, but I believe I already know the answer." "Hold on. There are a couple of things." He tensed as he carried all the bags to Adeline's room. He hadn't painted it for the girl, and maybe he should have. Even if she was only going to stay 1 week. "Yes? I'm pet-sitting my nephew's Newfoundland. So we'll take her to the pond but keep her leashed while we feed ducks. Ducks don't understand she is harmless. She's just friendly." He smiled, relieved, as he unzipped the first bag that turned out to be filled with Adeline's clothes. Mostly fluffy dresses. "Sounds great to me. What's the second thing?" "Well, Gianna, that's my granddaughter, wants to be a doctor, so she often talks about blood vessels, bones, and so on. Just so you're ready. I don't think it's going to be a problem." He asked Adeline, and the girl nodded her enthusiasm. Anticipation stirred him. What could be better than being with his 2 favorite girls in the world? Graziella would laugh at him for calling her a girl. But she was young at heart, and that's what mattered. Adeline chirped on the way to Graziella's house, her chipper voice music to his ears. There, cheerful barking met them, followed by the arrival of a gigantic dog. Hugo took all the slurping on himself, because the dog was friendly indeed. Adeline squealed and didn't seem to notice that the cat went into hiding again. Can I pet her?" A joyful smile brightened Graziella's face. "Sure." Adeline glanced at him for permission. He'd questioned his son and daughter-in-law about their pet taboo, and they'd admitted the girl had no conditions to dictate she stayed away from pets. So he nodded, and Adeline squealed again and attempted to hug the dog. She succeeded only partly because of the critter's size. "She likes you already." A girl about 6 or 7 years old walked into the room. She carried a white bag with a red cross on it, so she must be the future doctor. Graziella made introductions, and the girls eyed each other. Then Graziella's granddaughter grinned, and Adeline responded with a shy smile. His daughter-in-law mentioned her difficulty finding proper playdates because Adeline could be unfriendly, but maybe Aubrey just had high standards for the moms, like owning the best designer purses in town. "Let's go. You're gonna like the ducks." The new girl tugged at Adeline's hand. He picked up the heavy basket, thankfully, without harumphing, then nodded to Graziella. "Would you like to show me the way? The pond is within walking distance. Is it okay if we walk?" She put the dog on a leash. Huh. Would she be able to hold on to it if the massive creature ran? He opened the front door for her, gesturing he'd take the leash, but she shook her head. "Sure," he said. He couldn't walk long distances anymore, much less run like he used to, but he was reluctant to admit it to her. Male pride? Probably. He thought about the hospital calls he'd have to answer soon enough. Something was amiss at the ranch. Or was it in her life? A shiver ran over Graziella's spine at an uncomfortable feeling of being watched in the grocery store parking lot 3 days later. It was as if someone's eyes burrowed into her back. Hugo placed the grocery bags in her trunk. He'd claimed that, because she'd done all the cooking and fed him and his granddaughter for days, the least he could do was help her buy groceries and pay for them. Adeline was putting the smallest bags in the trunk and chatting happily with her new friend, Graziella's granddaughter, who lived in the mansion. Normally, Hugo's company and Adeline's chatter would put a grin on her face. But not today. Still sensing eyes on her back, she turned abruptly. No one was nearby. Could someone watch her from a parked car? She swept her gaze over the parking lot. Considering several cars had dark-tinted windows, it was difficult to say. You seem distracted. Hugo removed the last few bags from the shopping cart. Is something bothering you? What gave you that idea? She raised her shoulder defensively. Something about you missing my question 3 times gave me a slight hint. Although he winked, his words weren't sarcastic, but concerned. Oh, oops. She looked around one more time and marched to the passenger seat, then opened the door for her granddaughter to climb inside. Graziella wasn't going to talk about her concerns in front of the little girls. He seemed to understand since he didn't press the issue but buckled the girls in the booster seats in the back. To think about it, this wasn't the first time she felt this way. But yesterday, surrounded by 3 rather loud children and in a hurry to get home to make dinner, she'd dismissed it. However, she couldn't dismiss the strange things happening to her family. From Liam being accused of vandalism to those horses disappearing to the latest development, her newest daughter-in-law receiving phone threats. Again. Not good. Not good at all. Graziella's fingers trembled, and she attempted to click the seatbelt closed, such a simple task, but she missed somehow. He leaned over her, giving her a whiff of his tantalizing cologne, and clicked it for her. Here we go. He lingered, his proximity sending her heartbeat into overdrive. He was close, so close his lips nearly touched hers, giving her a jolt of anticipation. She had no clue what to do with this attraction that showed up so late in her life. Defensive, she huffed. I'm not Adeline. I don't need to be buckled in. Hey, I can buckle in myself, too. I'm a big girl, Adeline yelled from the back seat. He slipped back into the driver's seat. I know, sweetie pie. I just enjoy doing it. He turned the key in the ignition. The motor revved to life. He asked what music Graziella liked, then found a corresponding radio station. Guilt stung her. She didn't want him to think she was in a bad mood because of him. Or that she didn't feel safe with him. God, please help me figure out what's happening. And please help it be something that's not sinister. Not to complain, but hasn't my family gone through enough already? She took a deep breath of Hugo's spicy cologne that made her heart beat faster. No one had the right to be angry with God. And she should be counting her blessings, including the new ones in the vehicle with her right now. Lord, thank you for all your blessings. Please help Hugo and his granddaughter and even his snooty son and daughter-in-law. Sorry again, Lord. Please keep my family safe in your care. In Jesus' name, amen. Feeling a little lighter, she glanced at Hugo's handsome profile. Her pulse picked up speed, but it wasn't only because of the attraction brewing between them. Was it a coincidence that things started happening when she'd begun dating Hugo? She nearly snorted, in a most unladylike way. Something always happened in her family. She was being paranoid. Besides, her niece-in-law had vetted him. Yet something didn't feel right. She glanced in the rearview mirror, relieved when she didn't see someone following them to the ranch. She let out a bigger sigh once she was in her home where the floor was worn down by many feet and everything was well loved. In the hall, they met her newest daughter-in-law, Meredith, who seemed to be on her way out. Graziella's rib cage squeezed. Considering the recent phone threats, she didn't like Meredith going out and about alone. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Seeming to read Graziella's mind, Meredith squeezed her hand. I just want to buy a few more things for the baby. I'm armed, and I'll be careful. Besides, Jenna is going to join me. As long as you don't mind watching Ellen. I adore Ellen. Besides, looks like she and Adeline play well together. Graziella wasn't convinced Meredith should leave the house, but having a large family meant dividing her heart between many people and worrying about them all. Good thing she had a big heart. She hugged Meredith and said a prayer, then closed the front door behind her. Then Adeline and Ellen settled on the living room carpet to play with Buttercup and plush dolphins. Ellen adored anything connected with the sea and had a collection of toy dolphins, mermaid dolls, and seashells, and often watched the fish in the aquarium as if they were her favorite cartoons. Graziella and Hugo carried groceries into the kitchen. The need to unload not only groceries but also her worries propelled her to tell him about the feeling of being watched. He moved closer as she voiced her suspicions. Why? Why did I have that feeling? Her hand with a pack of cheese stopped midair. No, why do you think anyone would want to harm you? His blue eyes darkened. His protectiveness touched a soft spot. Besides her family, nobody had tried to protect her in what seemed like forever. That's what we're trying to find out. My niece-in-law, Vera, will be on the case. Normally, my niece and another niece-in-law would help, but they're busy with their babies. A pleasant sensation flooded her, partly from Hugo's proximity, partly from their family expanding. Meredith was going to have a baby soon. More family members were working on giving their children a little sister or brother. She sent up a prayer for their success. How different that was from the painful experience of her youth. The biggest mistake of her life, by trusting a man who'd betrayed her trust. Then she raised her chin. The past was in the past, and one fateful summer in Italy should stay there. Her oldest son would never know the truth about his birth. As much as she disliked secrets, it was better that way. Chapter 7. While they put away the rest of the groceries, each accidental touch sending a pleasant wave along her nerve endings, Graziella told Hugo about Meredith receiving phone threats. After all, the small town would know it soon enough, and it wasn't fair to him not to have access to the information just because he didn't gossip. As she started making lunch, she shared how Meredith had been kidnapped at gunpoint. His blue eyes widened. And here I thought bungee jumping was adventurous. Just being part of your family seems adventurous enough. No kidding. She had a premonition of more things to come, and this one rare time she hoped to be wrong. In the kitchen, she was in her element, so her tension soon dissolved like salt in the tomato soup she was making. Or maybe Hugo, not just her domain, affected her that way, and attraction simmered in her blood like the liquid on the stove, making it hotter and hotter. She'd never thought that at her age she'd have the hots for a guy, and a much younger guy at that. For crying out loud, she was supposed to buy a cradle for her newest baby grandson, not rob it. How can I help you? Hugo asked, his gaze too intense for simple kitchen tasks. Just kiss me already. Her cheeks flushed, but she could attribute that to heat from the stove. You can help me by staying out of the way while I cook. She softened her words with a smile. He chuckled. I can do that. And thank you for helping me with Adeline. Oh, please. I have children coming and going in this place all the time. Adeline chased the cat into the hall and hugged her before carting the critter back to the living room, making Graziella's heart sing. The girl looked shy, and her smile seemed forced when Graziella had met her. But a few days made a huge difference in her demeanor. You're a great influence on Adeline. Hugo leaned against the counter. She's blossomed here. Maybe because they had mud competitions and drawing contests instead of child beauty pageants. Well, some of those pageants raised a lot of funds for charities, so Graziella shouldn't be judgmental, but it was different when the child participating didn't enjoy them. She bit back the comments as she added spices to the soup and thanked him for the praise. His gaze caressed her face, and she wished his fingers followed. Oh. No thoughts like that. She was a woman seasoned more than her soup, not a girl with her first puppy love. Emotion filled his mesmerizing ocean blue eyes, captivating her. I wanted to tell you, if anything happens, you mean a lot to me. A pleasant jolt shot through her, but worry chased it. You, too. To me. But, what might happen? His eyes darkened. I'll tell you. In its own time. That grated on her nerves. And her nerves were already like ropes worn out from too much laundry placed over them for years. Untold things in her family often resulted in someone risking their life. She was open with him and expected the same in return. Wait a moment. Hadn't she kept a secret from her children all this time? She cringed. She'd made a promise on her sister's deathbed, and Graziella was a woman of her word. She switched her attention to the cheeses and bread she intended to turn into grilled sandwiches. Easy to make, and children loved them. But this conversation underscored again that she and Hugo were opposites, and she shouldn't succumb to an attraction that showed up so late and tried to hijack her life. A muscle moved in his square jaw. I hope you'll understand. It's complicated. She suppressed an eye roll. If you want to talk about complicated, I can tell you stories about my family that could fill a few books. A whole series, really. But they'd all ended in happily ever after so far. Could there be hope for her, too, no matter her age? When her husband had taken off with all their savings and married someone else, he'd taught her to be cautious. She'd loved him, or she'd done her best to, but it was more out of gratitude for keeping her secret, for helping her out of a bind, than out of passion. And he knew it. He'd banked on it, as well, and her gut tightened at the memory of whispered reminders when they'd been alone. Hugo took her hands in his and said nothing, only looked in her eyes, and that said volumes. Pleasant tingles traveled from his touch along her skin, and she felt 18 again, so naive and hopeful among the beauty and enticing scents of summer in Italy. That was when she'd fallen in love with a charming dark-eyed man who couldn't have been more wrong for her. Shouldn't she be content that, sans the latest developments, all her children and their families were doing well? Lord, please guide me. Is this my desire getting in the way, or is this the man you made for me? She waited for a few beats as she stacked the sandwiches on the plate, then stirred the soup. No answer yet. Or maybe she wasn't ready for the answer yet. She'd learned that the Lord sometimes waited for people to grow up first. Though wasn't she grown up enough already? She chastised herself for rebellious thoughts. People could and should grow spiritually and emotionally their entire lives. When her grandchildren came over after school, she greeted them with her usual warmth, though a part of her deflated over losing her alone time with Hugo. However, she was a grandma who was involved in her grandchildren's lives and loved every moment of it, and that was it. They did grow up too fast. And she believed every child should have a chance at a happy life. Something inside her shifted. A chance to be born, too. Her parents' shouts when she'd come back from Italy, heartbroken but determined, rang in her ears, and just like then, she straightened her back. She'd made her decision then, and it had tied her to a man her gut had warned her was wrong for her, but even now, she didn't regret it. Constanzo was worth it and more. But having grandchildren around didn't make it easy for a relationship, especially with a man who kept part of himself hidden. Hugo had told her about his second late wife, and she'd heard sincere grief and hurt in his voice. But not about the first, as if despite the many years since her death, the wound still hurt too much to poke into. "Grandma, can we go outside?" Jackson asked. "Sure thing." On such a beautiful day, as they all filed outside, the sun basked the trees and hills with a warmth unusual for early November. The trees still clung to their golden and crimson leaves, though layers of those leaves already stacked like fluffy tiramisu on the ground. Thanksgiving wasn't far away, and then it would be Christmas. Then another Christmas and another one. She was grateful for every one of them, but how many could she have left? She was in her fall season, and winter might arrive sooner than she expected. Something changed inside her. Maybe it was time to tell Constanzo the truth about his birth, after all. About the charming Italian with dark eyes and a black mustache who was his father. The children went to the slide first with squeals, then moved on to the trampoline, and her heart warmed at Adeline's easy laughter. Constanzo's biological son, Taddeo, was showing her how to jump high already. The boy was a darling, and Graziella nodded to herself. She'd made the right choice all those years ago, and that choice, born out of pain, loyalty, and family obligation, and her giving up on the dream that had taken her to Italy, had given her the large beautiful family she had now. She took the bench. After running errands and cooking, thankfully, Hugo had done the cleanup. Her legs demanded rest. He clasped her hand in his, and she let him hold it. Even strong women needed to be held. Maybe especially such women, because it was so rare for them. She was blessed that all her children and grandchildren lived near her, though sometimes all those precious noisy blessings made her head pound. And she couldn't run after them like when she'd been in her 20s or 30s. But apparently, Hugo could. Or at the very least, jump as he joined them on the trampoline. "Come join us, Grandma!" Ellen yelled. Well, why not? She'd made sure they'd bought a sturdy trampoline, so it should survive her weight. She hoped. She climbed inside and took a few tentative jumps. The main task was not to fall on one of the children. Hugo took her hand again. "You're fine. You'll be fine." "I'm fine. Because I'm with you." She didn't say the words, but they settled in her head, bouncing for now, like her body was bouncing on the trampoline. They all laughed as they played basketball later, and Graziella adopted the role of the referee. Then the children squealed as Hugo sent them flying on the swing. A tiny bit of envy woke up to life. He was still a kid at heart, and she, well, wasn't. Getting married too soon and not to the man who'd taken her heart, then starting a family right away had made her grow up fast. That summer at 18, she'd been so eager to absorb the playful sounds of the harmonica and taste the incredible Naples pizza he'd fed her. So eager to feel the tickle of his mustache as he'd whispered things in her ear, things she'd never heard before, half in English, half in Italian, every word as delicious as the bread saturated in olive oil they'd enjoyed while walking hand in hand along ancient cobblestone streets. He was a friend of the family, and it didn't occur to her not to trust him. Just like her sister before her, Graziella had been eager to learn more about the country of her ancestors, and he'd taken her to see gardens, statues, fountains, and endless paintings while telling her that her perfection exceeded any of the marble statues. She didn't argue. Unlike them, she was alive. But in a country famous for art and history, her most fascinating study was of a man who awakened feelings a simple girl from the ranch she hadn't realized existed. She'd wanted to be a singer then, and he'd believed in her and her talent. Or so he'd said. She hadn't known then that hers wasn't the only heart he'd played with. Well, if she'd missed out on some fun in her youth, she'd made up for it in the amazing family she had now and the legacy she could pass to them. Decades later, even after her divorce, she'd been careful around charming men, including Hugo at first. But children seemed to love Hugo, and weren't children better judges of character than she was? She couldn't argue that she felt more alive with him, and her aches and pains scurried away in his presence, or maybe she just forgot about them. "Thank you," she mouthed to him. "I'm having a great time." He grinned at her over the children's heads on the swings. That grin made the sunny day brighter, and her heart fluttered. Maybe her heart had been closed to romance all these years, not because it had been broken so long ago, but because it had been waiting for this man to show up. And no offense to anybody, but most men her age loved describing their ailments to her as if they were a list of accomplishments or something to bond over. Seeing someone so filled with life and adventure, someone also clearly interested in her, was refreshing. It was like a second chance she hadn't prayed for, but God had given her anyway. Or did she see what she wanted to see? Hugo made her feel alive again with his open smile, handsome features, and intense eyes that seemed focused only on her, well, besides his granddaughter, and she could understand that. It didn't hurt that he was a former rancher and she could talk horses and cows with him to her heart's content. As she listened to one of the most wonderful sounds in the world, children's laughter, she realized maybe that was it. She whispered, "You make my heart content like my yummy food makes stomachs content." By the way, that's a compliment. She didn't think he'd hear her, but he nodded. Same. I mean, you make my heart content. I'm not much of a cook. Strangely, she was grateful for that. Her first love was a fantastic cook who could flip the dough in the air until the crust became paper thin and made better coffee than the multiple coffeehouses they'd visited in Naples. Why was she remembering him lately? She'd told him goodbye at 18 and never looked back. If he didn't want to take responsibility for the baby, she didn't want him in her life. How could he call Constanzo a mistake, an unwanted complication? The betrayal still burned. She'd never answered his letters, and there was no point anyway when she'd gotten married. She shook her head. She shouldn't taint this evening with memories. The evening was so perfect. She didn't want it to end just like once upon a time she hadn't wanted to end the evenings in Naples. She didn't want to go inside the house, and everyone else seemed to share that sentiment. But cold started seeping into her bones, so she ushered the children inside before anyone could get sick. After helping them take off their coats and boots and wash their hands, she made hot cocoa and Reuben sandwiches. She let Hugo help her with the Reubens, but maybe she shouldn't have, because every time their hands touched, awareness shot through her. Later, she read stories to the children while they all settled on the spacious couch and plush living room carpet. Crackling firewood offered the perfect soundtrack. As she caught Hugo's tender gaze over the children's heads, she wondered how long this ideal atmosphere could last. Experience told her it wasn't going to be long. And the phone call she received after Hugo and Adeline left, the girl asleep in his arms, confirmed that. Chapter 8. Hugo's chest swelled as his granddaughter ran in the park with Ellen, who carried a mermaid doll, and Gianna, who'd left her doctor's bag at his feet. Both took Adeline under their little wings. Sometimes other children joined them throughout the days, but this trio seemed inseparable. Adeline even started talking about becoming a traveling nurse, a clear influence of Gianna, and Hugo was shopping for toy medical bags already. He grinned at the story of how Gianna's parents had met. Who'd think a woman stealing a car with the man's daughter inside could lead to a happily ever after? Graziella placed her hand on his forearm, making his blood run faster. You have a wonderful granddaughter. I do. I can't take the credit, though. His heart constricted. He'd made the right choice. No one could know the secret. If his son ever found out, most likely, Hugo wouldn't see Adeline again. Okay, maybe not most likely. But there was still a high percentage of that, and he couldn't take that risk. Still, he winced. He didn't want to keep secrets from Graziella. He'd tell her, and only her. But not today. Today, he'd soak up the sun warming his skin, the sunshine that Adeline was, and the wonderful warmth radiating from Graziella. He joined the children for a game of catch, and then the girls collected bouquets of the colorful burgundy and golden leaves that rustled over the grass. Adeline gifted him her bouquet, and he accepted it with gratitude. After that, they all settled in for another picnic. Even on a sunny day, it was too cold to picnic on the ground by now, but the small park offered a wooden table and benches. Graziella had packed a thick crust pizza with pepperoni, Italian sausage, ham, paprika, and extra cheese, as well as sliced red apples from their orchard, an assortment of finger sandwiches with cucumbers, salami, cheeses, and some yummy vegetable paste with ingredients he had no clue about. Oh, and a bunch of crab cakes and cheese sticks that were a hit with the children. Is it me, or does the food taste better outdoors than inside the house? And your food is amazing to start with. He smiled his appreciation at her. Or maybe you're just hungry. She waved off his praise, but based on how her lips curved up, he'd pleased her. Rather thirsty. He leaned toward her and whispered in her ear. For a kiss. He loved the adorable blush on her cheeks and the way her breathing quickened. Then a basketball hit him in the head and distracted his wayward thoughts. Sorry. A preteen boy ran to them and picked it up from the ground. Hugo rubbed his forehead. At least it didn't end up in the food. Grandpa, did it hurt? Mrs. Moore should kiss it and make it all better, Adeline said with authority. Ellen grinned and high-fived his granddaughter. He chuckled, but Graziella's blush deepened. He'd heard legends about the little matchmakers in this family, and he didn't mind in the least. Or I can put gauze around your head. I have some in my bag. Gianna gestured to it. No offense, Gianna, but I like Adeline's suggestion better. He sent Graziella a smile with a tad of challenge. Always glad to help. Graziella got up and placed a kiss atop his head, then another on his cheek. He longed for her to move to his lips, but it wasn't the time or the place. Better? She took her place on the bench again. Much. He tucked the memory of the perfect day deep inside, in case. Best not to think about this now. He ran his fingers over her forearm, feeling the warmth even through her crimson sweater. Their gazes met and held, causing his blood to stir. But they had children to watch, so they broke eye contact. Adeline handed him a bottle with sweet tea. Here, Grandpa. Thank you, but I'm good. She blinked. But you said you were thirsty. He did. Meaning he was thirsty for Graziella's kiss. Graziella burst out laughing while the girls looked at each other with adorable puzzled faces. Okay. So I did. He took the smooth tea bottle from his granddaughter. Among all that joy, an unexpected alarm went through him. As if someone was watching. It was just a queasy feeling in his stomach, but remembering Graziella's words about a similar feeling yesterday in the grocery store parking lot, he paid attention. His throat became parched, and he decided he'd like some tea, after all, and took a sip of sweet cold liquid. Then he glanced around discreetly. On a beautiful Sunday afternoon with a bright blue sky and golden foliage dripped in sunshine, a lot of families were enjoying the park. Many of them seemed to know Graziella and waved at her or had stopped by the table to shake hands or exchange hugs. Finally, his gaze moved to a stranger on a bench far away reading something on their phone. The person wore a baseball cap drawn low, big sunglasses, baggy pants, sneakers, and a jersey that appeared one size too big, making it difficult to say whether the person was a male or a female. Or see the face below the cap and behind sunglasses. Hugo squinted in an attempt to see the tattoo on the person's neck, but he couldn't discern it from this distance. Looked like some letters. 5 of them. Someone's name? The person looked up, tilting their face in their direction, probably glancing at Graziella, then at Hugo, though he couldn't say for sure because of the sunglasses. Then the stranger returned their focus to the phone screen. Hugo's gut tightened. But he had nothing to go on. The park was a public place, extra popular today when people did their best to soak up the sun before winter. Wearing sunglasses wasn't unusual, and a lot of people had their noses in their phones these days. Still, his gut twisted. As they cleared the table with the girls' help, packing away leftovers in the picnic basket, he leaned toward Graziella to make sure the children wouldn't overhear and gestured toward the stranger. Do you know that person? Hard to say with sunglasses. So she'd noticed them already. And contrary to popular belief, I don't know every single person in town. Besides, this might be a newcomer. Right. And he might be imagining things. Still, he had to know. Graziella's and the children's safety were even more important to him than his own. By any chance, did you see this person yesterday in the grocery store parking lot? She placed the empty plate back on the table instead of in the basket. I don't think so. But several cars had tinted windows, so it's difficult to say for sure. The glow of her beautiful brown eyes dimmed, and he hurt over having diminished her joy. Her eyebrows knit, but then she ironed out the frown as she looked at the cute trio. Girls, how about you play in the treehouse in our yard? And later, we can build a castle or a fort in the house from pillows. Yay! The girls leaped to their feet. The basketball flew in his direction again, and this time, he was prepared and even grateful. He caught it and sent it back to the boys, overshooting deliberately so it ended up close to the bench with a lonely stranger. Oh, oops. I'll get it for you. He took off in the ball's direction. But before he could make it there, the stranger got up and started jogging in the opposite direction. A coincidence? Maybe. But as he exchanged glances with Graziella, clearly neither one of them believed it. Graziella racked her brain to figure out why anyone would be watching her, but she couldn't come up with a plausible answer. She rolled the pizza dough, reminding herself to make a thin crust for Adeline's veggie pizza, although, frankly, the girl could stand to gain a few pounds. Graziella would gladly give her some of her own. However, she'd forgotten to make this kind of pizza yesterday and instead loaded it with different toppings and extra cheese. The way pizza should be. Images of the world-famous pizza in Naples, people there were well aware that their ancestors invented pizza and also considered theirs the best on the planet, appeared in her mind. Even decades later, she could taste and smell it. Despite it having fewer toppings, it had melted in her mouth, and Lorenzo Flavio had looked at her as if she'd melted his heart. Her own heart had changed then, flattered that such an elegant, distinguished, and accomplished man would look at her, a cowgirl with aspirations of an opera singer, like that. How far away it all seemed now. And yet, as if it were yesterday. Lorenzo Flavio had stolen her trust in men then. Was that why she couldn't let Hugo too close, despite all the attraction? Or was there more? She glanced at him marinating the steaks for grilling later. Sunday family dinner required a lot of food, and they were getting a late start after lingering in the park. She'd never been vain, but dating a younger man could give a woman generous around the waist a few nudges. She'd been using night cream more often now, though she'd gotten a late start there, too. However, she wasn't going to join one of those fancy gyms. Running after the children gave her a good enough workout, thank you very much. Adeline, Ellen, and Gianna were watching cartoons, and Buttercup had been stretched out nearby on the carpet when Graziella checked on them last. For now, just their chipper little voices drifting down the hall were enough to let her know they were happy. Hugo also seemed to keep an ear alert to Adeline, based on how he paused and moved to the doorway from time to time. The depth of love for Adeline in his eyes any time he looked at the girl endeared him to Graziella. He clearly adored his little granddaughter, and Graziella's heart ached for him over when Adeline had to go back to her parents. She wanted to reach out to him. Then she switched her thoughts. I mean, I'm not the most agreeable person in the world, and my children would tell you that's a major understatement. But I can't imagine anyone wanting to watch me. He finished the steaks and started peeling potatoes. I love watching you. He winced. Okay, that sounded creepy. I mean, I love looking at you. Such joy always radiates from you. Oh, please. Although secretly pleased, she waved him off. She spread homemade tomato sauce over the dough, then a thin layer of cheese. It's not like I'm some Italian masterpiece. To me, you are. Only better. She tried to distinguish flattery but found sincerity. Grazie. Once she scattered on a generous layer of olives, green peppers, and mushrooms, Hugo put the pizza in the oven. Technically, mushrooms are not vegetables. They are fungi. He took off the mittens to return to the potatoes. She placed her hands on her hips, and yes, she could still find her hips. Do you have anything against mushrooms? He raised his hands in a placating gesture. No, I loathe them. He stretched the word. Very much. What about you? His blue eyes turned intense. She could disappear into those eyes. Maybe she had already. I love them very much, too. Why were they declaring their love for mushrooms now? And why was her skin heating up as his gaze slid to her lips? Must be the heat from the oven. The one she'd closed already. She shook her head to pull herself out of the fog his proximity placed her in and set the timer. Are you going to bake the pizza for 2 hours? He asked. More heat flooded her cheeks, this time from embarrassment as she corrected the timer. No. She'd made sure to keep a fire extinguisher under the kitchen sink, but so far, she hadn't had to use it. Well, not when she'd been cooking, and she didn't want to start now. She snatched the knife to peel potatoes before she could do something silly and initiate a kiss. But helping him with potatoes meant she had to stand close. Too close. It had been decades since she'd been so aware of a man's presence, the musky cologne scent, the fact that she could reach out any minute and run her fingers along his handsome face, and more disturbingly, how much she wanted to. The intensity of the feeling was as strong as when she'd been 18 on the other side of the world, and she'd lost her head then. That had resulted in the biggest heartbreak of her life. She started on the potato furiously and did what her grandson had done before, reducing it to a tiny ball. Wow, did she ever need to rein in her emotions? After Adeline leaves, his voice broke, then regained its strength. I'll have to go to Springfield for a few days. Disappointment hit her hard. He didn't ask her to go with him. Was that because he wanted to do something adrenaline-fueled and didn't expect her to go along? Or was it the secret she'd sensed he'd been guarding? Was he? She nearly dropped the knife. Was he seeing another woman? His age or younger? One who didn't have gray in her hair or crow's feet around her eyes from every time she'd smiled, and Graziella had smiled a lot. Maybe he read her thoughts on her face. After all, she'd never tried to change her facial expressions, because he added quietly, I have to see my doctor. I postponed it long enough. Was it something serious? Her heart dropped to the tile. Him seeing another woman would have been easier to deal with. How bad is it? Her voice croaked as she thwacked the kitchen knife onto the counter. Oops. Just some routine tests. His tone was light. Too light. I'll know more when I'm back, okay? She wasn't buying it. No, it wasn't okay. By no means could it be okay. But as outspoken as she was, she couldn't push further. He took her face in his hands, stealing her breath away. It's going to be all right. I'll pray for you. What else could she say? Thank you. She'd never clung to any man, not Lorenzo Flavio, not her ex-husband, but she nearly clung to Hugo now. She didn't need a man to lean on. But she'd gotten so accustomed to having him by her side lately that she couldn't imagine a day without his easy smile, his youthful spirit, and his intense eyes beaming admiration upon her. A day without him, much less forever. She scolded herself. She was acting silly. He'd told her it was routine tests. She needed to switch her mind to something else. Hugo gave her an out. Did you clear Liam's name? She brightened. Vera talked to the teacher in question. That teacher had claimed the outside camera recording was blurry, but Vera pressed on. Finally, the teacher admitted the camera caught his girlfriend blasting his car with a baseball bat. She suspected the guy of cheating. Hugo's mouth tightened. But why didn't he speak up when Liam was wrongly accused? Because the teacher didn't want to air his personal life issues. When the class snitch, threw the blame on Liam, some people believed him, including the principal. My grandson had gotten into plenty of fights. Plus, he had a history of family violence before becoming part of our family. That is so unfair. She nodded. People prejudiced against her grandson. Well, she had a long conversation with the school administration, so something like this wouldn't happen again. But the way you defended that boy was admirable. The way you love so many people in your life and heal their wounds is nothing short of amazing. You are amazing. He lifted her face with the tips of his fingers and leaned closer. Her pulse skyrocketed, and she listened for the children in the living room. Thankfully, they seemed engrossed in the cartoons. Anticipation rippled through her, all the more intense from the thought that she didn't know when she'd see him again. A question ignited his eyes as he dipped his head lower. His hot breath caressed her ear. May I kiss you? I say it's about time. At her age, she didn't have any time to waste. She angled her face for the kiss. But the moment he brushed his lips against hers, sending a wave of delight through her, the doorbell rang once, then again. You've got to be kidding me. She pulled away. The girls scrambled into the hall. But she wouldn't let them open the door, and they knew better than to talk to strangers. Deflated, she stomped to the front door and glanced in the peephole. Okay, a delivery guy from the Cowboy Crossing bakery, but what was he doing here? Unless one of her children or their spouses had ordered pastries for the family dinner. No matter how much she'd tried to teach them, not everyone inherited her culinary talents. She brought the box of cookies inside. Yep. Meredith had this scent. Her newest daughter-in-law couldn't bake or cook to save her life, and she, Giovanni, and their older daughter had gone to a cafe and to do some shopping. Hold on. Graziella froze before placing the cookies on the counter as she returned to the kitchen that smelled of paprika and tomatoes, and yes, Hugo's spicy cologne. Why didn't Meredith simply bring the cookies to the table? And why these cookies? In Graziella's absence, Hugo had made the pile of peeled potatoes grow, but he placed the knife in the sink as if reading her concern, giving her undivided attention. What's the matter? Something doesn't feel right about these cookies. Let me call my daughter-in-law. So she did. When she disconnected the call, her knees buckled, but his strong arms held her up. Meredith never sent these. Chapter 9. Days later, Graziella was ready to smack herself with a kitchen towel. Not too hard, though. She'd managed to burn dinner, though no fire extinguisher needed to be involved, and she'd dropped 2 of her favorite porcelain cups, family heirlooms, shattering them in shards. The children were in school, and she missed their laughter. And Hugo and Adeline were gone, leaving a void inside her. She poured herself a glass of raspberry iced tea and sat in the breakfast nook overlooking the lawn. Usually, the view filled her with joy. But not today. How could she deny it? She missed Hugo and his granddaughter with her whole being, much more than she thought she would. She took a sip of cold liquid, her fingers wrapped around the smooth glass she hadn't broken yet. What was wrong with her? She had a full life and a gigantic family who adored her company, sometimes too much. If that wasn't enough, she had local charities to keep her occupied, plus a recently formed chocolate book club, properly dedicated to discussing books and eating chocolate desserts. Her daughter-in-law, Nellie, her oldest son's wife and Liam's mother, helped run this club at the library she now managed. Despite being retired from running the ranch and having her children grown up, Graziella was occupied all the time. She shouldn't be thinking about Hugo this much, right? She took another sip of sweet amber liquid, then helped herself to the plate of cannoli. The Italian dessert melted in her mouth, but worrisome thoughts didn't melt away. All right. The false vandalism accusation had been cleared, thanks to Vera, and the missing horses had been found, thanks to Hugo. But after Meredith had received threats again and an imagined or real stalker had lurked in the park, now there was the mystery of the wedding cookies. Graziella's mouth watered. Lorenzo Flavio had treated her to wedding cookies for the first time in a cozy pasticceria in Naples that smelled of fresh dough and hope. She dismissed the memory. Vera, her PI niece-in-law, had called and said she'd sent the cookies to a lab to check them for poison, and Graziella couldn't wait for the results. Yesterday, she'd told the family that, at her house, they should eat only desserts she'd made, and no one had an issue with that. And they'd better not. She enjoyed another cannoli and gave herself a mental pat on the back for baking another masterpiece. But if she kept burning food, people would starve here, and that wouldn't do. Worry about Hugo gnawed at her, but she had to stop fretting and start dinner from scratch. Again. Well, as soon as she had one more cannoli. The phone in her apron rang, and she snatched it with a surprising eagerness. Her heart picked up speed as she saw Hugo's name on the screen. She forced herself to take a few deep breaths so as not to appear too eager. Hello. I couldn't wait to hear your voice. His sounded husky. Should she admit the obvious? She'd never played games and wasn't going to start now. Same here. She took a long sip of tea so she wouldn't say how much she missed him. Playing games was one thing, but being needy was another. Especially considering the age difference. Do you have any news? Not yet. I miss you so much. It's so weird how I lived my entire life without you, your throaty laughter, your kind eyes, and fine, your world-famous tiramisu. Her heart somersaulted as she stared at the plate in front of her. Wait till you try my cannoli. He laughed. And how can I forget your modesty and sense of humor? I've never laughed as much as when I'm with you. Really, how could she not be attracted to this man? Lord, if I need to resist him like I should have resisted Lorenzo Flavio, you're not making it easy for me. Another sip of tea, this time to cool herself down. Any new suspicious activities? I'm sorry I had to leave. I should have been with you to make sure you're safe. Stop it. You couldn't postpone the tests any longer. Quiet here so far. Squeals in the living room contradicted her words. I mean in the sense of no new developments. Talking about his granddaughter should be safer ground. How is Adeline doing back with her parents? Oh. His voice warmed. I talked to her over the phone, and she's been asking about you all the time. She wants you to be her grandma. Tenderness filled her. I'd be thrilled to be her honorary grandma. He cleared his throat. Not honorary. She thinks you and I should be together. So do Gianna and Ellen. The little matchmakers must be on this again. Graziella blinked, then blinked again. That couldn't be a proposal, could it? It would be a strange one. But then, the men in her family had proposed with a mini donut or a keychain ring. She's such a sweet, selfless child. He chuckled. Not so selfless. She says all your granddaughters were flower girls and only she missed out, which is totally unfair, and I tend to agree with her. Then his voice changed. Sorry, I have to go. Talk to you soon, Mia cara. Talk to you soon. She made it easier for him by being the first to disconnect, despite her desperate need to hold on to his voice. Hold on to him. Mia cara. My darling in Italian. Nobody had called her those words since Lorenzo, and she'd found out soon enough she hadn't been the only one he'd said them to, as well as other words. Ti amo. Hugo must have looked up my darling. His pronunciation wasn't perfect, but the words stirred her heart. Their sweetness stayed with her like the taste of the cannoli. Until Giovanni stormed toward her in the breakfast nook, gave her a look, and said, "We have new developments." Hugo had enough of tests, hospitals, and doctors. He opened his truck door and slipped inside. They could call him with the results. And he needed another test like a cow needed flies. His mouth still had the bitter taste of vending machine coffee that seemed especially atrocious after Graziella's cappuccino. Of course, her cappuccino and even her world-famous tiramisu wasn't why he was pulling out of the hospital parking lot now. He meant what he'd told her. He missed her. Far more than he'd ever imagined possible. It was like a part of him had stayed at her ranch in that place filled with joy, laughter, and fine, delicious scents and yummy food. Well, more than just a part of him, a significant part of him. Now he needed it back. No, wrong. He needed the rest of him to join it. At her place. With her. He turned the key in the ignition, and something turned inside him, as well, in anticipation of seeing Graziella soon. Her house, lit up by her smile and kindness, was a world in itself, separate from the rest of the world. Like it was a country of joy and happiness one gained a passport to, simply by crossing its borders. There, he could forget his worries and enjoy life and great company. He floored the gas pedal as he merged onto the freeway, then let it go a bit. He'd rather make it to her ranch in one piece, and something told him she'd agree. Still, it wouldn't hurt to pass some slowpokes who drove like they were 100 years old. Just as he was passing a blue sedan, his hands-free phone rang. He'd been thinking about Graziella, and she must have been thinking about him. But as he glanced at the screen, he grimaced. He did his best to inject joy in his voice as he pulled into his lane and answered. Hello, son. Congratulate me. For once, Kenneth sounded excited speaking to him. I got the position. Hugo's heart joined the gas pedal as he adjusted his speed. He didn't need to ask what position Kenneth was talking about. Heading the important division. In Brazil. That meant. Who knew when Hugo would see Adeline the next time? And depending on the test results, whether he'd see her at all. No, he wouldn't think that way. He pulled his shoulders back even as his fingers tightened around the steering wheel's smooth surface. Congratulations. You don't sound too excited. Kenneth let out an exasperated sigh. But then, you were never glad about my successes. That wasn't true. But once people made up their minds, changing them was extremely difficult. His son was a prime example. Hugo injected a portion of joy and enthusiasm he didn't feel into his voice, but it was like putting air into a tire with a hole. Yet he tried. I'm proud of you. Very happy for you. Really. He was being selfish. Just because he'd wanted to see his granddaughter and 1 week spent with her wasn't nearly enough, he shouldn't begrudge his son his success. It was unfair to Kenneth. And really, it wasn't like Hugo could take care of her full time. Not if the doctors called and told him his disease wasn't in remission any longer. But longing suggested how much he wanted to spend more time with Adeline. She was the only person from his family besides his parents who loved him unconditionally. And he would give his life for her. Maybe even move to Brazil. His rib cage constricted. That would mean leaving Graziella. She'd never move far away from her rambunctious family, and he'd never ask her to consider it. His son's paws stretched. What was going on? Finally, Kenneth came back on the line. Well, Aubrey and I were thinking. While we're relocating and establishing ourselves at the new place, would you like to have Adeline live with you for 2 or 3 months? Hugo nearly swerved, but managed to keep the vehicle in his lane. Be careful what you wish for. Graziella opened the front door, and her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Hugo's Arctic blue shirt was wrinkled, and his leather shoes didn't shine as they usually did. His posture was weary, and more stubble shadowed his cheeks. But his smile was bright and open as always, and he'd never looked better to her than now. Maybe it was like when she'd never been as fond of food as in that one time she'd tried to diet, the longest 45 minutes of her life. Apparently, her heart was hungry for Hugo. Starved, really. Words failing her, she waved him inside. Sorry, I showed up without calling ahead. He stepped into the house, filling the space with broad shoulders and a spicy cologne that ignited a myriad of sensations inside her. Seriously? She rolled her eyes. You don't have to call ahead. Unless I'm at the park with the children. Or at the stable with horses. Or at the library for the chocolate book club with my friends. Or, never mind. Just get here. Did you lose a few pounds? He smiled. I don't think so. Well, either way, I'll make sure you gain them back. Here came her throaty laughter. I didn't doubt that for a minute. He took her into his arms, sending her heart rate into dangerous territory. Every cell in her body woke up in the anticipation of the kiss. Her insides went liquid as if she could dissolve into his embrace. Yet she needed more. She craved his lips on hers, tangible proof that he wasn't just a part of the dream. Yes, she dreamed of him at night, but right here. Anticipation claimed her entire being, and she wanted to be kissed with passion and deserved it. 6 decades or not, she didn't have an expiration date. But before he could properly kiss her hello, somebody tugged on his jeans. From several sides. Reluctantly, she disentangled herself from Hugo's welcoming embrace and strong arms and glanced down. Buttercup was hanging on him on one side, thankfully without putting claws into his flesh. After all, he probably had enough blood drawn as it was in the hospital. Ellen with a mermaid imprint on her pink t-shirt and Gianna with a serious expression on her round face framed by her dark bob hugged him from the other side. Mr. Hugo. we're so glad you're back. The children's ingenuity made Graziella smile. Aurora's son stayed in his room, based on the guitar noise coming from it, and missed all the commotion. Graziella was grateful the boy was getting better at it because he seemed to practice every waking moment. The same sincere smile reflected on Hugo's face. You are? Ellen nodded her enthusiasm, her signature pigtails in pink ribbons jumping. Yeah. Grandma burned several dinners while you were away. We started to worry. Thankfully, he didn't ask whether they worried about Graziella or worried they'd have to go without her fabulous cooking, and she was grateful for that. He simply drew her close, and she inhaled that intoxicating cologne of his. She brushed her palm against his rough 5 o'clock shadow as if she needed to touch him to make sure he was here once again. At least she didn't squeal like a little girl when she'd seen him in the peephole. That should count for something, right? I have something to tell you. She led him to the kitchen, out of the earshot of small ears. But she'd still be able to hear the girls from there as they returned to their rambunctious play in the living room. Me, too. Uncertainty seemed to lower his voice. Oh. Hopefully, it wasn't bad news. Her stomach tightened, but she didn't want to lose the joy of seeing him again. I'll go first. My son wants Adeline to live with me while they set up overseas. I should be overjoyed, and I am. But. She waved a hand, filling in his hesitancy while keeping her voice low. You don't know whether you'll be able to take care of her if those test results show you're sick. When he nodded, her pent-up breath rushed out. Phew. I thought it was bad news already. Let me make you some coffee. Oh, and I baked cannoli this morning. She raised her voice. Contrary to what the children say, I didn't burn everything I cooked during the days without you. Ellen peeked around the corner, grinning. Despite teasing her, deep inside, Graziella loved the girl's newfound spunk. When her son had brought Ellen and her teenage sister to the ranch, Ellen had been sweet and obedient, to the point of doing her best to please everyone. She'd been afraid that, if she'd been difficult, people would abandon her again like her biological mother had. Unfazed, the girl now giggled and scooted toward them. When is Adeline gonna be back? Something changed in his face, and her heart went out to him. As soon as I can get her here, he said at last. Then he cleared his throat. I mean, not here. Not to this house. It wasn't a difficult decision to make, and Graziella didn't hesitate. Well, why not here? She placed a cup with freshly brewed coffee in front of him and shifted the plate closer while Gianna brought a tiny pitcher of cream. My oldest son and his wife just built a house nearby, so the guest house they vacated is available. His eyes widened. Thank you for the coffee and sweets and the offer. Yay! Ellen clapped. I'm gonna have a new sister. Graziella blinked. She wouldn't go that far. Although. She stared at Ellen and Gianna, who looked up at them. Graziella didn't want to have this conversation in front of the children. Both girls sighed. Right. You're gonna have an adult conversation. Huffing, Gianna settled at the dining table and started drawing a doctor in a white coat. Ellen went to drawing mermaids by placing her mermaid dolls on the paper and outlining them with a pencil. Then Buttercup stretched on the large sheet of paper, so Gianna did an outline of the cat while the pet stayed motionless with surprising patience. What would the girl do when she decided to draw fish from the aquarium? Graziella didn't want to know. She switched her attention back to Hugo and breathed in the coffee aroma that now mixed with his cologne's spicy scent. She always thought the best scents in the world were food aromas, but she could stand corrected now. He cradled the cup in his hands. It's a generous offer on your part, but you can't be serious. You already have your hands full. Pissed, she waved it off as she sat opposite him. Did she need to spell it out? It wasn't about her generosity, though there was that. She enjoyed his company and worried about him. And that little granddaughter of his could use someone who fed her normal food and didn't put pressure on her to talk right and walk as if she were on a podium. In case you haven't noticed, I already have 2 children and a teen living here. Plus a bunch coming and going all the time, especially on weekends. Do you think one more child is going to make a difference? You're an incredible woman. He leaned closer, coffee and pastries forgotten. While her coffee and pastries should never be ignored, she rather liked it when he looked into her eyes. I know, she said. She liked it even more when he chuckled and reached for her hand, sending a pleasant wave through her body. Why didn't I meet you earlier? His gaze heated. For some time, she'd been asking herself the same question. If you met me when I was still angry with my ex-husband, I would have sent you walking fast and far away. You know, it's all in God's timing. Then her rib cage constricted. What did you want to talk to me about? A sheepish smile tipped his lips as he ducked his head. It widened as he met her gaze. I wanted to ask for what you offered. I just didn't know how to broach the subject. She rolled her eyes for the second time in one day. You should know by now you can be direct with me. He opened his mouth as if he was going to say something. Then he looked away. Did you find out anything about the cookies? I hated to leave you when you might have needed help and protection. Change of subject, huh? She let it drop. For now. Protection from cookies? Though to think about it, sometimes I indulge in too many of them, resulting in too many inches. And every inch of you is beautiful. He smiled. Right. Warmth spread through her, so she glanced at Ellen and Gianna, mostly to check on the girls, but needing a distraction, as well. Thankfully, Ellen was now drawing the fish from the aquarium by looking at them and not by taking them out to outline. Graziella appreciated that, though Buttercup seemed disappointed as the cat flicked her tiny pink tongue. Graziella said loudly, "You're doing a great job, girls." Then she looked back at Hugo and lowered her tone. Okay, about the cookies. Vera had them tested. No poison, which was a relief. But they did contain nuts. One of my grandsons is allergic to nuts. He was going to be at dinner that evening. His eyebrows drew together. Did you find out who called in the order? A female. The person introduced herself as Meredith. She paid with a prepaid credit card. Vera is trying to track it down. The girl taking the orders didn't think much of it. No offense to Meredith, but by now, the majority of town knows baking and cooking isn't one of her many strong suits. Is it a dead end then? His eyes darkened. Graziella shrugged. I hope not. What about the stranger in the park? I didn't see him or her again, or I just didn't notice. She frowned. No one besides my family tried to approach this house yet. Giovanni checks the cameras all the time. And in the interim. See, it's going to be beneficial to me, as well, to have you and Adeline around. Meredith took on a new case in Springfield as a lawyer, so she'll be out often. And Giovanni works hard at the stable. The children are at school during the day. It wouldn't hurt to have an extra pair of eyes around here. He nodded. I don't want you to be alone if anything happens. Then he squeezed her hands. If you have time, I'd like to tell you about my first wife who died in an accident. I do have time, but I'd better fortify myself with coffee for this first. She thought a moment. No, coffee won't be enough. No? I'll need pastries, too. Chapter 10. Graziella always thought any day was a good day for ice cream, but today especially because it wasn't cold yet. Besides, she needed a distraction from her worries about Hugo's test results. Then he took her hand while they walked to the ice cream parlor in downtown Cowboy Crossing, Adeline, Ellen, Gianna, and Jackson, in tow, and Graziella's heart fluttered. His touch was an even better distraction. But how long would she have it for? Now his desire for adrenaline-fueled activities made more sense. He wanted to do things while he still could. She'd accepted her mortality, but not that of those around her. She couldn't let him fully into her life, but the thought of losing him terrified her. The children rushed to the ice cream parlor in front of them, arguing who'd get there first. Hugo held the front door for her, his gaze lingering on her face, and warmth rose on her neck as if she were a schoolgirl. Maybe that was why she was falling for him so hard. She stepped inside. He made her feel young again, and having missed out on dating when young, she craved it more than these children craved ice cream. And based on their delighted squeals right now, that was saying something. She'd never regretted her decision, but becoming a wife and mother at 18 had made her youth slip through her fingers like water sparkling in a Naples fountain. The sacrifice had been worth it, but now that she could see the same sparkle in Hugo's eyes she'd felt inside then, she wanted something back that had been ripped away from her so abruptly. Just like the delicious concoctions here, the ice cream parlor interior seemed to be frozen in time. Maybe except for a fresh coat of canary paint on the exterior and white on the shutters. Shaking her head at herself, she stepped into the past, inside a place that, with pink walls and ceilings, looked like the plastic pink dollhouse she'd so wanted to buy her daughter, if her only daughter had been interested in dolls. Graziella crossed familiar checkered floors to the pistachio green counters beneath the soft glow of ice cream cone-shaped wall lights. Ellen, with her love for pink, could have been the one who decorated this place. Even the chairs were pink. Graziella shivered as a chill from the freezer displays drifted over her. Were her feelings frozen in time as well? Her ex-husband had loved her long before they'd gotten married, loved her enough to agree to raise another man's child as his own. But he'd also tried to break her rebellious spirit, as if it were possible to put a tornado in a bottle and keep it shut. Hugo chose double chocolate flavor while the children went for chocolate, peach, chocolate again, and strawberry. Without thinking, she asked for pistachio. Her mouth remembered the tender creamy concoction, even if her mind didn't want to. It had been the first gelato Lorenzo Flavio had introduced her to and the most popular flavor in Italy. As they all got their ice cream cones and filed outside, Gianna said, gelato was better. Gianna's parents had spent their honeymoon in Rome, and nostalgia squeezed Graziella's heart. This time, she'd skip the lesson on how they should appreciate what they had. That's because gelato is churned slower than ice cream, so it contains less air. It's richer in flavor. Gelato is lower in fat than ice cream because it contains less cream and more milk. Who invented gelato? Despite her initial complaint, Gianna was devouring her strawberry ice cream cone fast. That girl had a curious mind, and thankfully not only about human muscles and bones. Bernardo Buontalenti. He lived in the 16th century and was a painter, an engineer, and architect, as well as an amateur cook. Hugo smiled and brought her closer. How do you know all this? You don't want to know. She'd learned it from Lorenzo Flavio. Just like she'd learned betrayal for the first time. She took a bite of her pistachio ice cream before it could melt like her heart under Hugo's gaze. Was she so attracted to Hugo because he reminded her of her first love? The same manners, too suave for a rancher, the same charm, the same thirst for life in all its expressions? Both men could savor a creamy treat, the breeze on their sun-kissed skin, and last, but not least, the pleasure of her company. But one was honorable, and the other one was not. Unless she got it all wrong? Her skin prickled as if she were being watched again. She glanced around, then at the silver-toned luxury car with tinted windows that seemed to move too slowly nearby. The car sped up. She must be paranoid. The vandalism issue had been cleared, as had Liam's name. All the horses were back now. She must have imagined someone watching her in the grocery store parking lot and the park. Meredith's phone threats made Graziella's gut tighten, but it wasn't the first time Meredith had received them. That still left the mystery cookies, but there must be some logical explanation there. Her step faltered. Those were Italian wedding cookies with walnuts. She'd concentrated so much on the walnuts part since, just like peanuts, they were a no-no for one of her grandsons. But could this be about the melt-in-your-mouth powdery treats Lorenzo Flavio had introduced her to in a quaint panetteria? At the time, she'd found the name of the cookies serendipitous, because in her naive mind she'd already pictured their wedding. Her hand jerked. What if he'd come to the show me state for what was his, and the Italian wedding cookies were a prelude to that? You have ice cream on your face. Adeline giggled. Let me help you with that. Hugo moved his thumb over the corner of her mouth. His gaze became heated as if he wanted to kiss her where his thumb had just been. And she wanted him to. Oh, how much she wanted him to. She swooned in his direction. Heat pooled in the pit of her stomach. With an effort, she broke their eye contact because they had an audience of curious eyes. Maybe more than she'd realized. The luxurious silver-toned car with tinted windows drove back, then sped up before she could get the license. Premonition traveled over her spine as she stepped closer to Hugo. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders and, as independent as she was, had to be for decades, leaning into him felt good. But two questions kept running through her mind, turning her blood cold. Was she paranoid? Or did Lorenzo Flavio come here after all these years to claim rights to his son? How do I know I'll be able to love this child as my own? How do I know he won't inherit his father's traits? Meredith's questions made Graziella wince the next day. Good thing she was standing with her back to Meredith while loading all the cute baby clothes into the car in the store parking lot. While Meredith and Giovanni didn't want to know the baby's sex at first, Meredith had caved in at last, hence all the cerulean blue onesies in her car now. It was going to be a boy. Graziella had enough time to rearrange her face. When Constanza was growing up, she'd worried he'd inherit Lorenzo Flavio's crooked ways. Okay, the man wasn't exactly crooked, and it wasn't like she was perfect, either. Yet she'd worried. But Constanzo had turned out to be the most even-tempered, most straightforward, and most responsible of all her children. Right now, it wasn't about her, though. Meredith's situation was way more devastating, and she had valid reasons to worry about raising a child conceived in rape. Graziella squished Meredith in one of her signature bear hugs. You don't know that. You do your best, and all will fall into place. We all will support you. With her green eyes tormented, Meredith drew her palm along one of the soft onesies as if that could strengthen her. But your son. Isn't it unfair to ask such a huge sacrifice of Giovanni? To raise a child who isn't his own? Considering that Meredith and Giovanni were married and in love, it might be a little too late to ask such a question. But then, Graziella had asked herself the same question years after her hasty wedding. And her ex hadn't stopped reminding how much he'd done for her until the day he left. How much she'd owed him. Once Meredith removed her hand from inside the trunk, Graziella closed it and climbed into the driver's seat. Meredith took the front passenger seat. She was showing by now. Lord, please give me the right words. And please, please heal this girl's heart. As far as I remember, Giovanni volunteered for it, just as he volunteered to raise Ellen, who isn't biologically his. And I couldn't be more grateful that he found the right woman to love. So many times, I wanted to smack him upside down for marrying Tatiana. He loves you very much. We all do. Becoming a father to your child is not a sacrifice for him. It's a privilege. Graziella's ex-husband had never felt that way, and to this day, it made a knife turn in her chest. But he'd never taken it out on Constanzo, and for that, she was grateful. She started the engine and took off, paying attention to the rearview mirror. Considering her family history, one could never be too careful. Not to mention the feeling of being watched. Do you really think that way? Meredith's voice was quiet, so different from her timbre in the courtroom where she always sounded confident and put together. Graziella had attended a few of her trials. Since Meredith had been a little girl, raised by a single mother, and Giovanni had befriended her, Graziella had felt an affection for the girl. That girl had become a brilliant lawyer, and Graziella couldn't be prouder. I wouldn't say it if I didn't. Graziella turned to the left, and her eyes narrowed as the now familiar silver-toned luxury car, two vehicles behind her, did the same. True. Meredith sounded calmer now. You wouldn't have said it if you didn't mean it. On the contrary, Graziella tensed. That car following her could be a coincidence. She'd take a longer route to the ranch and slow down. The car stayed back while two vehicles passed hers. She gripped the steering wheel tighter, then softened her voice, reluctant to scare Meredith. It wouldn't be good for the baby, and Meredith had gone through enough already. It's not going to be easy. But I admire you for everything you've done. For standing up for yourself. For choosing to keep your baby. And you have been part of our family since you were a girl. I'm glad it's now official. Thank you. Meredith glowed as she smiled. Graziella hooked a right at the traffic light. She resisted the urge to grind her teeth when the suspicious car turned, too. Someone is following us. Meredith didn't make it as a top-notch lawyer by missing things. I'll ask Vera to run the license plate. Thanks. Graziella glanced at her newest daughter-in-law, whose hand moved to her waist under her loose navy blue jacket. Some people would think Meredith wore loose clothes to hide her pregnancy, but it was to hide that she was packing. Like many other people in Graziella's family, Meredith knew how to use firearms. Graziella sped up and passed two cars when she had an opening, then made the turn right before the light went red. She loved all her daughters-in-law and never played favorites. But as much as she tried not to show it, sometimes overdoing it, she'd developed a special bond with Meredith. Not only because of the huge trauma Meredith had recently experienced or because Graziella had taken heart to a girl with a mostly absent mother and a totally absent father. Or because she'd always thought Meredith was perfect for her son and would make a much better wife than his first wife who'd wrecked Giovanni's life. But also because Graziella could understand Meredith's worries all too well. Graziella had paid a price for keeping Constanzo, and she prayed Meredith wouldn't have to do the same. She made another turn, grateful for her knowledge of her hometown. I believe you lost them. Great job, Meredith said. Air whooshed out of Graziella's lungs. Yes, but why would someone follow them in the first place? It wasn't like it was difficult to find out where one lived these days. Or could it be someone following Meredith and not her? Graziella's stomach clenched as she merged onto the freeway. Do you still receive threats? Meredith flipped her blonde hair back. Yes. Any progress on figuring out where they're coming from? From burners. Dara is trying to help, but nothing so far. Graziella grimaced. Technology was great, but it made it easy for people to hide behind it, become anonymous. But then, even the man she'd thought she knew well, her husband, had deceived her easily by hiding his gambling addiction. She huffed out a breath to loosen the sudden tightness around her heart. Hugo wasn't telling her everything either. She could feel it. And she still didn't know his test results. When did her life become so complicated? Or maybe it had never stopped. After Italy. Is something bothering you, Mama? Meredith's concerned voice traveled through Graziella's troubled thoughts. Huh. Meredith was observant, one of the reasons for her professional success. Graziella passed another car. As much as she enjoyed Meredith's company and buying baby clothes had been awesome, Graziella needed a cup of cappuccino on her porch while trees whispered sweet nothings and her gaze feasted on sprawling hills. The cappuccino didn't happen because, when she reached the ranch and checked her mailbox, she found a blue envelope that didn't look like it had a bill inside. She nearly dropped it. Even decades later, she recognized the writing. And the return address was in Italy. Naples. Chapter 11. Hugo loved to be out on the open road with the wind singing in his ears, but today even more exhilaration pumped his blood. Because he got to share this experience with Graziella. Granted, she'd gone with him on a motorcycle to the hospital, but that time, she'd done so because she'd wanted to get there fast. Today, she'd agreed to ride his motorcycle of her own volition, and once he'd picked up his jaw from the floor, he'd been happy to oblige. She was an extraordinary woman, conforming to no stereotypes, which was one of the many things he liked about her. Since she seemed to favor warm colors like orange and red, probably used to standing out either way, he'd bought her a sparkling red helmet and a red leather jacket. Thankfully, he'd been right about the size for both. When she appeared on the porch as he picked her up, she was a sight to behold in flaming red boots, setting his heart on fire. As much as he'd loved his ranch, once upon a time he'd dreamed of traveling in faraway places. Now he knew he could travel the earth and never find a woman like her. As his leather jacket flipped in the wind and Graziella's arms circled his waist, he knew he'd cherish these moments forever. For however long he had left. His heart shifted. With Graziella and Adeline in his life, he'd never felt happier. Could this last? Last year, he'd learned time was too precious to lose even a minute. The idea of eventually proposing to her passed his mind as he felt her close to him. But with 2 dead wives, suggesting Graziella become the third one might not be super enticing. Still, he should tell her how he felt today. He slowed around the curve, conscious of his precious cargo. Would she feel the same? Either way, she deserved to know. Too many things were left unsaid in his family, and the result was obvious. Was he to blame for the way Kenneth had turned out? Yes, Kinsley had spoiled the boy, but so had Hugo. Besides, he should have had an honest conversation with his son about that horrible accident and what led to it a long time ago. Hugo had made the mistake of letting it be, and now it was too late. All the more amazing was the gift of Adeline, even if he didn't deserve her. Especially if he didn't deserve her. He found a parking space at the rodeo, and he and Graziella switched their helmets for cowboy hats. Then they made their way among spectators. Being among spectators, instead of in the arena where he'd once participated in the rodeo circuit, felt odd. He'd told her about it when inviting her to the rodeo, earning an admiring glance and basking in her admiration. Familiar energy bustled around them, and the sense of popcorn and hot dogs mixed with that of leather. Nostalgia pinged him, but not for long. While he'd loved the adrenaline-fueled cheering, broken bones were far from his favorite. As was Kinsley screaming when he'd been away from home too much. Never mind that he'd met her at the rodeo. He swallowed hard, his throat dry. He'd left that circuit on her insistence once he'd known they were expecting. Would his life have turned out differently if he'd left it sooner? Too late to look back at all the what-ifs. He only wanted to look at the future, and that future was sitting right beside him. He leaned to Graziella. Would you like some snacks? A drink? She shook her head, already engrossed in the show, her brown eyes aglow. After tie-down roping, team roping, and steer wrestling, saddle bronc riding started. Dealing with an untamed horse had fueled his blood those days. It was one of his favorites, something he used to be great at. But not as good as bareback bronc riding. He imagined how old-time cowboys needed horsebreaking skills as a work requirement. Now the horses for such events were bred specifically for their bucking ability, and his right leg that complained before every storm could attest to those abilities. But never mind that. He could remember the excitement in his veins as he waited in the bucking chute for the gate to open. Graziella leaned forward, and he did, too. The gate opened, and the bay horse burst forward like lightning. Hugo's legs moved as if he still needed to mark the horse out or have his heels in contact with the horse above the shoulders before the animal's front legs touched the ground. The crowd cheered. The horse bucked as expected. Hugo's left hand moved to the side as if he still had to prevent it from touching the horse. The rider only needed to stay on for 8 seconds, but once upon a time, those seconds could feel like a lifetime for him. He moved slightly. He didn't need to move in rhythm, following the horse's movement, but adrenaline spiked nonetheless. His heart thudded. The competitor did well, and the horse, too. They'd probably score in the 80s. Good, but not exceptional. Have you regretted leaving the rodeo behind? Graziella asked when they strolled back to the parking lot, hand in hand. An injured cowboy, just like an injured horse, shouldn't be at the rodeo. Besides, my wife wasn't happy with me being away all the time. I wanted her to be happy. Little did he know then. Well, never mind. My family needed stability. We were expecting our first child. Dad needed help managing our ranch. All roads seemed to lead back home then. And it wasn't like I left the rodeo completely, anyway. Her eyes were probing. No? I talked Dad into breeding bucking stock. She smiled as they reached his motorcycle. So you let horses run wild? Somewhat. But they also had to be tamed enough to be loaded for travel and to go in and out of the bucking chutes. Not to mention to be vaccinated and dewormed. Okay, the latter doesn't sound too romantic, oops. She laughed as she buckled on her red helmet. I lived on the ranch all my life. I can talk about deworming the entire evening. Did you train broncs yourself? Well, at first, we trained them with a dummy cloth we attached to the saddle. Because I'm no dummy, no pun intended. She chuckled again, but the sound died on her lips. I need to talk to you. Oh. Those were some of the most dreaded words in the English language. Oh, okay. How about we do it over dinner tonight? Your choice of restaurant, of course. She nodded. As he revved the engine to life, he hoped this wouldn't be their last ride together. An alarm rang in his ears. Graziella had read the letter many times after receiving it, and a day later, she still didn't know what to do about it. Sending a letter instead of an email or text was old-fashioned. But this was a message from her past, so the method was appropriate. It wasn't like her to be indecisive, and her dinner with Hugo was approaching. Her pulse spiked. She should have told him about Lorenzo Flavio from the beginning. But Lorenzo wasn't part of her life except for several fateful months over 40 years ago. No, no, no. Why now? She groaned over the urge to tear the letter she'd ripped in half into even tinier pieces. Then she'd swallow them and drink a glass of water for good measure. Except destroying the letter would make no difference. She wasn't paranoid. By now, Lorenzo Flavio might be in the show-me state. He said he was coming. And his letter stated he wanted what he considered his, though it didn't pinpoint whether that was his son, Graziella, or both. She shouldn't have kept this secret from her family. Now she was going to pay for her mistake. Heat churned in her as she leaped to her feet with an agility that surprised her cranky knees. He had no right to barge into her life. Especially not now when she found someone to love. Love? She stilled. Did she love Hugo, or was she making another mistake? Her head was spinning as she left her bedroom, the letter's remnants left in the nightstand drawer. She drew the shawl tighter around her shoulders as she walked downstairs, though it wasn't cold in the house. The doorbell ringing made her flinch. She was too jumpy. Surely, it was just one of her many offspring or their cousins, as this was a bit early for Hugo to pick her up for dinner. She froze when she heard the visitor's voice as one of those offspring opened the door. No, no, no. Even after all these years, she could still recognize that voice, and she hurried to the hall. Giovanni glanced back, concern in his eyes. Mama, this man is asking for you. She found her footing as well as her voice, then faced the intruder. You need to leave. I have the right to be here. Is this him? She did her best to steady herself again. How ironic. Lorenzo wouldn't know his son if he saw him. You need to leave. You heard my mother. Giovanni's voice was steely now. Lorenzo's cold laugh sent ice crystallizing in her veins. Well, young man, you're about to have a rude awakening. Meredith walked into the hall, a gun gripped in her hands, her fuzzy slippers and bathrobe a contrast to the warning in her eyes. Is there some trouble? Lorenzo Flavio narrowed his eyes. They were much paler now. You have until tomorrow, mia cara. Don't make me call the police. Giovanni closed the door in the man's face. She expected another doorbell ring, but it didn't come. But he wouldn't give up. He didn't travel all the way from Italy just to turn around and go back. Meredith put down the gun but didn't ask anything. Neither did Giovanni. Regardless, they deserved to know. Everyone in her family did. Graziella glanced at the grandfather clock. She didn't want to miss her date. By now, he'd better have received his test results, or she was going to drive to Springfield and shake up some lab techs. Get them out of bed and drag them back to the lab if she had to. But what needed to be done needed to be done. She'd waited way too long already. First, she needed to tell Constanzo. Then the entire family. Call an emergency family meeting for tonight, per favor. Tell everyone to be here in an hour and a half. She put a cowboy hat on. Giovanni's eyes widened. Okay. Where are you going? To eat and dance. It might be selfish, but if she couldn't be selfish at 60-something, then when? She chose a rugged local restaurant because it reminded her of her beloved ranch. In essence, the place was a renovated barn with a classic bright red exterior and a raised roof over wooden plank walls and an exposed wooden beams interior. Naturally, no live animals bunked inside any longer, and the aroma of barbecue and roasted potatoes long ago replaced the scent of hay. But the feeling of familiarity stayed. Checkered blue and white tablecloths covered rustic tables. How they escaped from being smeared with barbecue remained a mystery. She rotated 3 identical tablecloths at home, and they spent more time in the washer than on the table. Besides the barbecue, the place was famous for its gun collection, giving it an additional Wild West feel. The guns were wisely kept behind an unbreakable, or so she hoped, glass and labeled with numbers that corresponded with lengthy descriptions on the bottom. How could she be in this place when the biggest secret of her life was about to come out? The ribs better be worth it, she muttered as Hugo pulled out the chair for her and she sat down. The tablecloths were plastic, not fabric, though they looked like fabric. She'd now be buying them from the same supplier in bulk. Lorenzo Flavio had given her until tomorrow, and she hoped he'd keep his word. Not the best idea, considering he hadn't kept his previous promises. Arnold, who'd cooked in the place for about 30 years as his father and grandmother before had done, greeted her with a grin and a wave. Normally, she'd go for a hug, but his apron already showed most of the items on today's menu. His wife was his sous chef, but stayed out of the public eye because nobody would trust a skinny chef. Graziella considered that discrimination and a stereotype, though one she'd never had to worry about herself. Once upon a time, the place had served alcohol, but after a few fights and broken noses, the owner had made the restaurant more family-friendly and alcohol-free. Graziella couldn't be the only one who felt better knowing those red stains on the wooden floor were from barbecue sauces and not blood. Today, a small band was playing country songs, but the dances hadn't begun yet. Giovanni had started his music career here. He and Aurora had inherited her love for singing, though neither of them knew it. Hugo met her with a grin, though apprehension hovered at its edges, and hugged her. She spent more time in his embrace than she should before somehow pulling out of it. He moved the chair for her. Then his fingers brushed over hers, sending her pulse into overdrive. Would her first love arriving and their shared secret threaten this budding romance? And what about his test results? Hopefully, his grin was a promising sign. Grazie. She sat down, resolving to enjoy the evening while she could. You look beautiful, as always. He picked up one of the bottles on the table. House-made barbecue sauce? Be careful with that sauce. It's molto spicy. They hold competitions here on who can survive it. The winner gets all the ribs they can eat. With or without the sauce. He grinned. Who's the reigning champion? She tipped up her chin. You're looking at her. He laughed. I should have guessed. After a new waitress took their orders and disappeared discreetly, Graziella leaned forward. Did you receive your test results? Please don't tell me no, because I'm tempted to go to whatever lab is doing them and serve everyone there a portion of ribs slathered in this sauce. You mean as a bribe or as a torture device? She narrowed her eyes. Answer the question. You're not going to get rid of me anytime soon. It sank in, and the relief with it nearly undid her, and it took a lot to undo her. She barely resisted the urge to pull him from the chair and hug him. No need to suffocate the man when he'd just been given a new lease on life. Thank you, Lord. The words escaped with her pent-up breath. I'm sorry I didn't tell you what it was about sooner. He ducked his head, as if ashamed, then lifted it to meet her gaze. The truth is, I was scared. I have a form of chronic blood cancer. Medication keeps it controlled, though there's always a risk it could flare again. I had some symptoms that concerned me, and it turns out they're nothing to worry about. So, I'm not out of the woods completely. But I'm not rolling down the ravine either. She was. No. She wasn't going to let Lorenzo Flavio destroy what she'd carefully built. The iced tea and complimentary bowls of beans arrived. A few couples moved to the dance floor, and he extended his hand to her. Would you like to dance? She couldn't remember the last time she'd danced, at least, in public. Her ex-husband disliked public gatherings, unless they included poker tables, apparently, and while she'd danced at first when she cooked, well, after some time, music stopped playing in her mind. She'd probably move like Mama Bear now. It's been ages since I danced. She shrugged and took a sip of her sweet tea. That's a shame. He didn't withdraw his hand. So she took it and got up. She'd never been ashamed of who she was and had done her best to teach her children the same. So what if they bumped into another couple, as long as they didn't plow that other couple down, or she stepped on Hugo's feet? Or not? Well, she still needed him to be able to walk. Hugo caught her gaze. Don't worry. These are steel-toe cowboy boots. She nodded her approval. Good idea. She joined him in a country two-step dance in a quick, slow rhythm to a 6-beat count. She was out of breath by the end of the song, but she didn't regret it. He held her confidently, and they only bumped into another couple once. That bump might not have been accidental on her part because the young woman, who could have used way more fabric to cover herself, ogled Hugo too much. It didn't skip Graziella's attention that the girl in those shorts and cropped top, seriously, wasn't she cold, looked 2 decades younger than Graziella was. To think about it, he'd received plenty of gazes from younger women at the rodeo yesterday, too. Arg. Not something she wanted to think about. But she had to be aware of how much separated her from him. Yet a lot also connected them. Or was that only in her imagination? The ribs arrived as more patrons filed in, and her head whipped toward the entrance. Just great. Constanzo and his wife. It was a place popular enough for it to be a coincidence, but it could also be that her family worried about her. They'd picked the wrong person to send to look out for her, though. Her neck stiffened. So much for a fun-filled evening with yummy food and dances with the man she liked before the fallout from what she'd done. They meant well, of course. Just as she had. When her son and Nellie waved, Graziella's smile as she waved back was forced. Would he look at her with the same love once he learned the truth? She'd find out soon enough. Are you okay? Hugo touched her hand. You look as if you swallowed a bone. He stumbled. I mean. No, I look like I have a bone to grind. But not with you. She picked up her utensils. Even the generous portion of barbecue, surrounded by ponds of potato salad and extra beans, didn't improve her mood. How about you put down that knife? You're scaring me. Maybe she was holding on to it a little too tightly. She loosened her grip. I can't help noticing the way women look at you. Much younger women than I am. Only one woman's attention matters to me. His lips curved up. What about children? Would you want to have more children besides Kenneth? Why hadn't she thought about it earlier? Why hadn't she asked? That's a valid question. I'm grateful for Adeline. And I have the best of both worlds by being an honorary grandpa to your grandchildren. I can have all the fun and hand them right back to their parents. I don't want more than that. Not any longer. She'd felt young and hopeful in his arms, but she couldn't get lost in the feeling, get lost in his ocean blue eyes. And not only because of their differences or because she'd once gotten lost in another man's eyes to the point of no return. Her family was her world, and tonight they might be torn apart or, at the very least, experience deep ripples from the storm of her youth. Plus, what would Hugo think of her secret? Would he judge her for the mistakes of her youth? Her heart skipped a beat. Not that Constanzo was a mistake. Never. But her first love had been. That mistake had shown up on her doorstep, and she couldn't avoid it much longer. The barbecue was delicious, and the company great. So for some time, she let the memories slip away and listened to Hugo's stories of his rodeo youth, then his decades at the family ranch. They had so much in common, loved the same things, understood each other, the age difference notwithstanding. She traded him her own stories at the ranch. How the summer in Italy shimmied into the conversation, she didn't know. Well, his question about her ancestors led her there, but she could stop herself from talking about narrow cobblestone streets and lush gardens with statues and gurgling fountains and the taste of pistachio gelato and... "Do you regret not going to Italy again?" he asked quietly. She stilled. No. She'd chosen the Show Me State Ranch over a villa in Italy because it meant she could keep Constanzo. And then she was blessed with an amazing family beyond her wildest dreams. Because you brought Italy with you. He said it as a statement, not a question. Cappuccino, tiramisu, sunflowers, pizza, landscapes that remind you of Italy. Still speaking the language fluently. Souvenirs on your fireplace mantel. She took a long sip of tea, mulling it over. I thought it was my way to honor my ancestors. But maybe he was onto something. She'd forbidden herself to think about it, but maybe this was her way of quenching the longing for a never-realized dream on the other side of the planet. Not the dream of living in Italy, and not even the dream of marrying Lorenzo Flavio. I went to Italy to study, to become an opera singer, she blurted out. He smiled. Now I see where Giovanni and Aurora get their talent. You'd make a stunning opera singer. I would. She sat up straighter. My teacher told me I had talent. And promise. You still do. His eyes studied her. Why didn't you? She swallowed hard. Pouring salty sauce onto the old wound wasn't a great idea. My fiancé wanted us to have a stable life at the ranch. That was one of his conditions for marriage, and she was desperate enough to keep Constanzo to agree. Besides, after Constanzo was born, the last thing she'd wanted to do was sing. Hugo's nostrils flared. So he not only put you in a cage, but also forbade you to sing. She pushed the plate away, her appetite gone. It was for the best for me at the time. And I could walk away. Not when your children were born. He glanced away. Sorry. It's none of my business. I just think you deserved better. I've had the best life I could hope for. Nobody can have everything. Besides, didn't you sacrifice the rodeo for your family? She leaned forward, not embarrassed in the least to change the topic to him. And you took the rodeo to the ranch in the only way you could, raising horses for it? He chuckled. You're right. Pot, meat kettle. But you encouraged Giovanni and Aurora to pursue careers in music. Aren't you living vicariously through them? I encouraged them to live the life they wanted to live. She lifted her chin. Want to go to Italy now? Eat pistachio gelato? Visit the best opera houses? Her eyes widened. Did she? Once things in her family settled down, she could do it. Though who was she kidding? Things in her family never settled down. Still, she could do it. A prickly feeling in her nape made her gaze sweep around the room. Was someone looking at her? She waved to a few of her friends, and then her gaze slid to a man sitting by himself several tables away from her. She stiffened, and a cold shiver traveled down her spine. In a black suit, white shirt, and a tie, he stood out among the faded jeans and checkered shirts, but that wasn't the reason for her reaction. Her initial shock over Lorenzo Flavio being on her home turf had worn out. Now, she could study him better. The man with gray hair and gray whiskers and a map of wrinkles crisscrossing his face appeared so different from the young guy with a mop of black hair. He caught her gaze, smiled, and lifted his glass of tea as if toasting her. She didn't smile back, but he didn't seem to expect it. Maybe seeing him here was a good thing. It meant he wasn't at their son's place, breaking the news. It took a lot of effort to make sure her glance didn't flicker toward Constanzo and his wife. Once Graziella finally looked that way, air whooshed out of her lungs. They'd left, and Jenna and Meredith were in their place. The waitress brought Lorenzo dinner, and he slathered his ribs with the spicy sauce. Should she tell him? But he already took the first bite and started coughing, then drained the entire glass of tea while tears streamed from his eyes. She'd never seen him cry before. Not even when she told him he'd lose Constanzo forever. Why would he? He'd never wanted the baby. Apparently, until now. The waitress hurried toward him with a glass of milk. He gulped it down, as well. Graziella smiled at Hugo. Maybe we'll travel to Italy one day. But for now, how about another dance? He grinned. I was about to ask you the same thing. Chapter 12. 41 years ago. You're a disgrace to the family, their father growled. Graziella winced as if from a slap in the face, though her parents had never hit her or her sister. At least, not yet. But so much anger in his voice. Tears streamed down her mother's face as she wrung her hands, and Graziella's sister cowered in the corner, not much help. He lifted a chair and slammed it against the wall. Graziella flinched again from the racket. But better that he threw the chair than went after her or her sister's neck. Her hand flew to her bare neck. Just days ago, a yellow and red silk scarf, its hues flowing into each other, had been wrapped around her neck. Lorenzo's present. Today, it would feel like a noose. Letting you both go to Italy was a mistake. Another growl from her father as if he were a wounded bear. Wasn't this ranch good enough for you? Compassion for him stirred, but she couldn't let it spread because she needed to stand firm. A baby out of wedlock. You don't realize what you're gonna deal with now, her mother whispered. Graziella's fingers trembled so she fisted them. You always taught us to forgive like God forgives us. Her father snatched another chair, and Graziella braced herself against more racket. But then he put it down and slumped onto it. The chair squeaked, probably half in complaint, half in gratitude over not being broken. Unlike her heart. But it wasn't about her now. It was about the baby. Way to turn it in your favor, her father said. She gathered her wits. She'd gotten her tenacity from her father, and right now, he probably regretted that. Dad, Mom, you say it's all about family. That we should stand for each other. Well, that baby is already our family. But that man is not our family. Her father spat on the wooden floor. He wouldn't even use Lorenzo Flavio's name as if it could be poison on his tongue. Graziella, why couldn't you marry Jimmy instead of going to Italy? Such a hard worker, a nice boy, and always in love with you. Not to mention Jimmy was going to inherit a nice parcel of the land he was ready to unite with theirs if she married him. She kept the snide remark to herself. He asked me for your hand, like an honest person should do. Father covered his face with his hands as if he couldn't look at his daughters any longer. But no, you had to refuse. You both only have songs and dances in your head. Her sister stepped back as if she wanted to disappear into the background. Her mother sniffled, and it broke Graziella's heart all over again to see her dear mom like this. Think what kind of life that child is gonna have. Everyone will look down on him or her. Kids will tease. A child needs a father. In a lawful marriage. Those words echoed in Graziella's head as she later ran into the field, her heart racing. Was she making it difficult for everyone, hurting the people she loved the most, insisting the baby should live? Was she giving up her dreams because of her stubbornness? There was still time to. No. She shook her head as she kept running along the green fields spotted with cows. Her outfit was simple and dreary now, no more bright scarves and pretty dresses soaked with sunshine like in Naples. It didn't matter. Or maybe it did, because right now she could be studying for a concert, her dreams dressed as beautifully as the sparkling stage dress Lorenzo Flavio had promised her. His betrayal cut deep, and she kept running as if crossing the ocean wasn't enough and she needed to put more distance between them. She was descending the hill when she saw the horse and Jimmy on the country road. But she couldn't stop. Her foot gave in, and she nearly rolled down the hill. Thankfully, she managed to stay on her feet as she stumbled forward, and he dismounted by the time she reached him. She barreled into him and knocked him down. He got up first, gave her his hand, and pulled her up. "It's so good to see you. Though I'd prefer to be the one to sweep you off your feet, not the other way around." She was breathing fast. Then she looked at him, really looked at him. She'd known Jimmy since they'd been children, was used to his presence. He wasn't a child any longer, but a young man, his skin tanned by the sun, his muscles defined by hard work. There were no false notes about him, or at least, she didn't hear any. Where Lorenzo Flavio was a suave and sophisticated music professor, a man highly educated and cultured whose words often had a double meaning, Jimmy was a simple rancher. She could use simple right now. And she could trust Jimmy, probably the only man she could trust now besides her father. A plan formed in her mind as she stepped from the country road in case people needed to pass. But at this time, the road was deserted, and she appreciated the privacy. The horse wouldn't tell on them. Should she reveal her plan? No, that was crazy. "Are you going to stay?" His eyes lit, and that hope shining in them cut through her. "Please tell me you're going to stay. You and I can have a good life, you know." He took her hand. "Dad will give me land the moment I decide to marry." Her hands weren't trembling any longer. "Then why aren't you married yet?" "Because you're the only woman I want to marry. I'll work my fingers to the bone for us. Our children, too. I'm gonna be a good father." Her eyes widened. "Lord, is this a sign? I messed up. I shouldn't have lied about Lorenzo Flavio. But the baby is innocent. Please help me make this right." If she was going to do this, there'd be no way back. No more hopes of a singing career. Her heart ached. But she'd never forgive herself if she let the baby die or bring disgrace to her family. She wouldn't be able to live with that. She could live without La Scala, where the finest singers from around the world had appeared. She was used to hard labor, and maybe the familiar hills and creeks could fill the hole she felt now. She'd met Jimmy's father, and he was a good, honest man. Solid like a wooden fence post. Surely, Jimmy would be just as solid. While the memory of sweet and suave Lorenzo Flavio ran through her fingers like melted gelato. She studied Jimmy. Then the horse whinnied, so they started walking toward her parents' house. Could she tell him the truth? What if something happened to me in Italy? What if mistakes were made? A muscle twitched in his jaw, but he didn't move away. "You tell me what you need, and I'll make it happen." Her mind whirled while the breeze played with her hair. Her family would go along with her plan. They'd be relieved. There would be no disgrace. And her parents would get the son-in-law they'd always wanted, plus the opportunity to expand their land. This morning, she'd looked at her father in a new way, too. He had more wrinkles, and his shoulders were slumped. He needed help with the cows and horses, and they couldn't hire many cowhands. She was a coward to desert him for Italy and her opera dreams. One bad year or disease in the herd could wipe out their earnings. She and her sister were selfish to leave. But even if they stayed, they might not cut it. Either way, she couldn't leave. Italy might as well be on another planet now. What if it's something big? She watched him closely. Jimmy gulped. How big? Something you can't tell anyone. She breathed in the familiar scent of hay as the sun basked the sky in hues of peach and gold. The sky here was the same as in Italy. God, I messed up, but please don't abandon me now. What should I do? I'm not gonna tell anyone. He looked into her eyes. Well, she had to take a leap of faith. Her heart was beating wildly as they reached a fork in the road. One road led back to her parents' place, the other to his ranch. There was no road to Italy, and the saying that all roads led to Rome mocked her now. She looked up to the gorgeous sky as an aria sounded in her ears. The last piece she'd sang for Lorenzo Flavio. Arrivederci, the wind whispered with Lorenzo Flavio's voice. She couldn't get carried away by dreams that seemed as far away as the sunset now. She had to stand with both feet on the ground. Her parents needed her, the baby needed her, Jimmy needed her, and her sister needed her, even if she sulked around because of Graziella's lies. Yes, she felt empty at leaving a part of herself behind, but what needed to be done needed to be done. In her mind, Graziella said arrivederci back, not to Lorenzo Flavio, but to what her life could have become. Then she turned to Jimmy, a decision made that was going to change the life of her family forever. If I married you, would you be able to raise a child that's not yours as your own? Shouts met her as she climbed the steps of Constanzo's brand new ranch house. Her heart heavy, she pressed on the doorbell. Constanzo opened the door, worry etched his face, and likely his 3 boys running around the room had nothing to do with that worry. I was just about to call you. Your friend from Italy just got here. He showed me photos of the 2 of you together. You know him, right? Lorenzo Flavio waved at her from the hall, a fake smile on the face she'd once loved. Her teeth set on edge. She'd been selfish to have dinner with Hugo instead of coming here. She'd been selfish to keep this secret from Constanzo for decades, period. Yes, he should be careful who he invited into his house, but they had cameras everywhere, besides the bedrooms and bathrooms, installed as protection against Nellie's abusive ex. And the holster over his jeans signified he was armed. Not to mention having 3 boys with sabers in their hands who'd pummel Lorenzo Flavio before he could even blink wrong. All 3 boys ran in and hugged her. Hello, Grandma. Then they resumed their saber fight. But as much as Graziella wanted to see that pummeling with sabers happen, she nodded to Lorenzo Flavio. Yes, I know him. Way too well for her liking. Then she turned to her oldest son. Constanzo, we need to talk. Her gut tightened, but she knew this day would come. She should have had enough courage to tell him the truth a long time ago, and her apprehension turned to remorse. Her gaze worried, Nellie gathered the boys. Let's go to the kitchen, guys. There are some cookies and milk with your names on them. I'm way too grown up for cookies and milk. Liam jerked his chin up but followed his mother. The other 2 followed without any protest as grins bunched up their dear faces. Constanzo raked his fingers through his short-cropped dark hair, then gestured to the round dining table. Please take a seat. Can I get you something to drink? She doubted she could push even liquid past the lump in her throat. Her insides trembled, and she slumped onto the wooden side chair. No. Grazie, mio figlio. Lorenzo Flavio's joyful expression slipped, but he put it back as he claimed a seat at the table as if he belonged there. I'm good. No, you're not. She didn't say it out loud, though. Constanzo took the chair closest to her and furthest from Lorenzo Flavio. Good idea. Lorenzo held her gaze, probably expecting her to squirm, but she didn't. Would you like to tell him or should I? Tell me what? Constanzo's gaze flicked from her to Lorenzo and back, his brown eyes brimming with intelligence and sophistication, just like Lorenzo Flavio's. I'll tell him. Good thing she got here when she did. Lorenzo could have put his spin on the story to show himself in a sympathetic light. This gentleman here is your biological father. There, she said it. But it was just the beginning and not the most difficult part. What? Constanzo shot to his feet. Then he glanced toward the kitchen where the children screamed and laughed at each other. Then, sinking back into his chair, he lowered his voice. How? Mama, that can't be. She winced as if from a slap. She wore the title proudly, but she didn't have the right to, not when it came to Constanzo. That's true. I'm your father. Lorenzo drew his chair closer to Constanzo as if claiming territory. Then where have you been all this time? Constanzo's nostrils flared. Yes, even even-tempered people could only have so much patience. Lorenzo shrugged. There were circumstances beyond my control. I did what was the best for you, even if it meant sacrificing my happiness. Anger seethed inside her, but before she could say anything, Constanzo shifted toward her. Here's what's going to happen now. My mama is going to tell me what happened. And, sir, if you as much as interrupt, I will ask you to leave and never again set foot in this house. Is that clear? Lorenzo Flavio recoiled, but after a few long heartbeats, nodded. See. Then Constanzo faced her and took her hands in his calloused ones. I understand this must be difficult, so take your time. And if at any moment you want to stop, we can resume this conversation later. She might not have enough emotional strength to do this later. She needed to tell it all now. So she started. The trip to Italy was a graduation present from her parents, one she'd begged for years for. She'd also gathered funds from her waitressing job, not an easy task considering how much work there'd always been on the ranch. She'd been able to convince her parents only because her sister had already rented a studio in Naples for the year and a few family friends lived nearby whose ancestors knew Graziella's. The studio was small, but she was ready to sleep in a bathtub to have a chance at her secret dream. Those friends included Mr. Lorenzo Flavio Bianchi, a music professor whose former students consisted of some opera singers. After Graziella's excessive pleading, her sister had talked Professor Bianchi, whose great-great-grandparents had known their great-great-grandparents, into letting Graziella join his class and take vocal lessons. His best students sang in La Scala, and she was young, ambitious, and thrilled to take lessons from a renowned professor. Her sister worked during the day. While Graziella had found a job at the local farmer's market selling fruits, between the market and the music lessons, she still had energy spilling over since she didn't have to be up at dawn to tend the ranch animals. Despite her sister's protests, Graziella had started exploring the ancient city on her own, getting lost on the first day. So when Professor Bianchi volunteered to show her around, she was thankful beyond measure. As naive as she was, she realized a young girl walking by herself in an unknown city was asking for trouble, especially at that time. Besides, what better accompaniment could vocal lessons have than gurgling fountains and whispering trees in magical places? He'd even brought his sister with him on their tours of Naples as a chaperone to maintain propriety, which was so considerate. Then things changed. Graziella's sister started fighting with her about her taking vocal lessons from Professor Bianchi, to the point of threatening to throw her out of the tiny studio and telling their parents Graziella misbehaved. As much as Graziella loved the place where she grew up, she wasn't ready to go back to the family ranch yet. Professor Bianchi had told her she had a rare talent, the kind of soprano he'd seldom heard. Eager to keep that incredible music that sounded more and more often in her head and to learn to express it, she couldn't go home. The professor was understanding when she sneaked out of the studio and told him about her sister's threats. He promised they could meet while her sister was at work. Graziella could tell her sister she spent longer hours at the market, and nobody would be the wiser. Graziella didn't want to lie. She'd never done it before, and it gnawed at her. But how could she give up on her dream now? And why should she, just because her sister didn't believe in her? Graziella couldn't let this blessed opportunity go, especially when Professor Bianchi persuaded her it was the only way to follow her dream. However, it meant she couldn't attend his class with other students. Her sister could check that easily. So he was kind and understanding again. He volunteered to give Graziella private lessons, pro bono, because she was so talented and showed so much promise. She'd repay him when she became famous. They started spending more time together, and although his sister couldn't join them every time, it would be unfair to ask her to. The woman was married and had her own family to look after. Professor Bianchi asked her to call him Lorenzo Flavio, which felt weird at first because she thought so highly of him and he was 10 years older and her teacher and all. But he asked her again and again, and she found she liked the way his name tasted. He took her to the hidden gems of Naples and bought her gelato that melted on her tongue. She sang for him a cappella on the streets, at first shyly, then grew more and more confident. He lavished her with praise, but corrected her mistakes and fine-tuned her like a violin that played only for him. She already liked his distinguished manner of carrying himself, the suaveness of the Italian language, his successful career of discovering and honing musical talent. Against the backdrop of a magical city, he looked so different from the rugged cowboys and cowhands she'd been used to. And now she started noticing his handsome classical features, the bright Naples sky reflecting in his brown eyes that so often watched her with admiration, and the gentle way he said her name. Her head was spinning, and she was enjoying it. Her parents and friends weren't into music, and while cows were a grateful audience, they didn't know how to clap. He treated her to ripe peaches and pistachio gelato, the latter in small portions not to ruin her voice, and taught her to dance in one of the quiet gardens hidden from the tourists' paths. Being in his arms stirred feelings she didn't dare to admit but knew she'd die if she couldn't experience again. Next time their breaths mixed as they leaned over note sheets while on a small bench, she looked up into his eyes. As inexperienced as she was, she recognized the attraction there, the same attraction now brewing inside her. But her gaze was trained on La Scala. She couldn't take it away long enough to get lost in his eyes. See? You used your charms on me because you wanted to become an opera singer. I was helpless, Lorenzo interrupted her story. Her smile twisted up. You can think that if it makes you feel better. But I was a slow bloomer. I didn't even have a boyfriend at 18. I had zero experience of charming someone and the same quantity of thoughts about doing it. Constanzo frowned as he glared at Lorenzo Flavio. What did I say about interruptions? Fine. Fine. Lorenzo lifted his arms in mock surrender. Have it your way if you want to be deceived. His frown deepening, Constanzo rose, but she shook her head at him. It's okay. I should have stopped seeing Lorenzo right then and there. I should have known it would lead nowhere. But when he started talking about amore and how much I meant to him, he made it difficult to walk away. I had no one to talk to, no one to ask, and I was drowning in a whirlwind of sensations I'd never felt but craved. He saw so much more in me than a cowgirl, and I loved being seen that way. Each day, I was falling more and more for him. Ti amo. He'd told her those words so many times. Words she'd been desperate to hear. Constanzo sat down. Mama, I can see where it's going. You don't have to be ashamed. You were young and taken advantage of by a much more experienced man. Who, I understand, refused to do the right thing when I became a reality. He wanted you aborted. Her hand flew to her mouth. I'm so sorry. You didn't need to know that. His clean-shaven jaw set tight. Not the best time to note it, but unlike her other children, who liked beards, he was always clean-shaven. Add a mustache, and he'd look so much like Lorenzo Flavio. And like Lorenzo, Constanzo preferred slacks and white shirts over jeans and Wrangler's shirts. She winced from the emotions stabbing her. I wanted you to be born. I knew I'd do everything to give you happiness. And you're much more than I deserved. Those were different times then, Lorenzo Flavio said. A child out of wedlock was a disgrace to everyone involved. Constanzo moved closer to her. And yet you risked everything to keep me. If I loved and admired you before, Mama, now I do so tenfold. Mama. Heat prickled her eyes. Oh, darling. That's not everything. I was in love with Lorenzo, but I stopped him before having an intimate relationship. Constanzo blinked. Then, how? I'm not your biological mother. I'm your Zia. Aunt. Chapter 13. The tension rose like dough left too long. What did you just say? Constanzo's dark skin blanched. Tears burned in her eyes. She started to reach for him, then clenched her hands at her sides. I'm so sorry. I should have told you sooner. I thought I was protecting you, but I was protecting myself. Glad you're admitting that. Lorenzo Flavio leaned against the back of the chair, appearing pleased. Anger seethed inside her as she snapped at him. You have no right to say it. But it was her son, she needed to focus on. His eyes were so huge. No. No. Constanzo seemed to stagger even in his seat. This can't be true. So she took a deep breath of the air filled with a distant scent of cookies, hoping to calm herself. It turned out, my sister had a valid reason for being so adamant against me taking lessons from Lorenzo Flavio. He wanted her to keep their relationship a secret, so she did. I guess she had suspicions about his womanizing ways when he offered to give me lessons. Lorenzo crossed his arms over his chest. I broke up with her before I fell for you. I didn't know about the baby then. But when she came to you, you told her she'd be on her own unless she agreed to an abortion. Her heart ached as she turned to her son again. In the 80s, people couldn't just buy a DNA kit and prove paternity yet. It would be my sister's word against his. And there, he was a respected professor, a pillar of the community, while she was a foreigner whose reputation could be trashed with a few rumors. Plus, after he broke up with her, she dated another guy in a silly attempt to make him jealous. See? That could have been his child, for all I knew. Lorenzo Flavio looked away. Then why are you here now? He hung his head. I did some research. I found Constanzo's photos on social media. When I looked at the photos, my heart squeezed. His gaze fixed on Constanzo. You look just like me, mio figlio. Constanzo jerked up. Son? Don't call me that. Then he got up and hugged her before returning to his seat. Mama, how did you make it all work? I told my sister I'd raise her child as my own. I didn't care if people gave me dirty looks or whispered behind my back if it meant my nephew would live. But our parents had a different opinion. So, once we flew back, they told me I had to find a husband fast who'd be willing to raise a child who wasn't his, before anyone found out about our family's shame. They thought it would make me change my mind. But I was determined. So when my childhood friend from a neighboring ranch, a boy I'd grown up beside, a boy who loved me, was thrilled I was back and wanted me to marry him, I told him everything. We had a hasty wedding. A week later, the three of us left for a distant relative's ranch who agreed to help and keep the secret. When we came back here, there were 4 of us. Your brothers followed fast. She stared into the space. Between the ranch and children, her memories of Italy became like smoke that dissipated in the air. Unshed tears gleamed in Constanzo's brown eyes. And you never sang again. You gave up your dream for me. No. My dreams became different. That's all. And I have no regrets. She turned to the man she'd once loved with such abandon. And you showing up here tells me you do. I handled it badly. But you know why I couldn't marry your sister. A child out of wedlock would be a disgrace to a distinguished professor like you. How could she look up to this man once upon a time? She'd put him on a pedestal as tall as those statues in the gardens. He shook his head. She wasn't showing yet, and I could marry her and later say the baby was born prematurely. I couldn't marry her because I never loved her. I loved you. How could I not? There was so much freshness and exuberance about you, so much curiosity about everything. And I never exaggerated your talent. If you stayed, I'd have helped you get into the best university, have a spectacular career. Your beautiful voice could have affected millions of people the way it affected me. She froze. He'd told her that before, but now she steeled herself. You told me a lot of beautiful words. There's no need for them now. It's true. Once I found out you were gone, without even saying goodbye, I couldn't bear it. I threw myself into work, hoping the pain would go away, he said. Did another exuberant student with a beautiful voice help you with that? Oops, she hadn't meant to sound so sarcastic, but then, she didn't try too hard not to. I couldn't forget you. Your smile, your laughter, your incredible voice. You were destined for fame. And for being my wife. I went to America, ready to propose and bring you and my child back. Your sister didn't want the baby anyway, that was clear. I was told you got married. It didn't even take you long. Constanzo jumped to his feet again. How dare you? Graziella gestured for him to sit down, then reached for his hands. I should have told you about this a long time ago. But with all his faults, Jimmy treated you like his own son. My sister and my parents made me promise I'd keep it all a secret. And then she fell from a horse and died when you were 4. You grieved your aunt, who often brought you presents, but you weren't devastated. And I didn't want to hurt you by telling you how much you'd lost in reality. And later, it just seemed best to let things be. Constanzo narrowed his eyes. I don't blame you. But I do blame this individual in front of me. If you cared about me, why didn't you contact me before now? The same reason. It seemed better for everyone to let things be. Lorenzo Flavio's fingers tapped on the table. Then he looked at her with the charm that had once made her fall for him. I followed your life from afar, mia cara. You had many children and seemed happy. I didn't want to ruin that. Don't think I don't know the real reason. Her blood heated again, but she bottled it down. You married a famous opera singer. I suspect she wouldn't take an illegitimate child lightly. He grimaced. You have to put it all so crudely. She reminded me of you, except even she didn't have your talent. She put off having children for her career. And then? We never had children. Something hard inside Graziella softened. What does she think about your trip here? She doesn't. She died last year from a stroke. He slumped further forward. Were those tears in his eyes? Then he fixed those eyes on Constanzo. As much as I wanted to meet you, mio figlio, I'm more here for Graziella. He leaned toward her, reached out a hand. I loved you once, still do, and you loved me, too. I've hurt you, and I regret it, deeply. But who knows how much time we have left. If you can find it in your heart to forgive me, I want to spend the rest of it with you. Her jaw nearly hit the table. The gall. This was unbelievable. She already knew the answer. I met a man after my divorce, and I'm falling hard for him. And nope, it didn't even take me long. Give or take a few decades. Lorenzo Flavio's eyes became hooded, shadowed. I hope you'll change your mind. Yeah, right. She met her son's steady gaze. Yes, even now, he was so steady, and yes, despite her not having given birth to him, he was her son. I'm sorry I kept this a secret from you. I know the pain is too fresh for you to answer, but will you ever be able to forgive me? He gaped at her, his eyes flaring. Are you kidding me? Her heart fell. Then he pushed back his chair, walked to her, and hugged her. There's nothing to forgive you for. I owe you. I owe my life to you. My son owes his life to you. You sacrificed so much for me and, in turn, for him. If not for you, neither one of us would have existed. Air left her lungs, and then she leaned into him, happy tears searing her cheeks. If I had to do it all over again, I would do the same thing. Except for lying to my sister and, as she said, stealing her man. Lorenzo Flavio lifted his hands. Hey, I'm not property to be stolen. Which also meant he carried full responsibility for his actions, but he'd forgotten that little part. She knew the answer already, based on how his figure, even with slumped shoulders, seemed wider than the person in the park. Yet she had to ask to make sure. Were you watching me in the park and the grocery store parking lot? He jerked into a more upright posture. What? No. I'm not some creep. So, while one secret was revealed tonight, more remained undiscovered, unknown even to her. If even the man from her past wasn't stalking her, who was? Graziella's hands didn't tremble when she stood up at the head of the large dining room table, and her knees didn't buckle. That was surprising, considering the storm inside her, but a good sign nonetheless. The wildflower fragrance from the bouquet on the table mixed with the ever-present cappuccino aroma. She allowed some time for the family to get here and sip their cappuccino. She didn't want them to spatter it on each other once she told the news. With a deep breath to calm her jumbled nerves, she surveyed their anxious faces, each one more familiar to her than the palm of her hand. How would they react? She'd taught them honesty, and yet she'd lied to them all these years. Her goal was noble, but she'd never believed a goal justified the means. The only calm face among them was her oldest son's, and that strengthened her. He'd agreed the others needed to know, and they'd told his wife, who'd said she'd support them through it all. Graziella didn't expect anything else. Except for her daughter, who was still on a music tour, living her dream. Okay, maybe Graziella's dream, too. All her children were here with their wives. Gratitude unraveled. Her children married well now, though several had made mistakes in the past and had difficult first marriages that ended in disaster. Giovanni, who rubbed his dark beard right now, was a prime example. He'd given her the most trouble as a boy. Then, as a teen, he'd decided to travel the world. When he wanted to be a musician instead of helping her run the ranch like his brothers, she'd supported him. Yes, she'd lived through him vicariously, but she'd wanted him to be happy even more. Instead, his path was bumpy, and he'd never achieved much fame. Then she'd shed plenty of tears for him when he'd given up his freedom for his first love, Tatiana. While in prison, he'd pushed his family away, including Graziella, and that had broken her heart. Yet Tatiana not only left him when he'd needed her the most, but she'd also left her children. To this day, nobody knew where she was. Most likely, in some warm place, sipping fruity drinks on the beach with a new husband and not a care in the world. Thankfully, Giovanni and Meredith formed an unlikely family, including adopting the daughter from Tatiana's second marriage, now Adeline's best friend, Ellen. Thinking about Adeline and Hugo made Graziella's heart squeeze. She'd avoided the discussion at the restaurant, despite making a date to talk. After Lorenzo showed up and she'd known she had to tell her family tonight, she hadn't had the strength to tell her story an extra time. Hugo had seemed just as eager to forget the promised conversation and enjoy the night, but she'd need to tell him tomorrow. If they could have any future together, he needed to know about her past. She cleared her throat. I gathered you here today because I need to share a story from 4 decades ago in Italy. Nobody asked why. If she decided to do this, it must be important. When she finished, only the grandfather clock broke the silence. Did you know? Giovanni whispered in Constanzo's direction. Yes, he said. She didn't want his siblings to think he'd kept the secret from them. She was about to say she'd only told him an hour ago when he admitted as much. Then he got up and stood by her, towering over her. Before anyone says anything or even thinks anything, I want to say I still consider you my brothers. You're the only family I know and want to know. And how eternally grateful I am to our mother for what she did. Tears welled in her eyes again. She didn't deserve him. Except for the secret part. Those were different times. He hugged her. You did what was the best for me and your family. But had she? Giovanni shot to his feet, and Graziella tensed. Giovanni was her most hot-tempered and brooding son. He'd pushed her and his brothers away for years before being released from prison and returning to the ranch. Would he stomp away again? Her insides trembled, and she had to force herself to stay in one place instead of rushing to anchor him in her arms and in her life. Worry flashed in Meredith's green eyes, but she, too, stayed in her chair as if trusting her husband to do the right thing. Giovanni walked to Constanzo. I don't care if it's as a cousin or brother. You're my family, and I'm grateful you're part of it. He gave Constanzo a man-hug, then hugged Graziella. Mama, you made an incredibly difficult choice. Wish you told us sooner, but it doesn't make me love you any less. I love you more, if that's possible. His mischievous grin flashed. And now I know who my great musical talent comes from. A few chuckles traveled over the table. While he was much humbler now than in his youth, some confidence remained, and Graziella was grateful for both. Her youngest son joined them for the group hug. Giovanni said it the best. I love you all molto. And we can never repay you, Mama, for giving up so much for us. This doesn't change anything, except making me want to go to Italy again. Roberto winked at his wife, who smiled back at him. They'd been to Rome for their honeymoon and wanted to go there again. Her daughters-in-law echoed the sentiment. Every one of them was an independent, strong-willed woman in her own right, emotional damages notwithstanding, so they didn't just support their husbands, they meant it. Graziella eyed her family, and her voice trembled. You are amazing. Giovanni spread his arms, palms out. What can I say? You raised us right. However, one person still needed to hear all this. Maybe now that she had this semi-closure, she could move on with Hugo. Or was something more than disastrous relationships with the men in her past or their age difference holding her back? Chapter 14. It probably wasn't the best idea to choose an Italian restaurant for this, but there was no turning back now. What was she thinking? That arched windows, bright chandeliers, and grapes on nearly every painting would be a perfect backdrop for what she had to say. Or that lasagna would be easier to slide around the lump in her throat than, let's say, steak? Yet here they were. Are you worried about something? Hugo's voice filtered through her thoughts. He looked dashing in his Arctic blue shirt and black slacks, but that suaveness only reminded her of Lorenzo Flavio. Why do you say that? She was stalling, and she knew it. Something about you cutting the same lettuce leaf for 5 minutes already. Concern coded his words. Right. She studied her butchered salad, then sipped her lemonade. Why was she so nervous? Everyone had a past. Hugo had his. You need to know something about me. But it's a long story. She gulped down the rest of the cold lemonade. I'm not in any hurry. He caught her gaze and held it. Then he gestured to the waitress to refill her glass. Graziella gave up on the lasagna, salad, and even breadsticks, and she'd never met a breadstick she didn't like. Here it goes. When she finished, he studied her. That was pretty heroic of you. She snorted her unladylike snort. There was nothing heroic about it. And it fathered way too many lies I'm still ashamed of. You did what you thought was best. And I'm sorry you had to go through it. He leaned forward, bracing his forearms on the tabletop. Do you still have feelings for Lorenzo Flavio? She drank a bit of the tangy cool drink. From her entire story, that was what Hugo had concentrated on? Arg. Her rib cage squeezed. Or did he have a point? She thought she despised the man and what she now considered her weakness of falling for him. But was Lorenzo Flavio her unrealized dream, or at least part of it, as wrong as it sounded? Or more likely, could her new dream be sitting right in front of her, and she'd ruined it all by bringing up her past? The next day, Graziella did her best to push Hugo and the question in his eyes away as she finished dinner, ironically, lasagna she didn't have a chance to try yesterday. Most of her daughters-in-law, though she preferred calling them daughters-in-law, had been broken when they'd met her sons. Graziella would be forever grateful to the Lord that, where others might have seen damage, her sons had seen beauty. And that God had taken the shattered pieces of these incredible women and made something so extraordinary out of them. Graziella walked into the spacious living room, and her fingers traveled over the smooth photos on the fireplace mantel. So many framed pictures occupied it that she'd added shelves nearby just for photos. Here was a photo of her oldest son with his wife and 3 boys, 2 of whom made faces, while the youngest jumped, so he was mostly a blur. The photo made her chuckle. Nellie held her head high, her gaze confident. Hard to believe that, not so long ago, she'd been browbeaten by her first husband so much that she'd thought she didn't deserve any better. Anger boiled inside Graziella at the guy, so she took a deep breath. Constanzo had met Nellie when she'd become the best assistant manager this ranch ever had. And then, thanks to her love of books, she'd become the best librarian cowboy Crossing ever had. Now Nellie was running a library, an internet cafe, a bi-weekly book club, a summer reading program for children, author signings, monthly audiobook listening evenings, and even occasional performances of classics with the school drama club. And she was just getting started. That was while raising 3 rambunctious boys who were bundles of energy. Nellie's organizational skills were amazing, but maybe she'd just needed someone to believe in her. Nellie had become a librarian. Some people wanted to see the world. Nellie wanted to see the world in books. And she wanted to bring that incredible gift to others. No wonder she and Constanzo's son, another bookworm, had bonded so fast. Next photo. Graziella's most mischievous and easygoing son, the one who loved to dance and saw the best in everything and everyone. A cowboy through and through, he loved ranching, but he could also make the best pizza in the family, and Graziella considered that important. Thankfully, Roberto had seen the best in Kat when she'd stolen his car with his daughter in it. Kat's gaze was still defiant, and her posture showed her military training, but her eyes were luminous now. Her father had abused her so badly she'd had to run away and change her identity. Graziella thanked God for giving these courageous but hurting women new family to heal them. And she took that responsibility seriously. Like her own, her girls' dreams changed. Kat still ran a consulting business, but she was also happy raising her stepdaughter, Gianna, who adored her new mom even more than the girl adored her dream of becoming a doctor. As if conjured up by Graziella's thoughts, her phone rang, and Nellie's contact icon appeared on the screen. Smiling, Graziella swiped the phone to answer. Buon pomeriggio, mia figlia. Mama, please don't forget about the book club today. Her smile widened. She'd never tell Nellie, but she suspected the club's success wasn't only due to her daughter-in-law's passion for books, but also to Graziella's desserts. She had a tray baking in the oven right now, too. Due to the club's name, it had to be something chocolate, but she didn't complain. The more chocolate the better, right? And desserts shared with friends didn't count as calories. At least, that was her opinion. I'll be there. How could I miss discussing? She thought a moment, then named the book she hoped was right and held her breath. Did she guess it? Nellie sighed. That was last meeting, which I know you hadn't read either. So not true. Graziella had read the first pages. Well, you'll tell me the highlights. I always do. And, there was a pause. Could you please come a little early? I need to talk to you. She suppressed a groan. What did those boys get themselves into this time? Most likely Liam. Guilt stung. Here she went, being prejudiced and making assumptions about him as others had. Then she went stone cold. Did anybody get hurt? No. It's nothing like that. Sure. I'll be there. See you soon. Graziella disconnected. Then it must be about her grandson's shenanigans. She'd often fallen on her face in the evenings when her sons had been little and running around, usually in opposite directions, as if each had a motor in them with an endless fuel supply. Plus, the never-ending ranch work since they couldn't afford to hire enough help. She'd thought things would get easier when the kids became teenagers. She'd thought wrong. Well, Graziella couldn't run after boys any longer, but she could dish out advice as well as she plated up lasagna or tiramisu. Book club. Nellie believed books could change people's lives and alter countries' courses. Books could inspire and make people happy, at least for some time. Graziella looked out the window at sprawling hills. If she hadn't come back from Italy, could the same have eventually been said about her songs? Like her ex-husband had pointed out, she could have failed at a music career even if she'd stayed in Italy. But what if? The oven timer chimed, and she hurried to the kitchen. She was never a person to look back and wonder. So why now? Was the real reason not her worries about how her family would react to Hugo, they seemed to be accepting him fine by now, or even the shadow of 2 dead wives looming over his head, but that she'd have to choose between a guy and a dream again? Granted, last time the guy had been a tiny baby boy. Still. Well, right now, she had a group of women hungry for knowledge, and, brownies. She opened the oven, and warm air greeted her with a yummy scent. That smells great. May I help you with the tray? Constanzo's voice made her turn around. As always, his white shirt was spotless and his slacks ironed. He'd always stood out among her cowboy sons, and it was a miracle nobody had questioned it before. And help yourself to the treats, right? Despite her words, she stepped aside and let him put on a mitten and remove the tray. Let them cool off first. Mama, I need to talk to you. Oh. That didn't sound good. Then it might not be their children Constanzo's wife had wanted to talk about. It might be the marriage. She searched her oldest son's face. Go ahead. He visibly swallowed. Right now? See. I might need that brownie first. She moved in front of the stove. Spill. I really want another child. That's all? She barely held in a chuckle. That is what you wanted to talk to me about? Yeah. He scrubbed a hand over his clean-shaven face, then walked to the breakfast nook and slumped into a chair. I realize Nellie and I are already blessed with 3 great boys who, well, drive us crazy sometimes. She quirked an eyebrow as she took a seat near him. Sometimes? Well, most of the time, especially the oldest. But then I close my eyes and see a little girl with serious gray eyes, just like Nellie, and glasses on the tip of her nose, and my heart turns over. What if it's a boy? She crossed her arms. I'd be happy with that, too. But can I ask such commitment from Nellie? I want to make her life easier, not more difficult. She has her hands full with 3 boys already. She adores her job at the library, and from what I hear around town, people love all the projects she comes up with. Her passion for books seems contagious. The library is brimming with patrons now. And raising 4 children. I don't know how you did it, raising 5. She had no regrets, but it wasn't easy. You and your siblings were worth it. Did you pray about it? Yes. He nodded. And I keep seeing that little girl. Our daughter. I don't know whether this is the Lord's answer or the answer I want. Did you talk to Nellie about it? Not yet. Well, what are you waiting for then? She rolled her eyes. I taught you better than that. I don't want her to agree just because I want another child. Oh, mio figlio, she's a woman who knows her own mind. At least, she was now, but Graziella kept that thought to herself. And if God gives you another child, so be it. He gave her a peck on the cheek, then stole a brownie. She rather liked that Constanzo was so considerate, and yes, it flattered her that he came to her for advice. It flattered her that all her adult children still asked her advice. It's nice of you to think about Nellie's wishes. He shrugged as if it were no big deal, but a smile, said her words, pleased him. She's my equal partner in this marriage, and I love her. With all my heart. And, as much as I'm going to help, a lot of work will fall on her. So it's the right thing to do. She nodded, but guilt prickled. She'd raised her children to do the right thing, but did she do the same by keeping a secret? It was difficult to imagine this quiet, broad-shouldered, much taller than her man, who'd managed the ranch since her ex had run off with all the funds, was once a tiny crying bundle in her arms. A bundle that might not have happened. When he hugged her before leaving and after stealing another brownie and practically inhaling it, she held on to him for a few extra seconds. After she let him go, he looked at her, his brown eyes aglow and reminding her of his father's with a painful sting. Mama, are you okay? See. She plunged on. Have you ever regretted leaving the big corporate world to manage our ranch? You could be managing a worldwide corporation instead by now. Unlike her other children, Constanzo had a propensity for academics and had breezed through his studies in school. Earning an MBA was easy for him. Guilt had gnawed on her sometimes because, by returning to the ranch, he'd given up on his dream as she had. Much to her relief, he grinned. No regrets whatsoever. This is my world, and I love it. I'm happy here. After all, I come from a long line of cowboys. No, you don't. At least, not on your father's side. He seemed to remember that because his eyes darkened. Then, he squared those broad shoulders. Blood or no blood, I come from a long line of cowboys, and that's the way I'll always look at it. You'll always be my mother. And frankly, you were my father figure, too. That's not going to change. And, if you want to date Hugo, or even marry him, I'll be happy for you. I want you to have what Nellie and I have. You deserve it. You've always deserved it. He hugged her again before leaving, and his words lingered long after she closed the front door behind him. Then she changed into a flowery skirt with Fantasyland flowers in marmalade hues and a matching sweater. She probably looked like an orange, and she liked it. After smoothing down her hair, she wrapped a knit shawl around her shoulders. With the brownies in a covered dish, she drove to the library her family had helped fund but declined to let the town name after them. As she breathed in the comforting scent of vanilla air freshener, her thoughts kept returning to the conversation with her oldest. Her ex-husband never bothered to ask her whether she'd wanted more children. He'd wanted a big family, and after what he'd done for her, she'd owed him. End of conversation. She made a turn to the left, her fingers tightening around the smooth steering wheel. She loved all her children dearly and was thankful for every one of them. And for him being a good father, just like she'd hoped he'd be. But sometimes she'd wondered whether having a lot of children was his way of tying her to himself, making sure she'd never leave. Not that she was going to, but something was always lacking in their marriage. And he'd blamed her for it. Blamed her that he'd loved her more than she loved him. She found a space in the parking lot near the library. An old Tudor-style home, the library rose with a steep cedar shingled roof and timber frames accentuating its brick facade. Graziella took pride in how her sons and their cousins helped revive it. During the renovations, they'd taken down several interior walls, making it an open floor plan, and then donated the first collection of books when the town council decided to make it a public library. They'd left a lot of things unchanged: exposed brick walls, wooden plank ceiling, and a fireplace that probably wasn't such a great idea among books, come to think about it. Graziella didn't get out of the truck once she turned off the engine, memory swamping her. Jimmy had changed a lot once he'd put the ring on her finger. No, not at once, rather slowly, so it had taken her some time to notice it. Yes, she'd been devastated when he'd left, but it was because her children had lost their father and might lose their ranch, as well. Not because she'd lost a husband. That part of her felt relieved, though she'd never admitted it to anyone, not even to herself until now. She stared straight ahead at the golden leaf trees towering over the wooden bench, a perfect place to read, painted cerulean blue near the library entrance. She'd never searched for him because she wasn't sure she'd wanted to find him. Constanzo had taken up that search and had given her closure when they learned Jimmy had married someone else. Okay, she'd never been one to lollygag, and it was too late to start now. She climbed out of the truck, picked up the covered dish, and marched to the library. Nellie must have seen her from the window because she opened the front door for her, then took the dish. "Thank you so much." Inside, the place smelled of books and mint tea. The long-weathered mahogany table was already set with paper plates and napkins stamped with book imprints. Even the mugs were bookish. With the library closed to the public this evening, no other people were here yet for the book club. Good. Graziella studied her daughter-in-law, doing her best to read Nellie's face like Nellie read book pages. "What did you want to talk to me about? Please, Lord, guide me on how to help her. Please give me wisdom." Hopefully, this would be something communication could resolve. Graziella firmly believed a lot of issues could be resolved by saying what you needed to say. Well, and a yummy dessert wouldn't hurt either. "I'm super grateful to Constanzo for adopting my 2 boys. I know they're a lot of work. Besides, he's so busy managing the ranch. It's not fair for me to ask him to do more." But, she frowned at the napkin she folded and unfolded. "You want another child," Graziella whispered. Nellie looked up, her gray eyes wistful. "I do want another child." Graziella drew her darling daughter-in-law into a hug. "Thank you, Lord." Chapter 15. Despite Graziella not working at the ranch any longer, she decided to check on the fence and any lone cows as she rode along the ranch line. After all, the sun was shining brightly, though not bringing much warmth, and spending time with one of her favorite horses, Chocolate Sprinkles, seemed like a good idea. And fine, having Hugo join her had helped make her choice of activity so much easier. Adeline had stayed with her best friends under Meredith's supervision. The girl was getting over her shyness fast, and that made the sun shine brighter for Graziella. Probably for Hugo, too. They talked about Adeline and her grandchildren, but he was quieter than usual. She frowned, then ironed out her frown. They both seemed in their element, out in the open, the fresh grass-scented air filling their lungs. Then what was wrong? She noted the fence needed repair, and he dismounted, then put the plank back in place and nailed it. "You don't have to do this, you know." She studied him as he mounted the horse easily. She'd needed 3 attempts, a bucket, and his help to mount her Appaloosa mare. Arg. Graziella didn't need a reminder about their age difference and, far more importantly, their difference in agility. Good thing, they were past the age of playing catch. She'd be out of breath before he even moved. "I know I don't have to. I like to." His lips widened a bit. A bird took flight from a tree as they approached, then disappeared in the sky. Years ago, she'd felt somewhat envious of the birds and didn't want to think why. Then she understood that it was because birds could go wherever they wanted and many flew halfway around the world for their winter migration. But then they always returned home. Why did it put nostalgia in her heart, though? She was right where she wanted to be. Wasn't she? "We need to talk," he said. She tensed, and Chocolate Sprinkles neighed, sensing that tension as they moved forward. Was this when he'd break up with her and she'd say with a forced smile, "It was good while it lasted"? Her heart dropped into the grass, causing another nervous neigh from Chocolate Sprinkles. Graziella drew a deep breath of fresh air to steady herself. "What would you like to say?" "You need to know something. Especially after what you told me about Constanzo. I never told this to anyone, but I strongly suspect Kenneth isn't my son. Our blood types don't match." And, he paused, proving saying it was difficult. "I found email correspondence on my wife's computer after she died. She used Kenneth's name as a password. He didn't say anything else. So she said it for him. She was having an affair. There were certain photos. Then Kenneth looks just like the guy. It was going on and off for a while. It started when I was still on the rodeo circuit. She broke it off several times, but always returned to him. Apparently, his lips twisted in a soured shape, he understood her like I never could. "I'm sorry," she said. They dismounted and tied their horses to a sprawling oak. The sun hid behind a cloud, underscoring the gloomy mood. Then he leaned on the oak that had been rooted in her land for generations, the branches bare like his soul now, his gaze far away as if he were looking beyond the horizon. The night she died, she was driving to meet with him. She and I fought about me forgetting to buy tickets she wanted for a concert. I said I could still buy them, but she screamed I didn't want to spend time with her and I didn't care about what she wanted. Then she stormed out, and I never saw her again. An aching squeezed her heart. Most likely, his late wife had picked a fight to have an excuse to leave and to ease her conscience over cheating. It's not your fault. I hope you understand that. Yet maybe if I'd been a better husband, if I spent more time with her than the Bronx, maybe she wouldn't have looked for someone else. This is not on you. As he turned his tormented eyes her way, she said a prayer for him. Besides, it's in the past. Look at the present. You're a fantastic granddad. And if you want to know my opinion, well, I'll tell you, if you want to know my opinion or not, you're a much better father than Kenneth deserves. Then it dawned on her. He doesn't know, does he? He shook his head as he ran his fingers over the rough bark. When I found out, it was so raw. I couldn't think straight. The guy never seemed interested in raising his child. I told myself I was going to tell Kenneth once things calmed down. When the time was right. But the time was never right. Oh, how she could relate to what he'd gone through. Though in her case, she was partly to blame while he'd done nothing wrong. She stroked the ancient oak's rough bark, then covered his hand with hers. His fingers were cold, and she suspected his heart was, too, right now. Kenneth blamed you for her death, didn't he? He hung his head. He heard us fighting. Heard her storming out. And you cared about him too much to tell the truth and ruin his image of someone he adored. She squeezed his fingers to show her support. You didn't want Kenneth to think he was an unwanted child either, at least, by his father. Some of the same reasons she'd kept her secret. They'd formed a bond, and she felt his life rooted in hers, like the oak's roots meshed with the soil. I had a far more selfish reason for keeping it a secret once Adeline came along. She isn't my biological granddaughter. He raised his square chin and looked her in the eyes. She held his gaze, the turmoil in his tearing at her. His overwhelming love for the little girl touched her even more now. But she always believed in ties of the heart more than in ties of blood. He wouldn't stop you from seeing his daughter then, would he? He didn't answer, and that was an answer in itself. As her heart shifted, she moved closer. Thank you for telling me this. I wanted you to know, because you matter very much to me. He wrapped his arms around her waist, bringing her to him. The scent of his spicy cologne mingled with the scent of hay, and her head started spinning like when she'd been 18. She welcomed the spinning because this was the right guy. Wasn't he? Or were there secrets in their lives the other one didn't know? Graziella, emotion darkened his eyes, making her heart race. His fingers traced the outline of her face, bringing everything in her alive. Just the way she wanted to feel. Her phone rang in her pocket, and he let her go. She pulled back. With her family, she couldn't ignore phone calls. One never knew who could be in the ER this time. Seconds later, his phone rang, too. They exchanged glances. That wasn't a good sign. She picked up her phone at the same time he answered his. Mama, I'm so sorry. Meredith spoke so firmly Graziella could imagine the woman raising her chin and meeting her eye the way she would with a judge in court. Adeline fell from the swing. I think she's okay, but she got a few cuts and bruises. I'm taking her to the doctor. I'll be right there, Graziella and Hugo said in unison. They raced back. It's all my fault. Hugo's hands squeezed the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles went white. His heart pounded as he floored the gas pedal. He'd agreed to take Graziella's truck because one shouldn't bring a child back from the hospital on a motorcycle. Maybe I should have been the one to drive. No need to add more patients to the ER. Her voice was soothing despite her words. Right. He eased off on the gas pedal, grateful she was with him. He talked to Adeline on the phone, and she sounded fine. Still, everything inside him trembled. And it's not your fault at all. First, you weren't there. Second, children fall and bruise themselves all the time. I used to take tiramisu to the ER staff regularly. All my children, except for Constanzo, were regular visitors. If I tortured myself for every visit like you're doing now, I wouldn't have survived. You're right. He made a turn too fast, and Tyre squealed in protest. I wasn't there. I should have been. She groaned. From all I said, that's what you latched onto. She touched his shoulder. Did I tell you about the time 3 of my sons, teenagers at the time, fell into the pond? That doesn't sound too horrible. He resisted the urge to honk at the slowpoke in front of him and checked for an opening to pass. There wasn't one. The pond was frozen, and the ice was too thin. Oh. Seeing enough space, he changed lanes. While his heart raced faster than he could speed the vehicle, he had a new appreciation for all she'd gone through. Though Kenneth had become gloomy and distant as a teen, he'd been a quiet child, so not many hospital visits then. Now, while he'd had tons of her help with Adeline, Graziella had done it all on her own. Yup. Giovanni had to try to skate, fell through, and then his brothers tried to get him out and fell in. Thankfully, Constanzo got the cowhands and ropes to get his younger brothers out. Hypothermia could have done them in. Her voice trembled. Other times, it could be something simple. He ground his teeth as the forest green sedan in front of him stopped at a yellow light. Seriously? They could have both passed. But her voice and stories worked as a good distraction. Simple like what? Giovanni tried to put anything round-shaped into his nose. I kid you not. A pea, a coin, once even a small snail inside a shell. I wasn't pleased, and I suspect neither was the snail. He chuckled, which surprised him. The light turned to green, finally, but the sedan didn't move. Oh, for crying out loud. This time he did honk. They could climb trees like monkeys, but 2 of my boys fell. Let me guess. One was Giovanni. The sedan moved forward at last. He drove around it, guilt nagging him for honking. It was probably an old lady. He saw a teen on the phone. Arg. The road to the hospital never seemed this long. The traffic was usually light, but this was the lunch hour, so probably the reason for congestion. Yep. Giorgio climbed too high into a tree and got scared. To give him credit, this time Giovanni was trying to help instead of starting mischief. But he was too heavy for the branch, and it broke. Why did Giorgio fall? That part is a mystery. In solidarity, I guess. And if I start talking about all the fights they got in. But thankfully, soon the kids at school and the neighboring farms realized that, if they picked on one of the Moore siblings, all of them joined the fight. And no one wanted that. He took the turn to the hospital. I guess it saved you a lot of trips into the principal's office. Not really. See, my boys were inventive. For example, Giovanni brought a frog into the class and put it on the teacher's chair. The teacher almost sat on the thing. I imagine the frog wasn't pleased. He eased into the parking lot and found the spot to park. Worry about his granddaughter consumed him. Neither was the teacher. Thankfully, Giovanni yelled about the frog before any harm could be done. But the teacher landed on the floor instead, and he landed in detention, which by then he was used to. To his disappointment, the frog couldn't join him. Hugo turned off the engine and glanced at her. She seemed to understand him without words. Run inside and find your little girl. I'll join you soon. If I run with you, I might need the oxygen tank by the time I get there." When he hesitated, she waved him off. She always knew what to say, always put others first. Now wasn't the moment, but he needed to tell her how much he admired her. Soon, though. So he dashed to the entrance and then inside. The hum of people and the scent of antiseptics and stale coffee greeted him. Before he could even think about where to go, Roberto met him and stuck a clipboard into Hugo's hands. "They're going to take an X-ray as soon as you sign the forms. I completed them to the best of my ability." Worry about Adeline edged out other thoughts. He glanced over the paperwork as they strode forward. Wow, the insurance information was already filled in. "I'll pay for the treatment." "Please. I want to pay. Besides, our family has been such frequent visitors here, we should be getting wholesale discounts." "Thank you." In too much of a hurry, he didn't bother arguing. He just wanted to see his little girl, who was hurt, scared, and probably crying now. He paused only long enough to sign the paperwork and fill whatever fields were left blank. Once he rounded the corner, his eyes widened. Adeline was giggling at something Gianna told her. Then she hugged her friend. Although Little Mermaid band-aids now decorated her face like a patchwork quilt, she looked unharmed. "She's giggling. It must be some sort of miracle." That didn't sound right, but Roberto seemed to understand him. "She's fine. Not to brag, but my daughter helped my wife clean the scratches and put band-aids on." Gianna wasn't exactly glad her friend was hurt, but she was glad to be able to use her medical skills. "By the way, you've got a happy child on your hands." "Grandpa." Adeline jumped up when she saw him. "Are you okay, sweetie pie? You're not hurt?" He leaned down and hugged his precious girl, his heart lodging in his throat. "I'm good. Just my elbow scratched. And my face a little." Then she eased out of his embrace. "I'm gonna see an X-ray machine. It's gonna show my bones." "Well, not all of them. Did you know we have over 200 bones? That's a whole lot of bones." If he didn't know any better, he'd think she'd fallen on purpose. That's a lot of bones indeed. And thankfully, none of those tiny bones in her fragile body seemed to be broken, but he wanted to know for sure. He reviewed the description Graziella had given him about Roberto. He was her easygoing son, with a positive attitude and a love for dancing and cooking, often at the same time. Unlike Giovanni, Roberto had never had wanderlust and was happy being a cowboy and spending all his life at the ranch. His adorable daughter with her pageboy haircut nearly always carried that medical bag. She wanted to be a doctor, and there was a sad twist to that story. Gianna wasn't Roberto's biological daughter but the result of his late wife's affair with a doctor. So similar to Hugo's story. His blood stirred as the knowledge created an immediate bond. Graziella joined them, clearly out of breath. "I told you Adeline was okay. Though I can't blame you for worrying." He felt lighter, once again grateful for her presence. Somehow, life's trials seemed easier when she was nearby. Besides, she'd raised 5 healthy, happy, and accomplished children and now was helping raise a myriad of grandchildren, including his. "Thank you." Roberto sent him an apologetic glance. "I'm sorry this happened." While he'd had a flash of anger toward Roberto before, it was long gone now. "Not your fault. Children fall all the time." But he leaned to Adeline and hugged her extra tight all the same. When Adeline returned from her X-ray, footfalls made him look behind them. Constanzo, Meredith, Jackson, and Ellen with pink ribbons in her bouncy pigtails hurried to them. Constanzo carried coffee, and Ellen carried a mermaid doll in one hand and a plush dolphin in the other, and she gave Adeline the dolphin right away. The boy was carrying a children's book. "We came as soon as we could," Constanzo said. The boy got busy showing Adeline pictures in the book. Wow, these people who barely knew him dropped everything to come to support him. If he'd told them, they'd probably have been in the hospital with him when he'd gone through all those tests. Graziella's lips curved up. The rest of the family would be here, too. But they are in Springfield right now, well, besides Aurora, still on her music tour. Constanzo slapped his shoulder, thankfully, after putting down the coffee. You're one of us now. Of course, we'd be here. Thanks. I am honored. Graziella took a coffee from her oldest son, then handed it to Hugo, and their fingers touched when he accepted it. A strange expression darkened her eyes as she looked at Meredith and then back at him. Was it concern? Sadness? Wistfulness? His fingers curled around the warm cup. I appreciate it. Then his attention snapped back to his little girl. He wanted to protect her from all the hurts in the world, but how could he? Well, at least this hurt resulted in only minor scratches, and the X-ray showed no broken bones. But when the time came for her to go back to her father, he'd have a broken heart. Just like if Graziella walked away from him. When her doorbell rang the next day, Graziella perked up, then rushed to answer it. Could this be Hugo? She flung the door open and grimaced. It's you. Lorenzo Flavio cleared his throat. Great to see you, too. Well, I have wonderful news. It would be if said news didn't involve her. She crossed her arms over her chest. What's that? I'm leaving. He smirked. I just came to say goodbye. May I come in? Sure. She waved him inside. She forgave him or, at least, hoped she did. But she couldn't love him any longer, and a tiny part of her was sad about that. Would you like something to drink? She gestured to the dining table. He took a seat. No. Thank you for letting me spend time with my grandson. She made an effort to keep her expression neutral as she sat nearby. She didn't like it that he distinguished between his biological grandson and Constanzo's adopted children. It was Constanzo's decision, not mine. I'm going back to Italy. Lorenzo studied her. I'd love for you to come with me. She didn't need to think about it. No. He rubbed a hand over his eyes and let out a heavy breath. I suspected as much. But if you ever change your mind, here's an airplane ticket. He removed the ticket from his coat pocket and placed it on the table. It has an open date. You can use it any time you like. She waved it off. It's over between us. It was over decades ago. You're welcome to use it, even if you don't come see me. Sadness edged his smile, before it wobbled away. Your experience of Italy was interrupted too soon. But maybe now all roads could lead to Rome, after all. Or to Naples. I messed up our chance together, but I do want you to be happy. I always wanted you to be happy, mia cara. After he left, she stared at the ticket on the dining table. She should tear it apart. She really should. Her family could survive on their own for a few weeks. But what if she wanted to stay in Italy longer? Hugo might want to go with her, but she doubted Kenneth would allow Hugo to pull Adeline out of school for several months. His first responsibility was to his granddaughter, and Graziella understood that. Her heart shifted. Italy was more than the beautiful country her ancestors had come from. It was part of a broken dream she still wanted back, at least a tiny piece, and at over 60, she didn't have much time left. She didn't want to leave Hugo, but did she want to lose Italy all over again? Chapter 16. Graziella wasn't sure why she was on the Texas coast for the weekend, but here she was, breathing in salty air with a tint of seaweed and listening to seagulls. Hugo's arm was wrapped around her shoulders like it always belonged there, and maybe it did. He'd suggested the beach outing, and since Adeline and Ellen had been so excited about it, Graziella didn't have the heart to say no. Though apparently they'd had different ideas of what they meant by fun at the beach. For Graziella, it was strolling, for Hugo parasailing, for Adeline seeing new fish, and for Ellen meeting mermaids. Graziella had done her best to explain the mermaid meeting wasn't going to happen, but Ellen said she was going to pray very, very hard. Because when one prayed and worked very, very hard, all things were possible. Graziella didn't know what to say to that and hoped there'd be some movie filming mermaids. Ellen's parents, Giovanni and Meredith, had joined them, taking their last trip before the baby arrived. One of Graziella's nephews had offered his beach house, and anyone in the family was welcome to it. Meredith's doctor had cleared her for travel. As tragic and painful as her pregnancy's beginning had been, thankfully the rest of it was normal. God had taken something so violent and horrible and made it into the miracle that a baby was. Graziella couldn't wait to meet her new grandson. And who wouldn't marvel at God's creation while observing the endless beauty of the ocean with foam-coated waves and eternal mystery within? Gorgeous, isn't it? Hugo's breath tickled her ear. I'm thrilled I can share this with you. Me, too. She leaned into him. He didn't ask her to share his parasailing experience, though, and she was grateful for that. The man was learning. But he did kiss her cheek now, sending awareness parasailing through her. The man was learning there, too. Despite the November breeze, her insides warmed up. Her face flushed as if she were a teenager, and she longed to have his lips on hers. But she reminded herself about her responsibilities. Her gaze moved to the girls collecting seashells under Meredith's supervision. Grandpa, Grandma, look how many seashells I found. Adeline dashed to them, carrying her find. Great job, sweetie pie. Hugo disentangled himself from Graziella. She missed him immediately. Then she froze. Grandma, she mouthed to him. He grinned and spread his arms. What can I say? She knows you're the best grandma a girl can ask for. Her heart swelled. She'd miss Adeline dearly when the sweet girl went back to her parents. She could only imagine how he would feel. She felt a coin in her pocket, then fished it out, and threw it into the ocean. Then she handed one to Hugo. That's so we can come back here again. I'd love to. But only if it's with you. The ocean and the sky reflected in his mesmerizing eyes, and she could look in them forever. She'd thrown coins into fountains in Rome and Naples so she could return. But here, it was different. Yes, she wanted to come back, but only if it was with him. He'd become part of her life without her even noticing. And she remembered all too well how excruciating it could be to rip such attachment from her heart. Do lots of people throw coins in the ocean? Adeline scrunched up her brows. I think so. Hugo shrugged as he sent his coin flying. It sparkled in the sun before landing in the water and scaring a nearby seagull away. Then there might be real treasure in the water, the girl concluded. Hugo chuckled. The real treasure is right in front of me. Adeline's eyes widened. Thankfully, she held on to her seashells even in her surprise. Where? Here. He touched her shoulder, then turned to Ellen. And here. Then he looked at Graziella, admiration in his gaze. And here. Joy blossomed, despite how after her first love betrayed her, she didn't believe in flowery compliments. We're a treasure. Adeline and Ellen squealed in unison. That gave Graziella an idea she tucked away for later. I mean it. He brushed his fingers along the outline of Graziella's face, sending a delicious wave through her body. His gaze became heated, melting her resolve, and she stepped closer. Ellen tugged at her sweater. Grandma, I'm hungry. Right. Graziella stumbled back. One would think that by her age she could hold her emotions in check. One would be wrong. How do you feel about going to the Pirates restaurant for lunch? He winked at her. If he was one of them, Graziella would even surrender to the pirates if she and Hugo lived in those times. Yes, she had it bad. The girl's eyes widened again. There are gonna be pirates there? Graziella hoped that didn't scare them. Only drawn on the wall and menu. Ellen sighed. That's a pity. The previous idea shaped up better, and Graziella couldn't wait to share it with him later when curious little ears wouldn't be able to hear them. He held her hand while they strolled along the beach to their car, breathing the salt air, listening to seagull greetings, and she tucked these precious moments in her memory. She'd learned the hard way not to take them for granted. Outside the restaurant, a pirate greeted them from the neon blue wall while inside it smelled like French fries, shrimp, and onion rings. Then 2 aquariums with colorful fish drew Ellen's attention. Thankfully, hunger outbid her love for marine life, and Graziella was able to tear the girl away from the aquariums and get her to the table. Giovanni and Meredith already waited for them at the table, looking like newlyweds in love, holding hands, and seeing only each other. It was good for them to get some couple time. Well, not for long, because Ellen barreled to them. People around them smiled, and probably none of them guessed that she wasn't related to her parents by blood. Which didn't make them love her any less, just as it didn't make Hugo love his granddaughter any less. On the contrary, he might love her even more, because he knew how easily he could lose her. Graziella's heart constricted as he pulled the wooden chair out for her and she sat down. They'd wisely chosen the table near a wall with a gigantic marine painting depicting fish, crabs, and other sea life, and Ellen went to study it in awe. The waitress brought them menus, and the girls marveled at the pirate drawn on the cover. A hoop earring glinted above his long black beard, and a twinkle lurked in the eye that wasn't hidden beneath a round black patch as he smiled at them from the drawing. They all ordered drinks, and the tea and lemonade arrived fast. Since pirate logos emblazoned the transparent glasses, Graziella suspected a burger might arrive imprinted with the same logo. As she relaxed into the simple atmosphere, she remembered being watched before, so she let her gaze sweep through the restaurant. It stopped at a lanky guy who seemed to come from the drawing with a patch over his eye and a black bandana over the dark hair matching his black beard. Only a hoop earring was missing. He'd look intimidating if he hadn't smiled at them, lifted his glass, and winked at the girls. Despite that smile, distress settled in the pit of Graziella's stomach. The pirate looked away and concentrated on his burger. Graziella leaned against her chair and ordered shrimp pasta while Hugo went for a fish and shrimp platter. The girls ordered burgers, which did come with the pirate logo imprint, and an extra order of fries and coleslaw, and Giovanni and Meredith ordered the same. The pirate, no longer seeming to pay attention to them, finished his burger and tea and left while they were still enjoying their meal. Tension dissolved inside Graziella, but traces of a bitter aftertaste remained. After lunch, Giovanni and Meredith volunteered to take the girls to the huge local aquarium with dolphins, sharks, stingrays one could pet, and many other marine animals. Ellen squealed loud enough for all the patrons to look up. The time alone allowed Graziella to share her idea with Hugo. They bought 2 little spades, a waterproof treasure chest, and a bunch of sparkly necklaces and fake doubloons. Now we just need to dig somewhere on the beach and get Giovanni and Meredith to bring the girls there, she said as they packed everything into the trunk of his car. Wouldn't it be more fun if they had a treasure map to find it all? He covered her hand with his and let it rest there longer than necessary. She didn't mind. She could hold hands with him forever. Okay, she needed to snap out of it. What did he ask? Oh right. Good idea. Are you good at drawing maps? Let's find out. He winked. It turned out, he was great at drawing maps and coming up with fun names for the simple bench or umbrella shade. Giovanni texted her that the girls loved the aquarium pavilions and inhabitants and they were now heading to a dolphin show. He said they'd be there for a couple of hours more. She relayed the message to Hugo. Please don't suggest parasailing. They rent horses on the beach here. Do you feel like? She grinned. Of course. I could kiss you right now. Something flashed in his eyes she couldn't quite read. Then what are you waiting for? Anticipation stirred, then pooled in the pit of her stomach. She shifted toward him and slipped her arms around his neck. She angled her face, knowing better than to waste another minute. Seagulls cried out as if repeating his question in their language, and the ocean whispered its encouragement. His gaze heated, and he met her halfway. A delicious wave spread through her entire body, claiming every molecule. His lips tasted of salt, love, and promises she didn't know whether either one of them could keep. Chapter 17. The glorious sunset was the perfect aftermath for their incredible kiss. Exquisite swirls of gold and peach dipped into the ocean and burst into even brighter colors. But if Hugo were an artist, he'd want to paint the sunset in Graziella's beautiful eyes. Graziella had chosen a white quarter horse while he'd gone for a black Appaloosa dusted with snowflakes and sporting a star on her forehead. Despite the gorgeous scenery, the beach was nearly deserted, probably because it was off-season. He'd ached to gallop, but found that moving alongside Graziella and holding her hand was a far better alternative. Somehow, she made his heart beat faster, but at the same time, she was the calm after the storm in his life. There's a staged pirate takeover performance on a ship close to the shore, designed for children. What do you think about taking the girls there tomorrow? She asked. Her life revolved around her family, but he could admire it instead of resent it. He wasn't one of those men who wanted to hog all the attention. Sure. He squeezed her fingers, grateful to have her by his side for however long that lasted. But are we going to send the wrong message with all these pirate themes? Graziella smiled, and it brightened the already bright world. Well, so far, the thing Adeline was most interested in was the patch on the pirate's eye and how it would be possible to implant an artificial eye. Friendship with Gianna must be rubbing off on Adeline already, hence all the interest in body parts and their functions. He chuckled, proud of his girl. Yeah, she showed me the eye on the internet, all blood vessels attached and such. Not something I want to see again. Ellen said she still likes mermaids better than pirates. Sadly, there's no local show about mermaids overtaking a ship. He nodded. Okay, the pirate ship sounds good. But what would you like to see? Italy, she blurted out. Premonition squeezed his heart. Was it Italy she wanted to see, or her first love? Or traces of the dream she'd never realized? His heart sank into the calm waters. A lot of people had at least one great love in their lives. Graziella had two, singing and Lorenzo Flavio. And people always wanted the things they couldn't have the most. But her happiness was more important to him than his own. He took her face between his palms, causing his heartbeat to quicken. Then you should go. Soon. You've given so much to others. You deserve to have what brings you joy. Her brown eyes widened. You'd support me in this? Even if it was going to kill him because he might lose her forever. Life without her seemed dull, as if all colors would turn gray and all food become bland. His heart would be broken for the third time, but he'd take that risk. She made him happy. She made him look forward to every day because he knew he'd see her. She put joy in a heart deprived of it for so long. He'd never keep her caged as her husband had tried. He brushed his thumb against her soft skin. I'll support you in whatever will make you happy. Even if it shattered his heart. 4 days later. I need to talk to you as soon as possible. Vera's voice sounded urgent on the phone. Graziella eased out of Hugo's embrace back at the ranch, doing her best not to feel resentful. Her PI niece-in-love wouldn't insist on a meeting if it wasn't an emergency. Sure. Can you stop by my place? Or would you like to meet somewhere? Then it dawned. You figured out who's following me, didn't you? I think so. How about you meet me at the B&B cafe? I have to do a few things here while you drive up. She glanced at Hugo, reluctant to see him go. She didn't want to have any more secrets from him. Hugo is with me. Vera chuckled. I figured as much. He can join us. He's like part of this family already. See you both soon. She disconnected. Graziella's heart pumped faster, either from Hugo's proximity or the possibility of solving the mystery soon, or most likely from both. I can leave. He took her hand in his. Do you want to? She studied him, and her rib cage constricted over how important his answer was to her. No. Then come with me. They told Meredith and the girls they were leaving, put on coats and boots, and headed outside to his truck. When he opened the door for Graziella, she slipped inside. On the way to the B&B, her thoughts returned to his words. The shift inside told her she never wanted him to leave, and that scary feeling made her vulnerable all over again. Exposed to hurt like she'd gone through already. And she didn't have time for another mistake, even as attractive a mistake as Hugo. Why was she falling so fast for him? Just like she'd once been flattered by the attention of a much more distinguished, cultured, accomplished man, maybe she was now flattered by Hugo's attention for the sheer virtue of his younger age and his appealing looks. It wasn't that she didn't have healthy self-esteem, some people might call her self-esteem overweight, to which she'd object. But it tickled some unresolved need. She understood now that once Lorenzo Flavio had held the door open for her to a magical palace of her aspirations, with real fountains in the courtyard and marble statues, decadent treats, and the siren song, or call it an opera aria, of fame. But Hugo held a door to real life, with noisy children and bruised egos, worries of him getting sick again, and talks of deworming horses. Granted, that real life wasn't as enchanting as that magical palace. But what he offered her was honest and real. He moved one hand from the steering wheel and intertwined his fingers with hers as he drove, and she let a pleasant wave spread through her at his touch. Well, her attraction that was growing into love wasn't about the place. It was about the man and what he'd caused her to feel. She'd studied him as if he were the note sheets she'd sing in front of thousands of people. She memorized every hard line of his face, every navy speck in his blue eyes, even the thin vein pulsing in his forehead when he worried about something. And fine, the strain of his muscles when he lifted his granddaughter, eliciting a delighted squeal, which was better than any aria Graziella could have sung. He squeezed her fingers while they entered Cowboy Crossing, and her heart skipped a beat. With the pull toward him so strong, she couldn't resist it. Neither did she want to. She could live without all the songs she didn't get the chance to sing, and she could definitely live without fame. But she couldn't imagine living without the music he created in her heart. Where did that leave her now? He pulled up to the B&B parking lot, rushed around, and opened her door. Then he took her hand as she climbed out of the truck rather ungracefully and unladylike. She loved the feeling of her hand in his, all the delightful tingles that traveled over her skin. Before meeting him, she had no clue that her hands could be such pleasure receptors. But as they strode inside the building, she did her best to move her thoughts toward the news she was about to receive. Alarm sounded inside her, telling her there wouldn't be a simple resolution. From the edge in Vera's voice, the stalker wasn't a figment of Graziella's imagination and most likely wasn't a stranger. Dara waved at them from a round table isolated from the rest, tucked deep inside near the wall. A pitcher with amber-hued tea already perched on the table along with a plate of apple bear claws. Her long blonde braids rested on her shoulders, almost blending against her white sweater. Tiny diamond earrings sparkled in her ears, reflecting the room's lights. She used to wear hoop earrings, but not any longer. Yep, Graziella had learned the hard way, too, that wearing hoop earrings while holding a baby wasn't the best idea. Hugo pulled out the chair for Graziella, then poured tea for everyone before sitting down. Dara's fingers drummed against the wooden table, and her frown sent a shiver over Graziella's spine. I must be getting out of touch after all the easy insurance fraud and surveillance cases. I should have thought about this from the start. Graziella patted Vera's hand. You solved a lot of difficult cases, as well. This family owes you. Oh please. Her niece-in-law waved her off. I'm thankful to be part of your family and to be able to help. Her stormy face brightened. And my darling husband turned out to be a great stay-at-home dad, which gives me more time for my work. Who'd think a world-famous race car driver would be content in the slow lane, reading fairy tales to our little girl and playing dolls with her? Graziella smiled. Real men love their daughters and wear pink polish to prove it. Several of her sons had. As his hair became on the longish side, Giovanni had even worn pigtails a few times after Adeline and Ellen played hairdressers. With pink ribbons, no less. They certainly do. Then Vera sobered up. Back to business. Now, I don't have definite proof, but several things fit. The burners the threats came from were found in a dumpster in Springfield, no fingerprints on them. The license plate you told me about was stolen from a legitimate vehicle. Graziella leaned forward. Then how did you surmise who the stalker is? I put out feelers for any newcomers in Cowboy Crossing. I also have a good relationship with the B&B's owner, and it helps that she's my sister-in-law's aunt. While she wouldn't spy on her guests, she'd let me know if someone behaved suspiciously. Graziella's fingers tightened around the cold, smooth glass, and she took a sip to help her parched throat while Hugo touched her arm as if to reassure her. And I guess someone behaved suspiciously, but I don't see how it's connected to me. Vera grimaced. Yeah, they get weird guests sometimes. I can't even see in my imagination some of the stories I heard. But here's the deal. They said a man insisted on paying for everything in cash and he didn't unpack anything, as if ready to take off at any moment. Graziella rubbed her temples. That's not much to go on, but something tells me you have more. Vera's eyes lit up. I had an idea that seemed crazy, but I decided on a DNA test. She lowered her voice to a barely audible whisper. I retrieved a couple of hairs from the person's brush. Graziella pinned her with a gaze. How exactly did you manage to do that? Now wasn't the time, but later she and Vera would have to have a conversation about a moral compass. Vera held her gaze. I have my methods. Anyway, DNA tests take time. While I was waiting, the guest took off. Guess where? Graziella's heart sank. Hugo answered for her. He followed us to the Texas beach. No wonder Graziella had felt watched in the restaurant. But the man who appeared like a rakish pirate who was paying attention to us in the restaurant looked different from the guy in the park. For one, there weren't tattoos on his neck and arm. Vera helped herself to her tea. Most likely, peel-on tattoos. Easy to get on and remove. The pirate's appearance was over the top. Do you have a clear image of that guy once you remove the eye patch and beard? Hugo and Graziella shook their heads. Then Hugo raised a hand. Wait. Whose DNA did you compare it to? Right. A question she should have asked. Graziella took another hurried sip of amber liquid. Ellen. Meredith receiving threats again seemed suspicious. I went through her cases, and nothing rang a bell. And the nature of the threats? They sounded like they came from someone jealous. The DNA results arrived today. They were a match. Right down to the 2 X chromosomes. So the B&B guest was a female, not a male. Oh no. Ellen's biological mother? Graziella's teeth set on edge. The person who was following me was my former daughter-in-law, Tatiana, right? She disappeared without a trace, and now she decided to come back. In disguise? Hugo frowned. Tatiana wasn't following you. She was following her daughter. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Vera spread her hands. Looks like she's not interested in her older daughter because she wouldn't return to a mother who betrayed her. But Ellen is still young and malleable. Tatiana wants Ellen back. Hugo narrowed his eyes, indignation in them as if Ellen were his own granddaughter. Why now? After years of not caring for her daughters at all? Graziella's palm slammed against the table, rattling the glasses. Well, she's not going to get her. Who knows, next time she might disappear altogether with Ellen. My new daughter-in-law is a lawyer. She helped us file all the necessary papers. My son has sole custody now. Which is why Tatiana didn't act in the open, Vera said. This was too much to take in. Graziella drew a ragged breath, but even the minty tea aroma didn't calm her nerves. Hugo reached for her hand, and his touch helped somewhat. Still, her mind whirled, and she felt herself spiraling down, making her all the more grateful she had Hugo's grip holding her up, anchoring her in support. Wait. So Tatiana sent the cookies? I think so. Dara braced her forearms on the table. Maybe as a gift to her daughter. Maybe as a way to disrupt the peace in your family if your grandson with a nut allergy had eaten them. The main thing is we'll need to watch Ellen carefully. Tatiana came out of hiding and showed up here for a reason. She needs Ellen, and Jenna and I are investigating why. Here's the bad news. Tatiana's room was empty today. She left overnight without checking out. I'd like to think she gave up, but we should take precautions in case she didn't. Hugo rose. We should go back to the ranch to be with Ellen and Adeline. Graziella went cold as she leaped to her feet. She snatched her phone even as Hugo fished out his. Surely Tatiana wouldn't kidnap Ellen, would she? Ellen and Adeline are with Meredith right now. As she fumbled with it, her phone rang in her hand, and Meredith's name appeared on the screen. This couldn't be good. With trembling fingers, Graziella swiped the screen to answer. Meredith's sobs confirmed her suspicions. I was in the kitchen getting sandwiches for the girls. Someone hit my head from behind, and I lost consciousness. How could I let this happen? When I came to, Ellen and Adeline they are gone. Dara, sitting closest to her, must have heard what Meredith had said because she paled and shot to her feet. I'll head there right now. She snatched her white coat and rushed out of the B&B. Graziella could hardly breathe or think. How? Why? No. Somehow, she managed to move her swollen tongue. I'm going to call an ambulance for you. A doctor needs to check you out to make sure you and the baby are okay. I'm waiting for the police to arrive. Meredith's voice broke. I'm so sorry, Mama. I'm so sorry. Tears burned behind Graziella's eyes, but she kept them at bay as she rushed to the exit while Hugo followed after dropping some bills on the table. She shouldn't have left the girls. She couldn't look him in the eye as her insides shredded. She couldn't bear the thought of never seeing Ellen again, and she'd dragged his precious grandchild into this mess. He didn't ask questions, probably because by now he figured out something was always happening with her family. But he needed to know. It concerned his family, too, and in a horrible way. So she pushed the words past the lump closing her throat as they raced to his truck, her breath hitching both from exertion and worry. Meredith was knocked unconscious at home. Adeline and Ellen are missing. Chapter 18. Everything inside Hugo shook after he'd talked to the police once they'd taken Meredith's statement. Despite her protests, the ambulance had taken her to the hospital to check on her and the baby, and 2 of her brothers-in-law had gone with her. Torn, Giovanni had stayed to provide to the police whatever they needed. Dara had already asked to file a missing child report and to enter Ellen into the National Crime Information Center database. With a trembling voice, he did the same for Adeline and received an NCIC number. His gut twisted. This couldn't be happening. Graziella took notes of the conversation with the police officer, for which he was grateful because his mind was in a fog. How she managed to keep her mind clear when her granddaughter was most likely kidnapped was beyond him. Any other time, he'd marvel at her amazing strength. This time, he had difficulty thinking at all. Graziella touched his hand. By her worried expression, the police officer must be asking him something, but he was drawing a blank. Could you please repeat it? Hugo said, his voice croaking as if rusty from disuse. Do you have paperwork giving you temporary guardianship of Adeline? The officer asked. Beneath short-cropped chestnut-hued hair, her hazel eyes held compassion, but her posture remained matter-of-fact. Surely, she'd introduced herself. If she had, he couldn't remember the name. At this point, it was a miracle he remembered his own. He bristled but pulled things together enough to hand it over. Of course, they'd request it, considering the situation. He'd already called his son but only encountered a voicemail recording. He went cold thinking how Kenneth was going to yell at him later. Most likely, he'd pick Adeline up as soon as she was found, and Hugo would never see her again. But at least she'd be fine. Something hard and unforgiving slammed into him. Whatever Kenneth was going to yell, he'd be right. His son entrusted her into Hugo's care, and he'd failed. What a terrible grandfather. Well, it wasn't about his and his son's differences. He had to find his granddaughter and Graziella's. "Do you have a recent photo of Adeline?" the police officer asked. "Yes. In my wallet." With shaking fingers, he pulled out the wallet, dropped it on the floor, and took it from Graziella's hands as she picked it up. "Also on my phone, it's more recent. I took it yesterday." How far away that seemed now. Adeline beamed in the photo, and his thumb stroked the phone screen's smooth surface. His heart lurched. Where was she now? What was she going through? The officer took the picture and told him where to email the other one to print out. Then the woman turned to Giovanni. "We'll need a copy of the divorce decree that shows Tatiana doesn't have custody and any other paperwork you have that proves you have sole custody." Pale as a ghost, he handed over the papers as if prepared for this question. Tatiana had been missing for a while. "I do have full custody, and my wife filed paperwork to adopt Ellen. We'll also need a photo of the alleged abductor." Giovanni placed a picture on the table, his large hands trembling. "This isn't very helpful, as it's an old photo. But it's the most recent one I have. We've been divorced for many years, estranged for longer. Either way, I'm sure she changed her appearance." Hugo resisted, grinding his teeth. Something heavy pressed on his chest. Even the air in the police station seemed to weigh him down. Graziella cleared her throat. "She's worn some disguises lately. But I do have her photos from before she disappeared. I kept tabs on Tatiana on social media while she had my granddaughters." Giovanni raised an eyebrow. "She accepted your friend request?" Graziella spread her arms. "I had to create a fake account for that. I am 30 years younger there and quite a social butterfly. In the profile, I'm also into designer purses and expensive clothes and, from time to time, post updates from different bars." She raised her chin. "Which I didn't attend." The woman was amazing. Who'd think Graziella was social media savvy? Sadly, she didn't post anything since she disappeared. Graziella grimaced. Giovanni leaned forward, fire in his eyes. "We know who took the girls, and she needs to be stopped. I think she's going to take the girls abroad." The police officer quirked an eyebrow. "How can you be so sure on both?" "We have camera recordings. Tatiana didn't wear a man's disguise this time, probably not to spook Ellen. Although she wore a wig, I believe I can recognize her. Ellen's biological father is Dutch, and I'd guess Tatiana was in Europe all this time, possibly with him. I'm not sure why she went into hiding, but it can't be good." Hugo's stomach dropped. This was even worse than he'd thought. "That's useful information." The woman nodded. "We'll need everything you have about him and Tatiana and the camera recordings. If you have recordings from outside of the house, as well, we should be able to get the car's description and license plate number." "We do." Graziella's eyes narrowed. "With all the things happening to our family, it's not just a precaution." "Good. We'll need those. We'll track down the license plate number and set up roadblocks for the car. That is, if she doesn't get a different car soon," Giovanni muttered, misery in his eyes. Hugo's head went dizzy. Why would some woman go to these lengths to take a child she'd never wanted to raise? And how did his poor precious little girl end up as collateral damage in the schemes just because she was at the wrong place at the wrong time? His hands shook, and he clasped them together to prevent further shaking. Heat charged through him. He shouldn't have left Adeline. He'd begged his son to let her stay with him, and he'd let her down. She must be so scared right now. Terrified. A prayer born out of desperation floated in the back of his mind. Just 2 words. God, help. Because right now, Hugo couldn't. After giving the description of the girls, what they were wearing that day, and as much other information as they could, everyone stared at the police officer. What now? If we believe the threat to the children is imminent, an Amber Alert will be issued. Local airports notified. As I mentioned, we'll set up roadblocks. The FBI might be brought in. If? That raw heat flared again, but Hugo forced it down. He leaned forward, eager to do something instead of sitting at a desk. What can we do to help? You'll be assigned a media liaison. Her eyes softened. They might need more information. It's going to be difficult to repeat this story again and again, but we'll need the public's help. Someone might see the girls somewhere. Therefore, it's necessary to go to TV stations and spread the word on social media. We'll offer a reward for any information leading to finding the girls. Seeing Adelaine's smiling face plastered on a TV screen would wrench his gut further, but he nodded. Of course. Anything to help find our girls. And we can double the reward. Triple, Giovanni said. The police officer continued. We're going to check your home and take the girls' clothes, phones, and/or computers. Please make sure everything is available. Please make sure you are available and keep a line of communication open at all times via phone. Somehow, that didn't seem enough, and he and Graziella said as much as they walked to the car later. He was eager to do everything possible in searching for Adeline. His hands shook again, and the truck keys he dropped clattered onto the asphalt. Graziella reached for them. You know what? Let me drive. I can drive. Please. Her voice softened. He let her keep the keys and opened the driver's door for her, then slipped into the passenger's seat. This all was like a bad dream he couldn't wake up from. She turned the key in the ignition, then reached out to him, her brown eyes resolute. We're going to call the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. We'll see if they can help us any. Then we'll work on spreading word on social media. Between our family and a cousin, we have lots of contacts. He wanted to be the strong one. He pulled his shoulders back. Thank you. If not for you, I'd be lost right now. If not for me, your granddaughter wouldn't be kidnapped. He cringed at the bitterness sharpening her lovely voice as she drove from the parking lot. He thought he knew the answer but wanted her to disprove him, so he braved asking. Do you think Giovanni is right and Tatiana was out of the country all this time? Yes. His gut tightened while his fingers gripped the door handle as if it were a lifeline. Do you think she'll try to take the girls out of the country? I don't know. But I believe she'll take Ellen with her with fake passports, disguised as a boy. Tatiana could be traveling as a young woman posing as the boy's mother. Or disguised as a man claiming to be his father. His fingers tightened around the car door handle further, the metal gnawing into his flesh. Graziella sighed as she floored the gas pedal, based on the way the truck jerked forward. Or even disguised as someone my age and pretending to be the girl's grandmother. Hugo held on to the handle for a different reason. Boy, that woman could drive fast. But what about Adeline? She's a complication Tatiana didn't count on. A shiver traveled down his spine. You don't think that she would, he couldn't even pronounce the words. Graziella understood him anyway. It won't come to that. I pray it won't. Most likely, she'll drug Adeline and leave her somewhere. My family is already notifying everyone we can in Cowboy Crossing and Springfield. We'll have people patrolling the streets and public places. He swallowed hard. You know that many people? You'd be surprised. She slowed around the curve, but barely. Guilt knifed again. If only he was with Adeline then, instead of wanting to spend more time with Graziella. Adeline was going to pay for his selfishness. Helplessness settled in his pores, poisoning him. He ached to help his little girl and Graziella's granddaughter, but how? In the rodeo, he had some semblance of control, and the same thing at his ranch. And while helplessness had prickled him together with the nurse's needles in the hospital during all those tests, it wasn't as horrifying as this. He'd had a long and mostly happy life. But Adeline? Her life was just starting. What would a selfish woman, set on her own agenda, do to her? He shuddered as the truck sped toward the ranch where Adeline's laughter no longer filled the place. Lord, please. The plea was born out of pain, and he didn't take that pain back. Chapter 19. Guilt and despair were sisters who often hung out together, but right now, Graziella couldn't afford to let either one move into her heart. So guilt and despair camped out on the lawn in front of her heart, asking questions she had no answers for. You'd seen Tatiana several times stalking her younger daughter, and disguise or no disguise, how come you didn't recognize her? Maybe you should have gotten your eyes checked more recently. Then none of this would have happened. And now little Adeline's been dragged into it, for no more reason than being a friend. Lots of her grandchildren had wanted her to keep a puppy. That puppy could have been a grown-up dog now, and could have helped in this situation. She should have thought about it, if not for her safety, then for her grandchildren. Jackson had had a sleepover with a friend, and she was glad to have him away from the stress for the night. She'd found the poor cat hiding under the bed in her bedroom and the fish. The fish weren't helpful in cases like this. They couldn't bark. Her beloved house felt empty without the children's laughter, deserted, and so did her heart. The police had already left after taking a few of Ellen's and Adeline's things and checking the area. Based on the overturned chair and rumpled rug, at least one of the girls had struggled with Tatiana, and Graziella could guess who. Dara was working on the poster to distribute in the neighborhood, more of a precaution because surely Tatiana didn't stick around. Graziella wrung her hands. Why hadn't she searched for Tatiana when she disappeared? Well, that question had a simple, selfish answer. Graziella had craved the connection with her granddaughter, something Tatiana had denied Giovanni's family for years, and had fallen in love with Ellen, who wasn't by rights hers. Graziella had felt her most troubled son needed the daughters to turn his and their lives around. But if she'd known more about Tatiana, they wouldn't be in this situation now. She'd thought she'd done what was best for her family, but look how that turned out. Her stomach twisted. Hugo crossed the living room to stand with her by the aquarium and reached for her hand. You're blaming yourself. Stop. She winced. How did you know? By your face. She swallowed hard. He was right. Right now wasn't the time to turn the knife in her own heart. His support surprised her, considering her family was to blame for his only granddaughter's disappearance. A migraine tapped on the door to her head, then knocked down that door and stormed inside. She massaged her temples as she gazed around the living room, searching for answers that weren't there. Family photos mocked her from the fireplace mantel. Family photos that now included Ellen and Adeline. A migraine was the least of Graziella's concerns. So your guess is she'll try to get her daughter out of the country as soon as she can. Which means she'll most likely go to the airport, right? His eyes were tortured. Having caused him that pain broke her heart. Her legs were weak, so she sank onto the sofa and gestured for him to take a seat. They'd have only a few minutes alone because, with her family, the house would start filling up fast. She rubbed her temples again, doing her best to think around the pounding in her head. We think so, but which one? An international one would be the most logical choice, or the national one with a layover. As soon as the doctor clears Meredith and her baby, my sons will drive to the airports in Springfield, Kansas City, and St. Louis. She could also hire a charter from a regional airport. His eyes darkened. We have to stop her before she leaves the country. Yes. The question was how? Dara entered the living room and took an armchair, her expression gloomy. Graziella's phone rang, and she snatched it like it was a lifeline. It was her oldest. Thankfully, Meredith and the baby are fine and will be home soon. I'm on the way to the Kansas City airport. Dara pulled some strings, and the police notified the local authorities. But the airport is huge, and there will be so many flights. Lord, what should we do? Tatiana had obvious connections to one country, and the entire kidnapping could be because Ellen's father wanted to see his daughter, though it was a bit late for fatherly love to awaken. Graziella made a decision she hoped she wouldn't regret. Watch flights to Amsterdam. Wouldn't it be too obvious? Constanzo asked. Do you have a better idea? She snapped and regretted it. Her son was only trying to help. Sorry. I understand. His voice softened. We're all on edge. She had the best family in the world, though she'd gotten greedy and wanted to add Hugo and Adeline to it. Grazie. Remember, most likely she'll wear a disguise. So what I'll be looking for is someone traveling with a child or two children our girl's age, who might be sleepy or lethargic, right? In other words, a needle in a haystack, and he might be looking in the wrong haystack or even the wrong field to start with. Correct. Pass this info to your brothers and cousins who'll be going to other airports. If anyone sees anything suspicious, let us know. The migraine now threw a party in her brain and invited all its friends, but she had to hold on. I will. Love you, Mama. He disconnected. For a moment, the banging in her head stopped. Despite knowing he wasn't her biological son, Constanzo loved her like a mother. Because she was his mother in all senses that counted. She straightened her back. Dara's phone rang, causing Graziella and Hugo to lean toward her, starved for every crumb of new info. Dara listened intently, then thanked the caller and hung up. A lot of calls came in for the reward already. Most of them false leads. But one might be useful. Someone spotted two children about our girl's age, sleeping in a car while the father pumped gas at the gas station. One child was dressed in overalls and a baseball cap covered the hair, so the child looked like a boy. The other child had a pink sweater and pink pigtails. The clothes didn't match, but the pink pigtails do. The passerby took a photo with her phone discreetly and called the TV station that ran the announcement. The photo is blurry because it was taken from a distance, but looks like it might be our girl's. By the time the authorities were notified, though, the car was gone. She named the place. Giovanni hurried into the living room, one arm supporting his wife, who had swollen eyes, the other arm around his older daughter, whose lips were in a tight line. Graziella hugged them fast in a group hug, then explained the latest developments before they studied the map Vera pulled up on her laptop. Is there a regional airport near that gas station? Hugo asked. Graziella zoomed in on a place about 50 miles west from the dot. Yes. Inform the police if they don't know about it already. Hugo jumped up. She has a lot of miles on us, but I'm going there. Now. Graziella didn't much like her train of thought. But she didn't have a choice. Despite her knees protesting, she got up from the sofa. You don't know this area, but I do. There's a faster way to get there, but the terrain is going to be rough. I'll go with you. Thank you. His eyes warmed, and he touched her arm, then dropped his hand. Neither one of them had time for endearments right now. He rushed to the front door before glancing back. May I borrow a motorcycle or a dirt bike? He'd taken his truck here, and the truck might not make it through. There was no time for him to pick up his own motorcycle. She said, sure. We have several in the garage. When she looked at Giovanni and Meredith, they both nodded. We'll be here in case the police need anything. We'll coordinate the local search. Despite her inner turmoil, determination firmed their faces. Considering Meredith was pregnant and had gone through severe emotional and physical trauma already, Graziella wanted to spare her further suffering. So she hurried after Hugo to the hall as fast as her cranky knees allowed. This still might be a false lead. But it's all we have. He held her coat for her and handed over the scarf, then snatched his leather jacket. If Tatiana dumps Adeline in the forest near the airport and my little girl wakes up all alone and scared, he shook his head. I have to be there. But you don't. He dashed down the porch steps. She followed, the cool evening air meeting her. The bright stars should help them keep the right direction in the woods. We're talking about the well-being of our granddaughters. Of course, I do. Admiration flashed in his eyes, though right now she didn't deserve it. If she'd paid more attention to her surroundings when she was with Ellen than to her attraction to a younger man, they wouldn't have been in this situation. Pain stabbed her again, but she rushed to the garage. Both her ranch and her sister-in-law's had ample backup vehicles for all situations, ATVs, trucks, tractors, and spare parts, and thankfully, motorcycles and dirt bikes. They had helmets in different sizes, as well. He chose the fastest motorcycle, and she picked up the keys and handed them to him. When their hands brushed, the familiar jolt ignited her heart, but they couldn't linger. No time to tell him how she felt about him. No right to tell him either, considering she'd brought disaster to his family. Giovanni entered the garage, his brows pinched and his lips tight. Mama, you don't have to do this. My wife and I spoke. She'll be all right with our oldest to support her. I can take another motorcycle and go with Hugo. Ellen is our daughter. Her son had a point. Panic uncoiled in the pit of her stomach. Driving on rough terrain in darkness was beyond dangerous. But Hugo wasn't doing it for an adrenaline rush this time, and she needed to guide him. She couldn't abandon him and the little girls. She handed him the helmet and picked up her own. As it was, even if it was their girls at that gas station, shortcut or not, the only chance they had to catch up with Tatiana was if her flight didn't leave for a long time. Your son is right. The same worry reflected on Hugo's face, joining the devastation already there. She shook her head. No. Giovanni, stay with your wife. She needs your support. The baby on the way needs you. Rocky needs you. Her heart wrenched. Her oldest granddaughter had been a handful, still was, sometimes. But the girl loved her sister with a fierce protectiveness. Who knew what the headstrong teen might do if he wasn't around? Giovanni groaned, obviously torn, when she voiced that. You're right. Okay, you're more stubborn than I am, and that's saying something. But please be careful. Please. She joined Hugo on the motorcycle. I will. Giovanni hugged her and moved back. I'll close the door. He paused. Bring our girls home. She made the promise she could keep. We'll do our best. Hugo revved the motor, and they bolted outside. She wrapped her arms around his waist, holding on tight. His warmth traveled to her. A wave of awareness passed through her at their close contact, which was dangerous to her heart. On the other hand, she couldn't pull back because she couldn't afford to fall off the vehicle, could she? Her emotions tumbled against each other as he took them to the country road. Graziella didn't feel paranoid now. She had valid reasons to worry. Her and her sister-in-law's families had encountered people on the edge, and her niece's stepson had been kidnapped once. Meredith's best friend had kidnapped her at gunpoint and nearly killed her and her unborn baby. One never knew what might happen. This might be a simple case of a mother wanting to be with her daughter, or it might be something else. Based on their experiences, her family could write a manual on how to get yourself out of perilous situations alive. She sent up some of her most heartfelt prayers as the motorcycle jumped over ruts. Was it her impression, or did her bones rattle? The next rut he drove around masterfully. As they entered the forest, dark trees seemed to lean over them, either threatening or protecting. Her heart pumped blood faster. Adrenaline surged through her veins, and she needed not to fall apart. She'd been a pillar of the family for so long, and though she'd passed the torch to her oldest, she hadn't fully surrendered it and tugged it closer from time to time. Like tonight. They'd reached the dirt road now, wide open space in front of them, just like her life had once seemed to be. Responsibility weighed like a bear who'd settled on her shoulders. Not that she'd know what it felt like, but she had a vivid imagination that painted all kinds of scenarios that could happen to Adeline and Ellen. But maybe Graziella needed to let it go. She'd lived her life for her family, always placing them first. And she'd still place them first. But could it be time to live her own life, too? To find her identity, besides being a grandmother and a mother? Well, once she found what that identity was, a sharp stab of guilt made her wince and stop clinging to Hugo so much. It was selfish to think about her wishes when they might lose Adeline and Ellen. And Graziella's desire to carve time for Hugo and herself had gotten the girls in this situation. She sent up more feverish prayers than thought over the situation. Tatiana might think she was justified and most likely didn't consider it a kidnapping at all. Ellen was her biological daughter. Giovanni wasn't Ellen's father but was thrown into fatherhood after Tatiana had disappeared. Not that she'd been a great mother to start with. While he'd served time for a crime she committed, Tatiana let her older daughter, still a child herself, take care of the little girl. The same question pulsed through Graziella's veins. Why would Tatiana claim her younger daughter now, even go through such risk to take her in secret? She'd never taken interest in raising her children. She hadn't gone through any legal means to gain access or custody. And she hadn't tried to contact or follow her older daughter. She'd only needed Ellen. Taking the girl seemed like going too far to punish Giovanni, who'd married someone else. Tatiana had been the one to divorce and leave him right when he'd needed her the most. Scary scenarios played in Graziella's head as they traveled further and further. Did something happen to Tatiana's ex-husband, Ellen's father? Something that, let's say, required a blood transfusion? No, it shouldn't be that difficult to get a transfusion with the same blood type. Could it be stem cells? Bone marrow? Or? Graziella went cold, and not because the air was getting colder. An organ? Chapter 20. No, Tatiana wouldn't do that to her daughter. All these scenarios were far-fetched. Weren't they? Hugo and Graziella didn't stay on the dirt road for long as she urged him to take the shortcut trail. Just like her future, the road became bumpier and uncertain, and she held on to him for dear life. Now she was praying not only for the two girls but also for Hugo and her to get to their granddaughters alive. Her heart thudded, and she did her best to put everything in God's hands and lean on him instead of just leaning on Hugo. This starlit night could be romantic, but panic, darkness, and many bumps, any of which could throw her off the motorcycle and send her rolling into a ditch, put her on edge. At least, he was avoiding most of the ruts and bumps from the little she could see. Then the road became winding, and at the speed he was going, they risked losing control on a curve and driving into a tree. Her stomach tightened as wind whooshed in her ears and the motor growled. It was best not to think that way. He was as skilled with the motorcycle as he'd been in the rodeo, so didn't that mean she wouldn't find herself wrapped around a tree anytime soon? As much as she was grateful for his skills, as another curve made her heart jump, her idea of taking this route became less and less appealing. And all this might be for nothing. She still didn't know whether they'd find Tatiana and the girls in that airport. The woman could be going to an international airport or driving cross-country or laying low in a motel that didn't ask for credit cards. The police hadn't even seemed that interested in following up what they called her unlikely hunch as if it were a whim. But really, all they had was suspicion and a gut feeling. Lord, please, please, please. By the time Hugo and Graziella made it to the airport building, she was ready to kiss the soil. Or in this case, the asphalt. She didn't, of course, just staggered as she slid off the motorcycle. She was going to stick to something more reliable like trucks in the future, thank you very much. Actually, staying in her kitchen sounded good right now. But as much as she craved a familiar and, fine, steady environment, they needed to keep moving. Are you okay? He wrapped his arm around her, giving her much-needed support. No, but let's go. He held her as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't. It wasn't the time to discuss personal matters, and yet a part of her felt she'd lost something. Okay, let's go. They rushed inside, apparently without an effort on his part. Despite his support as she stumbled, or she would have fallen and really kissed the ground, she was out of breath by the time they entered the building. Was it too late to ask for an oxygen tank? The way wasn't that long, but she'd already promised herself to take up exercising and give up pasta, cannoli, and tiramisu. Okay, maybe just cannoli, because who could live without pasta and tiramisu? There should be only a few flights left at this late hour, so there weren't many people inside. Good. It should make spotting Tatiana and the girls, who could be dressed as boys now, easier. Or, let's be honest, possible. She looked at Hugo. Should we fan out or stick together? A muscle moved in his jaw. Let's stay together. If she's desperate enough, she might be dangerous. And she might have an accomplice. I don't want you to take the risk. Graziella winced. Just what kind of agenda did that woman have? They found Adeline about a quarter of an hour later, and probably their hearts rather than their eyes led them to her. All they saw at first was a child, dressed in denim overalls and white sneakers with a red baseball cap hiding its hair, lying on the plastic seat. With the face turned away from them, the child appeared about the same size as Adeline, but bigger than Ellen. A stocky broad-shouldered man with a tattoo on his nearly non-existent neck was looking at something on his phone. He had a beefy arm over the back of the seat where the child slept, and the guy leaned close as if shielding the kid from the outside world. Graziella's heart went into overdrive as she forced herself to study the guy instead of rushing to the girl. Tatiana had disguised herself as a man before, but it would take lots of shoulder pads and other paddings to get this kind of figure, not to mention something to increase the legs and arms so significantly. The tattoo could be a peeled-on kind, and she could have worn color contact lenses and baggy clothes. But constructing that square chin and bulbous nose on her delicate face would have been difficult. It's not Tatiana, she whispered to Hugo. His eyes narrowed. An accomplice then? They needed to notify the authorities and the airport security, but they had to know whether the child was indeed Adeline. Plus, if they were spotted, the guy could take Adeline and run. An overwhelming part of Graziella wanted to keep looking. Tatiana and her granddaughter might be somewhere here. Before Graziella could come up with a compromise, Hugo charged forward. Adeline. She suppressed a groan. So much for treading carefully. But then, if it were Ellen, Graziella might not have much composure, either. She took a photo with her phone and sent a text to Vera. She'd know what to do. Never before was she so thankful to have a former cop in the family. Meanwhile, the stocky guy's posture changed, and he bolted from his seat, blocking Hugo's way. What do you think you're doing? That might be my granddaughter there. Hugo tried to move around the man, desperation in his eyes. People started staring and whispering. Call security, please, Graziella asked the nearest onlooker, a woman in her 50s. In case you didn't notice, that's a boy, not a girl. And you need to back off. The man growled. Hugo fisted his hands and stepped forward instead of backing off. This time, Graziella did groan. If the men started a fight, they'd both be dragged in for questioning. That would slow down their search and allow Tatiana to slip away with precious cargo. Graziella infused her voice with warmth, hoping she looked the part of a kind grandma. That was where the gray in her hair and more than a few wrinkles on her face should help. Listen, we mean no harm. Really? Then you should leave. The guy didn't budge. Hugo looked ready to throw a punch. So she inserted herself between them. Despite the noise, the child didn't move, either exhausted or drugged. Her stomach churned. The truth might be the best policy here. We just want to look at this child. That's all. Please. Why would I let you do that? The man planted his feet wide. Another guy joined him, blocking the way even more efficiently. Great. We're wasting time. Let me see her. Hugo jerked forward. The man lifted his fists. Oh. Is that your son over there? She asked, half expecting the guy to lie. The guy's resolve faltered, but he didn't step away. He considered his answer for a few seconds. No. Then whose? She lifted her palms in a placating gesture. As she didn't receive any answer, she continued. My daughter-in-law kidnapped my grandchild and this man's grandchild. It's true. We reported it to the police and have all the necessary paperwork. If this is a kidnapped child, you're helping the kidnapper. Do you understand? You'll be considered an accomplice. That's a criminal charge. What was taking security so long? Then the man's nostrils flared. She told me you might show up. You match the description. Do you realize, ma'am, that your son here abused your grandchild and your daughter-in-law? That because of him hitting her, she needed to run away. The man glared at Hugo. I saw the bruises on the child's arms. You should be ashamed of yourself. Angry murmurs erupted. The crowd was on the guy's side, and she couldn't blame them. More men stepped forward. Heat burned in her belly, but for a different reason. Wait a moment. This guy thought Hugo was her son. Seriously? She might have looked the part of a grandma a little too well. Well, no matter how insulting, it wasn't about her hurt feelings. She needed to de-escalate the situation and explain Tatiana had abandoned her daughter years ago, and this wasn't even that child but might be Hugo's granddaughter. That's a lie. Hugo screamed. First of all. Of course, you're going to deny it. How would you like to take on someone your own size for once? The guy threw the first punch. Hugo ducked and tackled him, throwing him on the ground despite being lighter weight. But another guy pulled Hugo off, and there were 2 against 1 now. A younger man jumped in, and they pinned Hugo's hands behind his back while the stocky guy took a swing at him. Blood spurted from Hugo's cheek. She screamed as she lunged forward. Stop. Right now. The security guard showed up. About time. She ached to help Hugo, but she hurried to explain the situation to security and showed the documents. The guard nodded. We received notification. The police are on the way. Giovanni and Vera must have gotten through. She needed to tend Hugo's facial bruise, but he gestured her aside and moved to the child sleeping on the seat. Her blood still boiling, she hurried to the child and turned it carefully. Her heart lodged in her throat. Adeline. But she was deep in that slumber, and 2 bluish bruises spread on her arm. The slumber didn't look good. Just how many drugs had that woman used? Worry shooting up through her, Graziella glanced back. We need to take Adeline to the doctor right now. And find Tatiana with my granddaughter. She was in this airport and might be still nearby. The stocky guy stared at the guard. Hold on. You're just going to return the child to the abuser? Hugo sighed. You've been tricked. I'm this girl's grandfather, not father, and the woman you met isn't related to this child in any way. She inflicted the bruises on the child, put her in disguise, and drugged her. She knocked out a pregnant woman who was taking care of the girls to kidnap them. We need to take my granddaughter to the hospital and stop that woman from taking Ellen abroad. She abandoned her daughter a long time ago, essentially giving up all parental rights. But regardless, she is a non-custodial parent attempting to take an abducted child abroad. Graziella nodded. We have proof. She could have come to my doorstep and asked to see her daughter. We wouldn't have stopped her. That she wore a disguise and stalked us, then kidnapped Ellen and ditched the car, then traveled on false documents shows it's for something illegal. The guy's jaw slackened. Like what? Honestly, I don't know. Tatiana must still be at this airport, and we must stop her. The security guard shifted from one foot to the other. There's only one flight left. The flight before it has just taken off. Graziella's knees buckled, and she slumped onto the seat, holding an unresponsive Adeline. Tatiana had skillfully worked on a ruse to hold them up, and she'd succeeded. Her phone beeped, giving her the information too late. Tatiana had bought tickets for the flight they'd missed, that could be a connecting flight to Amsterdam. She'd bought tickets from Berlin to Amsterdam. Graziella's heart dropped to the tile. The plane to Berlin had taken off. Most likely, with her granddaughter on board. Chapter 21. Hugo winced as Graziella pressed an ice pack to his cheekbone. Then he stayed still with his gaze fixed on hers before flicking it back to Adeline. Graziella had cleaned his wound and found the ice somewhere, but his minor injury wasn't important. She touched his face, causing a longing inside, but removed her hand fast. They both knew it was all about Adeline right now. Adeline was hooked to and four inside the ambulance transporting them to the nearest hospital. The paramedics had checked her pupils for responsiveness and put her on her side, likely so she wouldn't choke if she vomited. An oxygen mask covered much of her tiny face. He held his breath and fisted his hands, needing her to open her eyes and look at him. He'd give up his life for her. Well, whatever was left of his life. Why isn't she waking up? Why isn't she waking up? He whispered again and again. Sir, we're doing all we can, a young blonde paramedic who looked like she'd just graduated high school told him. How much experience could she have? I know. One couldn't pace the ambulance, and he was restless. This shouldn't be happening. What had that woman done to his little girl? Her pupils were responsive to light. The paramedic's voice softened. So most likely she doesn't have a head injury. Her vital signs are normal. So why isn't she waking up? His voice rose as panic threatened to overwhelm him. Yes, he'd asked it a million times, but he needed the answer. His diaphragm slammed inside, making it difficult to breathe. Graziella reached for him, and he managed a shaky breath. Amid the antiseptics and panic, she smelled like cookies and sunshine. That's for the doctor to decide, the second paramedic told him. Right. He drove his fingers through his hair, wishing he could do something, anything to make his granddaughter all right again. Hugo and Graziella hadn't stayed at the regional airport a moment longer than necessary. Once the guys realized what mistakes they'd made, they'd apologized, and he'd said he wouldn't file the charges. The stocky guy had looked contrite, and Hugo didn't care if he was bruised or in pain. His cheekbone didn't seem broken. Either way, what mattered now was praying they'd find Ellen and Adeline would be well, not payback for the man's misguided actions. Graziella's oldest was in Kansas City already, ready to board the plane to Amsterdam, and his younger brother was heading to Berlin, but it might be too late. Dara pulled her network of contacts and found someone to meet the plane on which the kidnapper was supposed to arrive in Berlin. Two of Graziella's nephews were about to board the next planes to European cities in case Tatiana slipped through again. Of course, once there, they'd be at a great disadvantage and out of their element, while it would be the opposite for her. Instead of following the breadcrumb trail for her granddaughter, Graziella had chosen to stay with his. He'd seen the stark worry in her eyes. Lord, why? He did his best to reel in his emotions. At least, his granddaughter was here and would get some help soon. By the way Graziella's lips were moving, she must be praying. His faith didn't return full force, but he sent up his heartfelt please as well. Adeline's long auburn hair, free from the ridiculous cap, fanned out on the pillow, a sharp contrast to the whiteness of the pillowcase, to the paleness of her face. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. It wasn't. Why wasn't she waking up, his sweet girl who loved the world and was kind to everyone? Why did Ellen, who was just as sweet, have to be missing? It's going to be all right. Graziella's voice was as soothing as her touch. But not soothing enough. You don't know that. He didn't mean to sound so gruff. But I have to believe it. Her gaze lingered on him. She was the woman to have around in life's storms, strong-willed and determined. The trip to the hospital probably lasted mere minutes, but it felt like an eternity. When they made it inside while the paramedics wheeled Adeline in on a gurney, a male nurse in green scrubs thrust a clipboard into Hugo's hands. "Please complete the paperwork." "Seriously?" He barely resisted the urge to grind his teeth and shove the clipboard back to the nurse. The main thing was to help her right away, not focus on paperwork. Graziella touched his hand again. "You can do this while we're waiting for the doctor." "Right." It was the procedure. Hugo's raw nerves weren't the nurse's fault. His anger subsided as he clutched the clipboard and followed the gurney with his beautiful treasure. He wasn't normally like that. He didn't go around snapping at people. "I just can't lose her." The words rumbled from his tongue before he could stop them. "You won't." How confident she sounded. He did his best to drink that in. His poor girl was poked with needles for the labs while he struggled with all the pages he needed to complete and sign. Then the same nurse rolled Adeline out for stomach pumping, and Hugo paced the small ER. The place smelled of antiseptics, and the walls were the color of vomit. Graziella got up and hugged him before letting him go. She cared about his granddaughter as much as she cared about her own, and it floored him. His phone rang, and he pulled it out, hoping the police had news about Tatiana and Ellen. Instead, his son's name lit up the screen. Hugo grimaced. Talking to his son was difficult in the best of times. But he had to take responsibility for his actions. And he deserved whatever verbal beating he was sure to receive. He had to reduce the volume because Kenneth's words, sharp as knives, stabbed him again and again. It didn't matter that Hugo was sorry. His son was right. It was all Hugo's fault. When the tirade ended, he said, "I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the doctor." "It better be good news." His son growled, then disconnected. Hugo stared at the phone. For his granddaughter's sake, he couldn't afford to fall apart. Graziella got up and squeezed his shoulder, giving him much-needed emotional strength. "He's wrong, you know. It's not your fault." Her phone beeped with messages then, and she pulled it out of her pocket. She frowned as she read them. He tensed, forgetting his worries. Bad news? Based on her facial expression, he knew the answer. She slumped onto the chair, her hands shaking. The color drained from her lovely face. That was Vera. Her contact met the plane in Berlin. Tatiana and Ellen weren't on it. That was the flight we missed. Is he sure? She could have worn a disguise. He made an awkward attempt to be supportive. Graziella stared ahead of her without blinking. Her features crumbled. Your granddaughter was a decoy, and so were the plane tickets. Tatiana dropped Adeline here to put us on the wrong trail and slow us down before taking off in a vehicle. She never intended to catch that flight. And now, we have no clue if we ever will see our little girl again. Graziella's heart ached as if it broke into pieces. A part of it stayed with Hugo and Adeline, and another part had gone with Ellen wherever the little girl was now. She longed to join the search and be there for Giovanni and Meredith, but her family had been doing that already. Meanwhile, Hugo didn't have anyone to support him and Adeline, and that little gal was going to need all the support she could get when she woke up. Because she was going to wake up. Lord, please help our little girls. And while Graziella knew to rely on the Lord, Hugo's faith was shaky at best. He needed her. But was her selfish desire to be with him clouding her judgment again? The thought stung. A woman in a white coat and glasses, her dark hair wrapped in a bun and her slender neck wrapped with a stethoscope, stepped from behind the forest green curtain. She introduced herself as Dr. Stevenson and explained the steps they were taking. The lab showed a high-level sedative, but it wasn't life-threatening. You'd be surprised how often parents overdose their children with medication, she said when she finished, probably noticing his expression. With his hands fisted at his sides, he leaned against the wall. This was done deliberately. Dr. Stevenson's expression hardened. I might have to call Child Protective Services then. I also noticed bruises on Adeline's arm. His jaw set on edge. Adeline was kidnapped along with my granddaughter by my former daughter-in-law, the other child's mother. Graziella hurried to explain before the situation escalated again. We filed the missing person reports with the police. We have all the necessary paperwork and can give you the contact information for the officer who filed the report. Child Protective Services most likely would get involved, anyway. Even though Hugo and Graziella had done nothing wrong and loved the girls with their entire hearts, it wouldn't be a pleasant experience. Probably more gut-wrenching for him since he didn't have an extensive family to vouch for him or a dedicated lawyer as a daughter-in-law. If the airport scene was any indication, he might be dragged through a battle before having a chance to prove his innocence. Her stomach churned, but she tucked the thought away for later. She'd do her best to help him, but one issue at a time. The frown ironed out on the doctor's face as if she decided to let the issue go for now, as well. The good news, Adeline's vital signs are normal. She's dehydrated, but we're already helping that with fluids via the 4. If Tatiana had kept Adeline subdued and asleep, the girl hadn't been getting enough water or food. Graziella said a few choice words in her mind about the woman her son had been married to before. Her heart shifting for the little innocent girl, she longed to feed Adeline her signature triple cheese lasagna and lots of garlic bread, plus lots and lots of sweet tea. Well, for that, the girl would need to be awake and discharged. The doctor gestured to Hugo's bruised face. You should get this checked. I'm fine. He visibly swallowed. But why isn't she waking up? Chapter 22. Grandpa. Adeline's shout as she was wheeled back behind the curtain resounded like an overture to Graziella's ears. Adeline sounded weak and looked groggy, but happy tears welled in Graziella's eyes as the girl lunged for Hugo and he hugged her as if he was never going to let her go. Grandma. Adeline called for her. Graziella joined the group hug, her heart soaring. Here's your answer. The doctor smiled. She's awake, and she should make a full recovery. I don't suspect a head injury, but since we don't know what exactly happened, we'll have a CT scan done, to be on the safe side. Adeline's lower lip stuck out. Is it gonna hurt? The doctor gave her a reassuring smile. Not at all. Then her gaze moved to Hugo. Since Adeline is a minor, I'd like to keep her overnight for observation. He opened his mouth as if to protest, then seemed to realize the precaution might be necessary. Okay. Overwhelming relief swept Graziella up, loosening her tension. Adeline was going to be okay. Then her muscles tightened. Ellen was still missing. Graziella ached to ask Adeline whether she'd seen something, heard something that might help. Before she could, Adeline tilted her head around. Where's Ellen? We're still looking for her. And we'll find her. Even if Graziella had to fly to the other side of the world. I'm sorry, Grandma. I tried to scream and fight. But that woman said she was Ellen's mommy. That she's gonna hurt Ellen if I didn't do what she told me to do. A lonely tear escaped the girl's eye. Graziella's heart went out to the child, and she leaned in and kissed the salty cheek. Oh, sweetheart. It's not your fault. You were brave. You did good. She wanted to ask questions, needed to ask them. They'd lost too much time already. However, the burly nurse in green scrubs whisked the girl away for her CT scan. Graziella's stomach growled, so she'd better stumble to the nearest vending machine for sustenance for the 3 of them. Would you like anything to eat? She asked Hugo. It wouldn't be her triple cheese lasagna, but it would have to do. He shook his head. You don't think she'll have any lingering effects, do you? Like long-term trauma? That resilient, well-supported girl? Graziella touched his forearm, leaning against the wall near him as they waited. Children bounce back quickly. The doctor did an initial assessment and, so far, determined Adeline suffered no damaging trauma. Either way, I know a good pediatric psychologist in Springfield. He helped my adopted grandsons, whose biological father was abusive. We can take Adeline to him when we are back, if you'd like. He surprised her by cupping her face. What would I do without you? Even fatigued, her heart somersaulted at his proximity. I hope you'll never have to find out. I hope so, too. His fingers traveled along the outline of her face. Despite the stressful situation and all the worries, her body responded with a wave of awareness. Or maybe she craved his support and the connection with him more than ever. She shouldn't be thinking about kissing him again as she stared into his mesmerizing eyes. She shouldn't be feeling the trail of fire his touch ignited. Yet she angled her face as if she expected him to claim her lips with his, as if it were a promise that things were going to be okay. A promise neither one of them could make. His breathing went shallow, and so did hers. There you are. Roberto's voice boomed from the hall. Hugo jerked away from her, a guilty look in his eyes. They'd clung to each other like shipwreck survivors. Was it selfish of them? No, selfish of her, while her granddaughter was still missing? She got her bearings and waved at her youngest son. When did you get here and how? Did you forget we've got a professional race car driver in the extended family? Not that I want to ever repeat this experience again. He marched to them. Is Adeline okay? It seems so. Hugo's eyes widened as he looked at Roberto. It was kind of you to drop everything and rush here. I'm not great at investigations, but someone needed to feed you both and Adeline, and I take that job seriously. Roberto smiled at her. This hospital is like a labyrinth. Took me a while to find you. He lifted a bag with takeout boxes emanating enticing scents, then a tray with coffees. It's takeout, not your spectacular home-cooked meal, Mama. But better than stale danishes at the vending machine. The nurse in green scrubs rolled out the gurney with Adeline. The room is ready for this little lady. But a local police officer wants to talk to her when we get there. Graziella grimaced, and Hugo didn't look happy either. The girl would be barraged with questions she, most likely, wouldn't know answers to. Graziella's heart squeezed as they followed the gurney into a large elevator, Hugo holding the tiny hand all the time. At the same time, Graziella was desperate to find Ellen. So it was in her best interests to get any clues. That might put her at odds with Hugo, whose priority would be to protect Adeline, but he'd understand. Wouldn't he? A balding officer met them near the room. As he crossed his arms over his paunch, he looked about as happy to be there as they were. Hugo tensed, and his stance turned protective. Dressed in a bomber jacket and biker boots with a bandana covering his hair and a bruise offsetting the 5 o'clock shadow on his face, he didn't look like the respectable and kind grandfather Graziella had known. He looked dangerous, and based on the way the officer's lips pinched tight, he'd gotten that impression. While she found Hugo's bad boy look appealing and it did something to her senses, no doubt the police officer wouldn't feel the same way. She suppressed a sigh as she plastered on a smile and rushed forward. She needed to do a better job as a peacemaker than she'd done at the airport. A much better job. Hello, officer. What can we help you with? And not to fall into stereotypes, but we've got some desserts and coffee. She gestured to the bags her son had brought. You probably had a long day protecting people, so you deserve a treat. The officer blinked as if he didn't expect that. Well, nice to meet someone who appreciates our service. I could use a coffee and a donut. She prayed her son indeed had some desserts in that bag with plastic containers. It's not going to be a donut, but something equally as good. The reprieve let the nurse and Hugo situate Adeline in the room, but the break didn't last long. The officer didn't want Hugo to coach Adeline. Not that Hugo would, but the officer didn't know it. Graziella hovered near the guy. Please be gentle. That girl went through a lot. The officer sighed. I'm only doing my job. You do want your granddaughter to be found, right? Affronted, she stepped back. Of course. But she wouldn't let Adeline suffer in the process either. Adeline was already like a granddaughter to her, too. So she stroked Adeline's hair while Hugo took the girl's hand. "Sweetie pie, this nice police officer is going to ask you a few questions. And then we're going to eat, and you're going to rest. If you can't remember things, it's fine. Just tell him what you do remember." "Okay," Adeline nodded. "You all are gonna find Ellen and bring her home, right?" "You gotta." A knife turned in Graziella's chest. She didn't know whether they'd be able to keep that kind of promise. "We'll do our best." Once again, that kind of promise she could keep. "Can you talk for a few minutes?" Hugo asked, worry in his eyes. "Or are you too tired?" "I don't want to sleep anymore." Adeline looked around at the machines. "Wait till I tell Gianna about all these machines. Can you take a photo of them for us, Grandpa?" At least Adeline was treating this as a learning experience. She shifted toward the burly, bearded nurse who was about to leave. "I'm gonna be a nurse, just like you." The guy smiled before leaving and told them to press the call button if they needed anything. Finding Ellen would be great, but the nurse couldn't help them with that. Hopefully, the policeman could. At the police officer's curt nod, they had to step out of the room. When they returned, it was clear that Adeline didn't know much. The angry woman with dark hair had given her chocolate milk after stopping somewhere in the forest. Adeline had fallen asleep afterward. But there was something. After falling asleep, she'd briefly woken up due to a bump. The woman was giving Ellen something to drink, and as Ellen whimpered, the woman told her she was gonna see her real father. Graziella went cold. She'd suspected it, but having her suspicions confirmed was a whole different matter. Did that mean Tatiana's ex was in the country? Or were they right, and she was taking her daughter abroad? Graziella's intuition told her it was going to be the latter. That most likely Tatiana was on a plane as they spoke. They just didn't know which one. She and the officer stepped outside the room, and she once again explained their weird family dynamics. "And you don't have an address on that guy in the Netherlands?" The officer rubbed the bridge of his nose. "We do, but he doesn't live there any longer. He does have relatives in Denmark, but we don't have their addresses. So that's a negative. Thank you for your cooperation." His disappointed look didn't show much promise either. She didn't blame him. They had little to go on. "We'll be in touch. Please let us know if you remember anything else." He gave her a business card. She stared at it after he left. Then she called Jenna. Since Jenna had lived in Europe, mainly France, for years, she was their best bet to find someone. Guilt stung Graziella as she listened to the long beeps. As a new mother, Jenna now had her hands full with a newborn after her difficult pregnancy. Her husband and mother were helping out as much as they could, but she still had a lot of sleepless nights. The last thing her niece needed was for Graziella to bother her. Voicemail kicked in, and she tightened her grip on the phone as if unwilling to let the connection go. Well, she shouldn't be surprised. Most likely, Jenna was asleep. An incoming call vibrated Graziella's phone. Giovanni. How was she going to tell him again that they didn't find his daughter? That Adeline didn't remember anything except one phrase? He'd gone through so much. Didn't he deserve a happy family now, not this heartache? "I'm sorry, son. We don't have much information except that Tatiana was taking our girl to see her father. So most likely, they were traveling to the Netherlands. Stockholm, the capital of Sweden." A motor's growl provided the background noise. Were they going somewhere? "Excuse me?" She slumped onto the nearest plastic and very uncomfortable chair. Jenna's been working nonstop on this. Auntie stepped in to help her and Riley care for the baby. Jenna pulled her European contacts, and boy, does she have a lot of them. Many people owe her favors. Adrenaline jolted through Graziella. Did this mean she found them? She found out about the guy. Hope rang in Giovanni's voice. He moved to Sweden. He's in the hospital. We should know his diagnosis sometime soon. How will you know it? There was a pause. Well, Heather's great with computers. Graziella squeezed her teeth but didn't say anything. That could mean bypassing the firewall in the hospital database. Another conversation about a moral compass was coming with yet another niece in love. I hope she isn't going to do something illegal. Another pause. Yeah, me, too. How did Jenna find him so fast? She never stopped looking. She said, from her own experience, she knew secrets could harm us in the end. If not for her pregnancy, she'd have traveled to Europe already. But she didn't want to risk something happening to the baby. Her pregnancy was challenging enough. Closing her eyes, Graziella let out a stale breath and breathed in something fresh and hopeful as her chest swelled. It helped to have not one, but two, private investigators in the family. Tall, slim, and effortlessly fashionable with striking blue eyes, contrasting short-cropped black hair, Jenna could have had a good modeling career in the fashion capital of the world. Instead, she'd chosen to work as a PI specializing in stolen art recovery. After returning to the Clark family ranch and meeting Riley, the foreman on the Moore ranch, she helped find his sister's killer. And fell in love with him, Riley, not the killer, so Jenna started working as a PI part-time helping Vera and Heather in the all-female detective agency. Warmth flooded Graziella over how everyone in her family helped each other. Without others even asking. She didn't expect Jenna to do investigating between her bouts of morning sickness and swollen legs. But Jenna hadn't waited to be asked for help. None in the family ever had. Graziella's chest swelled further. So she contacted her friends and put the feelers out, Giovanni continued. She said, since she knew from experience how past mysteries could haunt you, she didn't want that to happen to me. How true that was. Graziella nodded as if her son could see her. Anyway, once she gets that translated from Swedish to English, we'll know more. Where's Jenna now? Once again, Graziella guessed the answer before asking the question. Flying overseas. She has friends meeting her at the airport. The motor stopped. Jenna would have her work cut out for her. Experienced traveler and investigator or not, she'd be on foreign soil, trying to take Ellen from biological, although non-custodial parents, who wouldn't want to let the girl go. If the authorities here were skeptical, Graziella doubted Jenna would get much help there. Would they even respect custody papers granted abroad? With her pulse slamming, she rubbed her throbbing temples, the migraine brewing again. Let me guess. You're at the airport, too. Yes. Which is why we need you to hold the fort at home. In case the FBI or the police or the media liaison officer show up and such. Will you be able to do that? She looked inside at Adeline, studying her bag and Hugo, studying the girl with overwhelming tenderness. More color appeared on Adeline's face. Less desperation in Hugo's eyes. He was an honorable, honest man who'd do anything for the people he cared about. At that moment, she knew two things. 1. She was in love with this man. She hadn't intended it, hadn't wanted it, but couldn't deny how she felt. 2. She couldn't stay waiting until the morning for Adeline to be discharged. Her family needed her to hold down the fort at the ranch. I will. Please be careful, she said into the phone. She was going home with her son and nephew tonight. Leaving Hugo and his girl behind. Chapter 23. Hugo leaned against the squeaky chair's back, carefully, as Adeline slept. She'd spent a lot of time asking the nurse about how the oxygen machines and pump worked, probably wearing the guy out more than all his other patients combined. To Hugo's delight, she'd eaten a healthy portion of the food Graziella had left them. Whatever the doctor said was safe to eat after her stomach pump. God had granted his desperate prayer. So it was egoistic to feel Graziella's absence like a physical pain in his middle. Of course, she needed to continue searching for the missing child. And she had to be the pillar in her family to coordinate things and support those needing to lean on her. Those character traits were partly why he'd fallen for her. Guilt gnawed at his insides for slowing her down. She'd stayed by his and Adeline's sides instead of searching for her granddaughter. But now that Graziella was gone, the nagging pain surprised him. Maybe it was because right now he felt raw, exposed. The risk of losing his precious girl had stripped him of all defenses. Adeline's long eyelashes cast shadows on her much rosier cheeks, and her upbeat attitude gave him hope she'd survive the entire scary experience unscathed. Those bruises still angered him, but they'd heal, unlike bruises on the soul. The CT scan had come back normal. He touched Adeline's soft auburn hair as if he needed tactile reassurance she was here with him. The stark truth was that he needed Graziella with him, too. He thought he needed an adrenaline rush similar to the ones at the rodeo to feel alive again. It turned out he needed a kind, loud, genuine woman like Graziella for that. He'd thought that, as long as he could have Adeline back safe and sound, he'd feel whole again. But this hollowness inside him revealed he required Graziella for that, too. She'd colored his dull as the hospital walls life in bright colors, filled it with yummy scents, and jump-started his heart with new emotions. He pulled back his sleeve to check his watch. Morning would come soon. A new day. But he'd gotten so used to Graziella in his life that a new day starting without her felt empty. He missed her. He missed her more than he could imagine. How could that be? Adeline was his priority. Adeline was who he'd almost lost. Now that the adrenaline had ebbed, fatigue took its place, and weariness seeped into his bones. With his eyelids heavy, he kept them open with an effort. It was irrational, but he couldn't allow himself to close his eyes and take a nap. What if he did and Adeline disappeared like she had before? His finger hovered over Graziella's phone number, and he longed to call and hear her voice. He had the right to ask whether she'd made it home safely, didn't he? But it was too early, and she must be exhausted after a sleepless night. He had no right to wake her up. He slipped the phone back into his pocket. He'd see her soon enough. He'd rent a car since he'd asked her boys, nephew and son, to transport the motorcycle back to the ranch. No way would he transport Adeline on a motorcycle. Not for such a distance and in her condition at least. Hope blossomed inside him. Once she was discharged and they had breakfast, he was going to drive back. An internal jolt told him he couldn't wait to see Graziella again. He could help her search for her granddaughter like she'd helped him search for his. His heart jumped as he imagined taking her in his arms again. Now wouldn't be the best time, but eventually, he needed to tell her how he felt. He'd loved and lost twice, but he couldn't fight his feelings any longer. His phone vibrated, and his heart shifted in the hopes it was Graziella. Shooting to his feet, he fished the phone from his pocket, then groaned at his son's name on the screen. Hugo swallowed hard and stepped into the hall. Of course, Kenneth would worry about his daughter. He'd probably landed at a nearby airport and was calling from the US. He must be frantic. Hugo swiped the screen to answer and kept his voice low not to wake up the patients. Hello, son. Adeline is doing much better. She's resting right now. All the tests came back normal. The doctor will assess her in the morning, and if nothing changes, we should be able to go home. Great. About that. I want you to bring Adeline here. His grip tightened. Here, where? To Brazil. He nearly dropped the phone. You can't be serious. Kenneth wasn't in the show-me state? He was calling from Brazil. I am. Kenneth's voice went as cold as Hugo's insides. My wife and I decided it's the best option. We thought you could be trusted with Adeline's well-being, but obviously, you can't be. Closing his eyes, taking deep breaths, Hugo leaned against the wall. What he'd feared was happening. He was going to lose his granddaughter, and it was all his fault. I understand I messed up. But you can't take her away from me. I can. She's my daughter. Kenneth paused. And if you ever want to see her again, you'll do as you're told. Chills grasped Hugo's spinal cord with ghastly fingers. That sounded like ransom demands in kidnappings. Only Kenneth had all rights to Adeline, and Hugo had none. Even less than Kenneth knew. Don't take her away from me. Hugo's voice croaked. We aren't. Don't be so dramatic. You can stay here and help take care of her as long as you pay for a hotel room. Make sure you book the flight soon. Hugo barely resisted the urge to grind his teeth. She just went through a painful experience. She shouldn't be traveling yet. Well, you should have paid more attention to her. Then she wouldn't have been taken. Anyway, I don't see why this should be a problem for you. You're retired with nothing to do while I need to work to make a living. I want to see her here the day after tomorrow. Unless you show me doctor's orders. Don't delay. Once his son disconnected, Hugo made it back to Adeline's room on wooden legs and sank into a chair. He shouldn't have expected anything else. Kenneth's career mattered to him more than his family. Well, at least more than his daughter. He wasn't going to fly here to ensure she was okay. But to placate his conscience and his wife, he'd have Hugo bring her to him. Kenneth obviously had no doubt Hugo would succumb to his demands because he loved his granddaughter. His heart dropped onto the gray tile. There wouldn't be a meeting with Graziella soon, except to say goodbye. More weight pressed on his shoulders, and they slumped forward. He wouldn't be able to see her through her ordeal like she'd seen him through his. The first rays of sunlight lit the room. His heart constricted. What if Adeline wouldn't be able to wake up again? The drugs were out of her system, but he couldn't shake off the terror of the memory. As if to assuage his worry, her eyelids fluttered open. Good morning, Grandpa. He pressed a kiss on her cheek, surprised her hair still faintly smelled like green apple shampoo. Good morning, sweetie pie. How do you feel? Good. She looked around the room. Where's Grandma? She went home. That seemed like the easiest explanation. Can we go home, too? Pretty please? She grinned. Soon. He hoped. Great. She clapped. I want to have Grandma's pancakes. Then she blinked. Did they find Ellen? No. Oh. By home, Adeline meant Graziella's place. In some way, he did, too. I'm sorry, sweetie pie. They gonna find her by the time we get there. She settled against the pillow. I'll ask Grandma to make us all pizza. Then Ellen, Gianna, and I will go to the ponies. And to feed the ducks. Okay, Grandpa? Right now, you'll need to eat breakfast and do what the doctor says. Then we'll be able to go home. He squared his shoulders. He'd stay by Graziella's side while her family searched for Ellen. His son would have to wait for a few days. Then Hugo would have to fly to Brazil and stay there with Adeline. Which meant leaving Graziella, and the thought shattered his heart. My friends confirmed that she arrived on this flight to Stockholm with Ellen. Tatiana was dressed as a man and traveled on a forged passport. Ellen was dressed as a boy, and her hair was cut short. Jenna's low voice came through the speakerphone as Graziella and her family gathered at the dining table. She took a taxi, and my contacts tailed her to the hotel. So far, she hasn't left it. I just landed, and Constanzo met me here. Good. Graziella nodded. Though Jenna was a professional investigator and had risked her life plenty of times, Graziella felt better knowing she wasn't alone in this. While her oldest son was a ranch manager who worked as a cowboy when needed, he was the most level-headed of the family. He'd be calm in a dangerous situation, and Graziella didn't want anything to happen to her brave niece. Especially considering Jenna had a baby at home. I called home before calling you. Jenna spoke before Graziella could reassure her about the baby. What's your next step? Meredith asked. She sat there, chin high, eyes narrowed, her face etched from stone, which only showed how much it took for her to keep it all together, and Graziella's heart went out to her. No matter how many times Graziella had told Meredith it wasn't her fault, Meredith must still blame herself for Ellen's kidnapping. Guilt and new trauma weren't something Meredith should be experiencing in her pregnant state. Or ever, for that matter. We'll make sure we don't lose her. Constanzo and I are going to the hotel. Then I'll review the intel on her husband. There must be a reason this woman risked traveling on stolen documents, which carries a hefty punishment. And I'm guessing it's not motherly love. Wait for Giovanni to arrive before you do anything. Maybe he can talk some sense into her. Tread carefully. You're in a foreign country, and they are her biological parents. I know. And I will. I'll keep in touch. Jenna disconnected. Graziella looked around the table, her gaze stopping at Hugo. She didn't get much sleep last night, and fatigue settled in, making everything in her body weigh a ton, especially her eyelids. But adrenaline kept her going. Adrenaline and his presence. Adeline was watching cartoons with the other children under the eyes of not one, but three, of her daughters-in-love. And it looked like Hugo had chosen a seat so he could see his granddaughter through the open door. She couldn't blame him for not wanting to take his focus off Adeline. His gaze lingered on her then, longing in his eyes. It touched her very core, but she forced herself to look away. It wasn't the time to reach out to him, and his plans to leave soon for Brazil only stressed that point. Her heart ached already, as if knowing he'd be taking it with him. She looked at their IT specialist family member, Heather, who'd gifted their extended family with adorable twins. Heather spent the meeting working on her laptop. Any new findings? Okay, this translation of the hospital records might be far from perfect. But I sent it to Aurora's husband for a physician's input. His professional guess is that the man needs a stem cell transplant. Silence ensued, with only the grandfather clock's tick-tock and the children's cartoons interrupting. Well, at least it's not Ellen's heart. Leave it to Roberto, her most easygoing and optimistic son, to find something positive in a grim situation. She must feel so lost and confused. The last thing she needs is to be poked for medical experiments. His wife looked at the situation in an opposite way. But then, being abused as a child and teen and then surviving on the streets as a runaway had given Kat a different perspective. Well, not much we can do from here. At least, not me. Graziella didn't have investigative skills like Jenna and Vera or computer skills like Heather. What Graziella had were culinary skills. They'd all contributed their skills in the best way they could. Except for... Well, her singing talent didn't matter now, like it hadn't mattered all those years ago, and no use feeling bitter about it. Her gaze flicked back to Hugo. No use feeling wistful for what they could have had either, and something died inside her. Tears pooled in her eyes, and she blinked furiously. She needed to think about her family, not her heart. Well, everyone in this family could use a good meal. A good night's sleep, as well, but that part wasn't up to her. She pushed from the table, adjourning the family meeting for now. I'm going to set up lunch. We're gathering here in an hour for the meal. We should have more information by then, too. Yes, ma'am. Roberto gave a mocking salute, then kissed her on the cheek to make up for it. Do you need any help? All her children could cook, and they'd better, but he seemed to love it more than the others. She swatted his hand. No. How her jokester son fell for one of the world's most serious women with thousands of layers was beyond Graziella. But God had meant this couple for each other. Just the way he looked at his wife as he drew her close to him on the way out of the room confirmed it. I'll help you, if that's okay. Hugo followed Graziella to the kitchen. She didn't protest as she had with her son. After he'd confessed about having to take Adeline to her parents all the way in Brazil and stay there for a while, every minute with him seemed all the more precious. Maybe she craved the familiarity of cooking now because of her inner turmoil, for more reasons than one. She'd never ask him to choose between his granddaughter and her, just like he'd never ask her to choose between her family and him. She opened a kitchen cabinet, stared at the pots, closed it, then opened it again. She reached for a pot, and it clattered to the stove. He caught it before it could hit the floor. Arg. Why did she need that pot in the first place? She was going to make pizza, and while she usually made dough from scratch, she'd use ready-made dough this time. She cleaned the island counter. Please bring flour. He obliged. They'd cooked together several times before, so he knew where everything in her kitchen was. She spread flour on the island and rolled out the dough. A fist squeezed her heart. He'd be gone soon, and this would become a distant memory. I'm sorry, I'll have to leave soon. I'm going to miss you. So much. Emotion filled his blue eyes. Me, too. The fist squeezed tighter. She was going to miss him in her kitchen and in her life. She put more pressure on the dough, thinning it fast. Maybe this wasn't meant to be. No matter how much she'd wanted otherwise. How self-centered could she be, feeling this way when her granddaughter's life was in danger? I want us to be together. He placed his hand on hers. Everything in her responded to his touch, and she couldn't afford it because the next step would be falling apart. And her family needed her to keep it together during a crisis. Please bring marinara sauce, she heard herself saying. She'd made lots of marinara sauce and stored it for later. If only her feelings were as easy to store away. Disappointment flashed in his eyes, but he did as asked. She turned away so he wouldn't see tears in her eyes and wiped them fast with a paper towel. When he was back and handed her the marinara sauce container, she lifted her chin. Or both her chins. She'd never been vain. She'd never thought about plastic surgery or even bothered to color her hair. Aging was a natural process, and she'd intended to do it gracefully. But the guy in the airport mistaking Hugo for her son had made her question that policy. Would other people think the same way as that guy? Would Hugo ever be ashamed of that? She was comfortable in her admittedly wrinkled skin. But now, doubt twisted her insides as if wrinkling them too, and she didn't like it. Hugo could date women half her age, and he must know it. Young attractive women who'd go parasailing or bungee jumping. She asked him to get her herbs and shredded cheese, then pepperoni. While her hands worked fast, her mind moved faster and already moved to Brazil and back. Adeline would want to visit the beach. No doubt he'd meet young adventurous bikini-clad women there. Graziella couldn't even remember when she'd last worn a bikini. She swam in a t-shirt now. That's probably enough sauce. His words brought her back from her mental trip to a Brazilian shore. Right. She'd smoothed too much over the dough. I know you're worried about Ellen. He touched her forearm. Guilt stung. Yes, that was who she should be thinking about, not her desire to marry Hugo. Really, what was she thinking all this time? She should have known this wasn't going to last. The way from his heart to hers was much longer than from Brazil to the show-me state. She snatched a knife, eager to cut something. Could you bring me bell peppers, please? She managed to keep her voice even despite the hurricane inside her. Roberto wandered into the kitchen. If you changed your mind about having help, he looked at her, then at Hugo, and then her again. Never mind. He shot out of the kitchen. Hugo brought the peppers from the bottom shelf of the fridge. Your family is going to find Ellen. He hesitated. Have faith. That was a good reminder, and she said a prayer. An image of the airplane ticket Lorenzo Flavio left for her appeared in her mind. Maybe it was a sign. She wasn't going to reunite with him, but once this ordeal was over and their family brought Ellen back safely, because they would, she could go to Italy and have the experience she'd been robbed of in her youth. Maybe she could find what had been missing in her life. It was about time. She was going to lose Hugo to Brazil anyway, but maybe she could find herself in Italy. She turned on the oven to preheat it, then diced peppers while he smothered the pizza with mozzarella. That done, he brushed his fingertips against her face, making her inhale sharply. "I'll never forget you. I don't want this to be over between us." That was what he was thinking now. But soon enough. She kept those words to herself. No need to ruin their last minutes together. So she put the knife aside and let him cover her face in kisses as an exhilarating wave took her to a place where happiness was possible once. Until Meredith stormed inside. "We have news." Chapter 24. 2 days later, tears welled in Graziella's eyes as she held her granddaughter in her arms again, held her tight to make sure Ellen was with her for real. It had taken a tragic event for Tatiana to surrender her daughter to Jenna and Constanzo. Her ex-husband died before they could harvest any stem cells from his daughter. Tatiana didn't need the girl anymore, and though it infuriated Graziella, a big part of her was also grateful. And some part of her even felt sorry for Tatiana. The woman had caused a lot of damage and heartache, but she'd been shaken and heartbroken. She'd lost the love of her life for a second time, and Graziella knew how that felt. Apparently, she'd reconciled with her ex, but he'd been up to no good, which was why they had to disappear to Sweden for some time. Until he got sick. Seriously sick. Thanks to his connections, she'd bought forged passports for herself and Ellen. While in hiding with him, she'd acquired skills like using peel-on tattoos, swapping license plates on vehicles, or picking locks on vehicles and disabling alarms. So Tatiana had rushed back to the US to bring their daughter to harvest stem cells. She'd thought she had time to save him. She'd been wrong. "Grandma, you're suffocating me." Ellen tried to wiggle out of the embrace. "Right. Sorry, sweetheart." Graziella let the girl go, crying and smiling at the same time. Her family gathered around them, talking and laughing and hugging each other. They were going to have a big dinner to celebrate. Aurora cut her tour short and was back. Graziella's entire huge family was here. Except for one person she'd wanted to join it. Her gaze moved over the crowd, and her heart skipped a beat at Hugo standing near the door. When he smiled at her, she smiled back, though her stomach dropped. He was here to say goodbye. She knew it. Their gazes met and held, and although she read so much longing in his, she steeled herself against it. They were too different, and her family saga wasn't his. Their roads led in opposite directions, and it was time to travel them. With her whole heart, she wished he'd find what he needed, be it a better relationship with his son and daughter-in-law, happy times with Adeline, or even another woman who'd fulfill him. She wished him to be happy, even if it wasn't with her, no matter how painful it would be. That was what love was about. Setting the person you loved free. She should set herself free, too. Once things settled, she'd fly to Italy to find the missing part of herself. She'd waited long enough. Hugo lifted his face to the sun at the beach while Adeline collected seashells. It was difficult to wrap his mind around the fact that it was summer in the southern hemisphere. Was it snowing already at Graziella's ranch? Not that she was there now. She'd probably already be in Italy, quite possibly with her first love. His heart shifted. Best not think how much he wanted to be there with her. Then Adeline ran to him and showed him her findings. "Good job, sweetie pie." He adjusted the ribbon in her auburn hair, not just the ribbon, but one of Ellen's pink ribbons. Adeline had liked it, and her friend had gifted it to her, no questions asked. Adeline wore a dress with a mermaid imprint. They'd found it yesterday in a souvenir shop, and with all the things there, she'd asked for it as if it could keep her friend closer to her. "I want to share the seashells with Ellen. She'd love it here." Adeline sighed. "I miss her. I miss Grandma and Gianna, too. And I miss my uncles and aunties and the ponies and Buttercup and the fish." It didn't matter that Graziella's family weren't Adeline's biological aunts and uncles. To her, they were, filling a spot in the little girl's heart where something was missing. Kenneth and Aubrey weren't the most affectionate people in the world. Hugo had only seen Aubrey smile at Adeline when she'd been taking photos of her in cute outfits to post on social media. I know, sweetie pie. I miss them all, too. Graziella most of all. Standing behind his precious girl, he placed his hands on her shoulders and stared at the endless sparkling water in front of him, memories of them at the Texas coast appearing uninvited. The breeze on his skin when he'd taken Graziella's hand. The taste of her lips. The sunset in her eyes. Why can't we go back? Adeline looked up at him, her eyes pleading. It tugged at his heart. I wish we could. But Grandma is in Italy now. And, your parents are here. Don't you want to be with them? Adeline grimaced. I want to be with you and Grandma. And all my friends. And my uncles and aunties. Mommy and Daddy are always working. And when they go to eat in the evening, they don't take me. As she stomped off to look for more seashells, her little shoulders slumped forward. His gut twisted. This place was beautiful, but his granddaughter wasn't happy here. Aubrey had said she'd homeschool Adeline, but that wasn't happening yet. Did he do the right thing bringing her here? Not that he had a choice. Or had he? Lord, please guide me. His relationship with the Lord still needed a lot of work on his part, but at least he'd started praying every day and talking to the Lord. Granted, for a few days, Hugo had been disappointed with God for separating him from Graziella. Until he'd realized one couldn't put faith on a shelf, only using it in times when one needed something. Despite all the trying things that had happened to Graziella's family, her faith had never wavered, stayed steadfast. He kept his granddaughter in his peripheral vision and stared at the gorgeous ocean, but his thoughts kept returning to Graziella. Could this be God's answer or his wishful thinking? He had loved 2 women in the past, and it had ended in heartache for him. So he'd resisted falling in love again. But with each passing day, he'd felt closer to the feisty Italian ex-rancher with an opera singer hidden in her heart and world-famous level cooking skills on display in her kitchen. Even when he wasn't with her, or maybe because he couldn't be with her now, his longing grew to the size of the ocean. As much as he appreciated her lasagna and tiramisu, it wasn't about her food or their bond over ranching. It was about the woman he became devoted to against his wishes. This family and their love for each other had grown on him as well. He wasn't as much of a loner as he'd thought. He just hadn't met people like Graziella and her family before. Yet things made him question their possible future together. Not exactly a ravine that would make him take another road. Rather ice on the road. Did her first love still have power over her? Maybe not so much the man, but the unrealized dream. And unfinished business was a powerful motivator. Graziella might want to knock on that door again, and the guy would be waiting with open arms. Hugo winced as hot pings stabbed his chest. Then there was another thing. While she wasn't Constanzo's biological mother, she was his mother in every other sense of the word. And Lorenzo Flavio was Constanzo's father. That united them. Adeline ran to Hugo again, showing a round pebble she'd found. Grandpa, I want to see dolphins. Okay. He could take her to see freshwater dolphins, the largest freshwater dolphins on the planet. Adeline sighed again. Wish Ellen could see them with us. Wish I could give her some of these seashells. And I want to show Gianna my new medical bag. And I want to eat Grandma's pizza. He swallowed hard. I'm sure we can find pizza around. The girl shook her head. It won't be Grandma's. The lump in his throat grew bigger, and he took a ragged breath of salty air. No, it won't be. He didn't want to live with uncertainty any longer. He'd done it when his first wife threatened to leave him in nearly every one of her scenes. Graziella wouldn't threaten, of course. But he'd lived once as second best, without realizing it, just sensing it sometimes, and it hadn't ended well. He couldn't do it again. But neither could he lose Graziella. He loved her. Now that he was away from her, he saw it as clearly as the sand below the nearby translucent waters. He loved everything about her, from the bright colors of her clothes to the bright colors of her life. She had the warmth of 1,000 suns, and her smile was about as bright. Her ability to give pieces of her heart to so many people and still have more to give floored him. She did everything full throttle, like he tried to do through sports, and it was unnerving and fascinating at the same time. If she sang, it was at the top of her lungs. If she cooked, it was a feast. If she laughed, her entire body moved. And if she loved, her whole heart gave in. The way he craved to be loved. He still had a hunger to be loved that he'd fed with crumbs over the last years, but now God showed him it didn't have to be crumbs. He dared to want a feast. That was the icy road he was driving on now, and he did it with clenched teeth. No joy in that adrenaline, only crushing worry. He needed the warmth of 1,000 suns to melt the ice. Yet if he didn't try, he'd never forgive himself. Kenneth had used Hugo's love for Adeline as a bargaining chip, but Hugo was far from a doormat. He'd given his son everything he could, but he wouldn't become Kenneth's servant. Besides, Kenneth and Aubrey didn't have much interest in raising Adeline, anyway. Watching her wander off on the beach again, he fished out his phone, then scrolled to his son's number. Kenneth hadn't picked up his personal phone at work before, so no surprise he didn't pick up now. Hugo took another deep breath and left a voicemail. "Son, you, Aubrey, and I need to talk. Tonight." As the plane took her to Italy, Graziella's thoughts stayed in the show-me state. She couldn't turn back her life, wouldn't have done it if she could. But she could share with some of her children and grandchildren what had been forever part of her soul. Roberta with Kat and Gianna had joined her, wanting to relive the honeymoon they'd spent in Rome. Aurora, having just returned from her tour exhausted after being on the road so long and eager to be on the ranch again, stayed there with her family. Graziella's daughter had said, "Next time." And there better be a next time. Due to his wife's pregnancy and his girls' school schedule, Giovanni had stayed, as well. And after all, someone has to run the ranch here, he'd said with a wink. That was coming from the son she'd once considered her most irresponsible child. She smiled at the memory as she stared at the clouds from the airplane. After making more than a few mistakes, Giovanni had found his place in life, and it happened to be back at the ranch. And he'd found his happiness in Meredith's arms. He was a responsible father of 2 now, with another child on the way. Graziella stretched the small navy blanket over herself, missing her cozy quilt at home. Just like in that quilt, things fell into place for her large family. But did they fall into place for her? One person remained missing on this plane and in her heart. Sadness lingered. She could go back in her thoughts, again and again, asking herself what had gone wrong. Or like she'd done before, she could accept it and move on. Her fingers fisted. She didn't want to accept and move on. Now that she'd lost Hugo, her heart ached for him more than ever. 3 weeks later. Graziella opened her front door and stepped inside, inhaling the dear familiar sense of pizza dough and herbs. She knew now that home wasn't a place, but a state of mind. She'd loved Italy. Everything about it. Its fountains, museums, gelato, pizza, paintings, statues, language, and of course, opera. Her lips moved, sometimes with opera arias as if she wanted to sing along, but somehow, her heart didn't want to sing along. Something was missing. "Mama!" Giovanni and Meredith rushed down the stairs. "We're so glad you're home." "Grandma!" Ellen barreled into Graziella, hugging her legs. Buttercup strolled toward them and rubbed against her leg. Even the fish in the aquarium swam forward to the glass. "It's good to be home." While Graziella meant it, she didn't regret going to Italy, though. "Let me help with your luggage." Giovanni picked up her bag after hugging her. Was it her impression, or did her son get thinner while she was away? Meredith's cooking skills probably hadn't improved, so Graziella would start those culinary lessons again. On the other hand, Giovanni could cook and would pick up those kinds of duties. It didn't matter about cooking. Meredith was an amazing woman who made Giovanni happy. And that, in turn, made Graziella happy. She leaned to hug her darlings, her heart content. Well, to a point. She longed to see one more person and his granddaughter here. She let the girl go as she followed her son into the living room. I'm glad I went to Italy. It made me realize where I belonged. Giovanni nearly dropped her bag, lines drawing down his cheeks. Oh no. You didn't come back to say goodbye and move to Italy, did you? Meredith touched his forearm. But if that's what Mama wants. Nope. Graziella laughed. You won't get rid of me that easily. I didn't mean that. Meredith blushed. We love you, Mama. And we want you to be here for the birth of our child. And I need your cooking lessons before I starve this family. And we missed you so much. Me, too. Ellen screamed. Graziella's heart swelled. Soon this house would fill with more people, and she wanted that. But now she wanted more than that. Mama, you rest. I'll bring you tea and dessert. Giovanni led her to the breakfast nook. She sat down as her legs did seem to weigh a ton and her back was aching after a long trip. Grazie. She'd done a lot of thinking in that beautiful ancient city. The reason she couldn't surrender her heart completely to Hugo while here wasn't because she didn't trust him. It was because she didn't trust herself and her judgment about men. It had gotten her into too much mess, too much heartache the first 2 times. When she'd been standing near a sparkling fountain in Naples, she reached into her pocket for a coin. But she wasn't sure she wanted to throw it, wasn't sure she wanted to come back. But when she'd been with Hugo at the Texas shore, there hadn't been hesitation. It wasn't about the place even. It was that she'd wanted to return with him. As much as she loved the ranch, again, it wasn't about the place. What mattered was that her family lived here. That her heart lived here. She'd found herself in Italy, but she'd lost the man she loved. She took a sip of the cold raspberry tea Giovanni had brought and a spoonful of tiramisu she suspected he'd also made. Her granddaughter chatted about everything that happened while Graziella was away until Meredith took the girl to the backyard, saying Graziella needed to rest. Even if Graziella still had difficulty trusting her judgment, she trusted God's. And in her soul, she sensed Hugo was the man God had meant for her. Her rib cage constricted. Then why did he have to be all the way in Brazil? Her phone beeped with a text message for the group Constanzo had set up for their family. We're so happy you're back. She smiled. Soon they all might be here, and she'd never take that kind of loving support for granted. After finding out her secret dream of singing, they'd even decided to set up a community theater and make a musical, where, of course, she'd be singing the lead. She was grateful. She really was. But it didn't stop her from missing Hugo with a physical force. Her phone rang, and she fished it out of her purse. Her pulse spiked at his name on the screen. She wished she could touch his hand, feel his arms around her, sense his heartbeat against hers. She ached to say how much she missed him. Instead, she said, I've landed safely in Springfield. I'm already back at the ranch. Good. I'm glad. I missed you so much. And it's selfish to say, but I'm glad you didn't stay in Italy with. She frowned. I didn't go there to meet with him. It was never about him. I went there to meet with me. And that me loves you. She barely held the words in. Did you find what you were looking for? His voice was intense. God, should I tell him? Yes. But it wasn't enough. She hesitated, then plunged forward. Because you weren't there. She took a leap of faith. I know you're far away, and I have no clue when and if we'll see each other again. But I have to tell you. I love you. Ti amo tanto, he said. But I have to hang up now. She stared at her phone, mixed feelings swirling through her. On one hand, exhilaration at him saying I love you. On the other hand, frustration that he disconnected. Seriously, what could be more important than talking to her at that moment? Or did she forever scare him away with her love declaration? Giovanni walked to her, urgency in his stride. Mama, we need you to step on the terrace, please. Her legs protested. Now? Per favor. He held out her coat for her. Alarm shot through her. Did something happen to Ellen or Meredith? She slipped her coat on, wrapped her scarf around her neck, then wobbled to the snow-covered terrace and froze, but not from the cold temperature. Her large family filled the backyard, now decorated with Christmas lights. Her grinning children spread out a banner that said, Sposami. Marry me in Italian. Her jaw dropped as her gaze moved to Hugo on one knee, holding a ring box in front of him. Aren't you supposed to be in Brazil? I will be. For our honeymoon, if you say yes. I had a long talk with my son, and he's leaning toward letting me bring Adeline back to the States and homeschool her. I couldn't stay far away from you. She still had difficulty believing this wasn't a dream. Not to blackmail you, but please say yes, before Hugo becomes an ice statue. Giovanni nudged her. Or SI. Just please say it soon. Hard to believe that not so long ago, he'd tried to talk her out of dating Hugo. Say yes, Grandma, her grandchildren screamed. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Ti amo tanto, she whispered, then much louder said, Si. Hurrah. The children jumped up and down, and her heart filled to the brim. He placed the ring on her finger and drew her close. Sono felice. He must have practiced a lot, or her children helped him memorize Italian phrases. She was speechless, probably for the first time in her life. He continued, There's a lot of food in the dining room. Please be gentle, though. I made tiramisu for the first time in my life. And for the first time in my life, I'm completely, totally happy. Me, too. She leaned against his broad chest, letting herself believe this was a reality. Then she surveyed all the dear faces. How did you manage to pull it off? Constanzo smiled. We had to park far away, so you wouldn't notice the cars and ruin the surprise. And we divided duties. Meredith chuckled. That means I could help with decorations, but not the cooking. Then her grandchildren had a new idea. Kiss. 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 Hugo wrapped his arms around her waist, sending her pulse into overdrive. Bassiami. Then he claimed her lips with his, and she felt as if she started her life all over again. Only now, besides great opportunities, she had great accomplishments who clapped and cheered her on. Her heart was complete. Epilogue. They got married in Graziella's beloved hometown church where all her children had gotten married, and not a single empty seat remained. Having so many people show up for her big day and her family growing so fast warmed her heart. Many, including Hugo, had told her she was a beautiful bride, and she agreed. She had to wear a white faux fur cover over her long-sleeved wedding dress, as well as a snow-white scarf and pearl-white cowboy boots. But if her eyes were as luminous as Hugo's were today, she didn't need any other adornments. They'd postponed the wedding to bring Adeline back from Brazil. To their shock and delight, Kenneth and Aubrey joined them for the wedding, though they'd declined to be the best man and a bridesmaid. That said, Graziella had a lot of bridesmaids because her daughters-in-law and nieces had volunteered for the job, and of course, Aurora was her maid of honor. Graziella had settled on marmalade hues for the bridesmaid dresses and jackets, and everyone wore cowboy boots, though unlike Graziella's, they were brown. Her sons were Hugo's groomsmen, and she couldn't have been more proud when she'd stolen glances at them while standing at the altar. So very grown up, so dashing in their tuxedos. Constanzo had become the best man, and even 4 decades after his birth, she was grateful God let her keep and raise him and have the privilege of seeing him become the man he was. Later, as numerous guests crowded in the barbecue restaurant reception, having a reception in her backyard in the snow was out of the question, her heart swelled. God had given her so much, and she treasured every moment. Hugo kissed her on the cheek, and a pleasant wave spread through her. "Did I tell you today how much I love you?" She batted her eyelashes. "Not in the last hour." He stared into her eyes. "I love you so much. Ti amo tanto. Where have you been all my life?" She didn't say waiting for you. She just said, "I'm here now. And I'll thank the Lord until my last breath for you." He cupped her face, causing her to lean into him. "Grandpa. Grandma." Adeline ran to them, breaking the contact. "Was I a good flower girl?" They hugged their darling girl in turns. "You were a great flower girl," Hugo said, so much love in his eyes. Graziella nodded. "I had a good teacher." Adeline smiled and pointed at Ellen, who wore an identical pink dress, only hers also had a big sister ribbon. Both girls' cheeks carried a healthy blush from a quick snowball fight, and big grins now bunched those cheeks up on their faces. How was it possible these darlings had gone through being kidnapped and drugged? Graziella winced. She'd rather not remember but be thankful all had ended as well as it did. "Thank you, Lord." Her heart was overflowing. She couldn't wait for a new grandchild to appear, and based on how Meredith touched her now large belly and fanned herself, despite it being winter, neither could she. Since it was going to be a boy, they decided to name him after Graziella's father. Happy tears prickled behind her eyes. He'd be honored and proud of his legacy. He was rough around the edges, but honest and hardworking and always wanted the best for his family. When she'd brought Constanzo home, her father confessed how grateful he was she'd insisted on keeping the baby. Her gaze moved to Nellie, who had a special glow about her today, and looked at her husband as if they shared a secret. Graziella was probably the only one to know, besides the couple, that they were pregnant. "Congratulations," she whispered as Nellie caught her gaze, and her daughter-in-law beamed back. Graziella sent up prayers of gratitude for her children and daughters and son-in-law. And, of course, grandchildren, present and future. Her sons were cowboys, rough around the edges sometimes, and much less complex than the women God had chosen for them. She was grateful that her boys hadn't backed off when things had gotten tough, that they'd seen what true gems those women were beneath all the hurt and heartache. Things weren't going to become easy. They never had been for her family. Raising 4 children while having full-time jobs was going to be tough on Constanzo and Nellie. Giovanni and Meredith had a moody teenager on their hands, and though Ellen was sweet, she'd gone through much trauma already. And now they'd be raising a child conceived in rape, so doubts would always remain, even if under the surface. Aurora's husband, a doctor, was talking about going to Africa for a month in the spring to provide medical care in areas where it was desperately needed, and she'd volunteered to go with him. While Graziella admired it, she worried for them both, too. And when she looked at Roberto and Kat, who were so happy and so in love and wanted so badly to give Gianna a sister or brother, Graziella prayed for a child for them. A nudge told her they needed that prayer. It was a difficult happiness for all of them, with bumps in the road. But it was happiness nonetheless. They'd all take it one day, one moment at a time, and live all those days and moments in love and faith. Like she had. Only now, she'd also be able to share her life with the man of her dreams. Hugo reached for her hand, and she basked in all the happiness in her and around her. She didn't know how much time she had left on this earth, but she looked forward to every day and every moment, and she knew Hugo did, too. Jenna bounced the family's newest addition, and the tiny baby girl's eyes were as strikingly blue as her mother's. They'd named the girl after her grandmother, but her middle name was in Graziella's honor. And Graziella was grateful. The guitar music reached her, and she turned toward the stage. This event's live entertainment was special. Aurora took the microphone and sang a song she'd written for this occasion, with her ex-fiancé and his band providing the music. The song was beautiful, but even more, the feeling inside Graziella. That didn't prevent her from noticing something. Ari had been her daughter's friend for a long time and had been pining for her just as long. But after a mix-up when she'd agreed to marry him, she'd married his twin instead. It had turned into a happy mistake, and the couple was so much in love. Even now, her husband was the only person Aurora had eyes for. Ari's breakup songs propelled him to stardom, unlike his previous love songs. But he still looked at Aurora with hopeless longing. A habitual heartbreaker, the man had millions of fans, but none of them could make him forget Graziella's daughter. And Graziella didn't blame him. Compassion stirred in her. Maybe she could find Ari a great woman to fall in love with. Then she mentally shook her head. Unlike her grandchildren, she didn't aspire to be a matchmaker. But she said a prayer for him. Everyone deserved love. No matter their past. No matter their age. Why don't you go up there? Hugo whispered in her ear while Aurora and the band took a break before the next song. She blinked at him. Where? To the stage. Give us a special treat today. Share your talent with us. Please. He kissed her hand. Per favor. She was about to protest, then felt an internal nudge. Why not? She knew all her daughter's songs by heart, had sung them in the shower. Well, now she could sing them to 100 people. No pressure. She swallowed hard. Then she squared her shoulders and marched to the stage while Hugo escorted her. Would it be okay if I sang with you? A smile spread out Aurora's full lips. Mama, it would be an honor. Graziella put her heart and soul in the song, and that heart and soul soared. With all the people in the restaurant, she kept her gaze on Hugo, and he remained standing near the stage, admiration etched on his face, both hands pressed on his heart. People rewarded her with rounds of applause, and Hugo met her near the stage. You're incredible. So talented. I'm floored. I didn't think I could fall more in love with you, but I just did. She chuckled, pleased. Wait till you're married to me for 40 years. After all, some people lived to 100, didn't they? I'll love you 40 times more by then. Same here. She took her seat, placed her head on Hugo's shoulder, and sent up thanks to the Lord. The end. Acknowledgements. First of all, thank you to God for putting up with me, and for all the blessings. A million thanks to you, my readers, for reading my books, for sending me encouragement, and for supporting me. Thanks to Lana H. Many thanks to my street team, Alexa's amazing readers, and to my beta readers, whom I love to pieces. Special thanks to Margaret, Terry, Mary Jane, Mary Ellen, Laurel, Naughty, Debbie, and Julie for their help with typo spotting. Heartfelt thanks to author Jessie Gussman for coming up with the idea for this series and for helping me so much on the way. Jessie, you make me laugh, you make me smile, and you make the world a better place. I also thank my wonderful editor, Deirdre, for coming through for me every time. Thank you for listening to Show Me a Family Saga. A cowboy crossing romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2023 by Alexa Verde.